Web development is basically the practice of creating web applications. So anything and everything that you see on the internet was basically developed under the umbrella term web development, right? So if you visited facebook.com, if you visited Instagram, if you uh, have a chance to visit Intellipaat.com, all these websites are basically created by web developers. So today in this session, we are basically going to understand, uh, the different type of careers that are there in web development, right? And how you can actually go about learning them. All right. So web development is basically the practice of creating websites, and these websites have a lot of things inside them, and that we are basically going to understand what are different kind of skills are required to create a website like Instagram or Facebook or even Intellipaat.com. Okay. So what are the different types of work in web development? Let's understand that. So there are basically three or four types of categories which are there in web development, guys. The first one is front end. So what you see on the browser, the design that you see on the browser, the text that you see on the browser, that's basically called the front end, right? So there's a separate person who designs the front end of the website and decides how the look and feel of the website is going to be, right? So that's the front end part of the website. Then you have something called as the back end part of the website. So back end part of the website basically has all the logics. For example, let's say on when you go to Instagram or when you go to Facebook, let's say you search for a friend of yours, right? So when you search for a friend of yours, that query actually runs in the backend, and only the results are given to you the front end. Now, how is the search happening in the backend? Probably, there's a programming language which has been written in the backend, which takes in the argument which you give in the search bar, then searches all your friends in the database, gets the result, sends it back to the front end, and then it is rendered on the browser. That's when you see that these are all the friends that you searched for. So that's basically the backend. So backend is basically yet another programming language which is written to have all the logics which are required by the front end to show the results. Okay. Then you also have something called as databases. So databases again you will have to learn separately because, like I said, backend is a programming language where you write all the logics. Now, this programming language will sometimes require databases, like for example, in the search example that I gave you, you require to know about, or you require to communicate with database. But let's take some other example. Let's say you are doing some video processing, or when you're doing some image processing. So in that case, databases are not required, but computation is required. Let's say you want to convert an MP4 file into an AVI file. So for this, what you will need to do is you need to, convert the MP4 file into the AVI file, and for that, the code, the logic has to be written in the backend. So what you have in the front end is just basically some buttons through which you can browse to your video, and then you finally click on upload. The moment you click on upload, what happens is a logic is fired in the backend through which your file now starts gets uploading, or it starts getting uploaded to a certain place, probably the server, right, the backend server. And once the file is uploaded over there, then the processing starts according to the logic that you have written in the backend. And once the logic is complete, the video is then ready. It basically is given a shareable link, and that shareable link is then forwarded to the front end, which is then given to you guys. So in this case, since video processing is all about logic, you do not require a database over here. But in some cases, you require to rely on data. And in that case, your backend has to interact with databases. So knowledge of database is also very important. Then there is a specialized person who understands backend, who understands databases, and who understands front end as well. And that guy is called a full stack developer, right? So in web development, there is also a field where a person understands the whole stack of the website. That is, not only this person will be able to design front ends, not only this person would be able to design backends, but also this person would be able to work with databases. And that's what full stack is all about. Okay. Now, today in this session, our focus is basically to understand how full stack development basically is working, and also at the same time what are the kind of opportunities that you have in full stack. Okay, so obviously a person who is a full stack developer gets paid highly. Reason being, the skill set that he has acquired is actually very rare, because sometimes people make careers in front end only, or they make careers in back end only, or they make careers in database only. Probably some people might be just database administrators, some people might just be backend developers, some people might just be front-end developers. But when you combine all these skills, the resultant what you get is a full stack developer. And obviously because of the skills that he knows now, his salary is way higher than that of a front-end or a back-end engineer. Having said that, let's first understand what is a front-end engineer, or what is the front-end technology basically that you need to understand. So in front-end, guys, you have mainly three technologies. You have HTML. So HTML is the base. HTML is the place where, so all the text that you see on the website, that is basically written in HTML, right? All the buttons that you see on the website, that is basically written on HTML. So HTML basically provides a structure to a web page. Now, once you have the structure, then you start adding colors, then you start styling your web page, and that is possible using CSS. CSS basically means cascading style sheets, and the main job of CSS is to basically provide style to your website, is to provide colors to your website. Alright, so if you want a certain font, if you want that font to be underlined, if you want that font to be italics, that is what CSS do, right? If you want a button to be of a certain color, if you want the button to be a certain size, that is possible using CSS. So a person who is a front-end developer, or who is probably wanting to become a full stack developer, he should understand how to write HTML files. He should understand how to write CSS files in order to style your web page. Then the third thing that he should know is about JavaScript. Now, what is JavaScript? Now, you would sometimes see, let's take an example. If let's say I go to Intellipaat.com, okay, so this is our website. Now, on this website, if you hover on courses, you will see automatically this pop-up comes in, right? And this only comes when I hover on courses. So this is called a dynamic element on a front-end page. Okay, so whenever you have to deal with dynamic elements, whenever there is a logic involved in the front end. For example, the logic over here is the moment I hover on courses, it should show the drop down, or let's say this pop-up comes up after a certain amount of seconds, or let's say this chat application came up after a certain amount of seconds. So whatever uh, dynamic things that you see in the front end are basically done using JavaScript. Now there are obviously some things, for example, let's say if I search, so if I'm searching anything, let's say if I search for full stack over here, and when I hit enter, at this point in time, JavaScript is not being used. At this point in time, my request was sent to the backend. My backend fetched all the results, and then it sent it back to the front end. Here, JavaScript was not involved. But let's say, uh, like I said, if let's say I do anything which basically is dynamic in nature, for example, okay, for example, when I'm going to this login button, you can see that the color is being changed, right? It's changing to gray color. So this is again possible using JavaScript. So anything dynamic on the website which happens based on certain events, if you're trying to configure something like that, that is possible using JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically responsible for all the dynamic content that you see on the website, which basically responds to events. Okay, so this was the front end part of the website. Now let's understand, what the backend part is. Uh, okay, so before we understand what backend is, there is also something called as front-end framework. Now, what happens is there are two ways that you can create any front end of a website. You can either write everything from scratch, or what the open source community has done is they have written some functions which they understand are the most used in any website when they are created, right? And a framework is nothing but a collection of these functions so that the job of a front-end developer becomes easy. For example, let's say we were talking about highlighting that button, right? Or let's say there is some other uh, aspect of feature that you want to add in your front end. Now, if let's say you do not use any framework, in that case, let's say you have to write 200 or 300 lines of code in order to achieve a feature. But when you're using frameworks, because there are inbuilt functions, there are inbuilt features in this framework which are ready to use, instead of writing 300 lines, that same work can now be done in 50 to 60 lines, or let's say even 10 lines in some cases, right? So frameworks are already created features for a particular front end programming language, and these frameworks are for different languages. uh, for example, you have a JS framework, or let's say you use some other programming language, you would have a different framework for that as well. So in this session today, we will be focusing our attention on JS frameworks. So, so the most some of the most popular front-end frameworks are Angular. So Angular is the front-end framework which is used for front end development. Then you have something called as React. Then you have something called as Vue as well. So these are some of the most popular front end frameworks which are used in a website. Right now, all of them cannot be used together. Only one of them will be used in a website to achieve a job. Right? Angular and React are the most famous ones. But lately, what has happened is the focus has now shifted more onto React than Angular, because with React you also get features such as mobile development. For example, there is something called as React Native. So React Native basically helps you to create responsive mobile design templates. Okay, so not only the code that you're writing will run great on a computer like this screen that you just seen, but if you also visit that website on the mobile, uh, even there the responsive elements will work great, right? So if you were to do this in Angular, you would have to write separate code for mobile and then make it work. But with React Native as extension in React, what you can do is the same code can be used, what you wrote, using the React Native feature of React, and that same code can also be now implemented on mobile with a little tweaks, right? So because of this reason, because of less time being involved in getting a website ready for both mobile and PC, React has become more popular. And even when you search for a full stack developer, you will see that 70 to 80% of the job descriptions will basically have React as a skill set in the front end technologies. Okay, so React is something that has become very important, and I told you the reason because React also has components which are readily available for mobile development. For example, React Native. Okay, then again you have something called as Vue. Now Vue is again a JavaScript framework or a front-end framework, and it is very similar to what Angular is, and but it is not that popular. I mean, it's a good framework. I mean, it can get the same job done as Angular or React, but I mean, like I said, there are some more features in React, for example, mobile development. So the intent is same. The intent is to make the job easy to create front-end websites. But yet again, when you talk about jobs which are out there, React is the most popular framework among all the front-end jobs which are out there. Okay. So now that we understand this, let's also talk about the backend technologies. So in backend, like I told you, that backend is basically a place where you write all the logics, where if any communication is required with the database, that is done, and then the information is passed on to the front end. So that's what a backend, language is. So it's also called server-side language or server-side programming, and it basically deals with uh, anything and everything which is required in terms of running a logic, in terms of running a job, which probably you do not want to run on the client system. So when I say client system, what happens is, let's say we are dealing with this website, right? So this website has now been loaded on my system. It has been loaded on my browser, the code, and that's how I'm able to see it. But let's say if I search for something, and if that code I include in the front end section of the website, then I as a user, what I can do is I can just right click over here. I can go to view page source, and then I can see the code that you have written, right, in order to connect to the database. But for connecting to the database, you need credentials. For connecting to the database, you need a lot of things that you don't want to make public, and that is the reason that connection to databases are actually implemented in the backend. So whatever you write in the backend, you cannot see in the view page source. In the view page source, you can only see the front end part of the website. So let's say if I go to view page source, this is the whole code which is written for this website, and I can go through it. I can understand what the code is. I can see what they have done, etc. But when you talk about the backend code, that backend code is not listed over here, right? Similarly, one more thing that I wanted to point out was that the the processing part, you do not want to load your client's computer with logics. For example, if you have to do image or video processing, that processing you want to do it on your server so that your user's system, is not hampered with any performance issues. For example, if I as a user, if I go to Instagram and I suddenly realize the moment I go to Instagram, my system, my CPU level goes up, my CPU level is used more, or if I'm using a laptop, the battery is getting consumed more when I'm using Facebook.com. Obviously, I'll try not to use that website. Obviously, I will try not to, use an application which drains my battery. You would have also seen when you use a mobile phone, some applications take up a lot of battery, right? For example, when you play games on your mobile phone, it takes up a lot of battery. Why? Because in that case, when you're playing a game, the processing is happening on your device, right? Similarly, you do not want the processing to be happening on the client side because you want to give the user the best experience possible. So in that case, to differentiate between just showing the results on a user's computer and separating the processing part on some other computer, you have backend languages. Now in backend languages, some of the few languages that you can write in is PHP. Then you have something called as Python, then you have Ruby, then you have Node.js, then you have Java, right? And then there are a lot of other programming languages as well, where using which you can basically write a backend logic. Okay. Now the most famous among these is basically Node.js. Why is it the most famous? Let me give you a recap when we saw the different kind of front-end frameworks that are basically there. So all these frameworks, they are basically JavaScript frameworks, which basically means that anyone and everyone who wants to write dynamic code for the front end, they need to learn JavaScript, and only then they will be able to implement these frameworks. Now, given the fact that you have to learn JavaScript, let's now again come back to backend technologies. So in these technologies, you will notice that PHP is yet another programming language to learn about. Python is yet another programming language to learn about. Ruby is yet another programming language to know about. But Node.js is basically a backend framework which makes use of JavaScript again. So if you know how to write JavaScript for front end, it will be very easy for you to even learn Node.js, because in this case, you do not have to learn one more programming language. You just have to understand how this framework of Node.js basically works, and that's about it. If you learn that, you become a backend developer automatically. Now, because it's first of all very easy for developers to transition from front end to back end technologies because of the JS part being common, a lot of companies to save costs are using Node.js as a backend technology, because in that case, they don't have to train their employees extensively on a new technology. They can just tell their employees, let's learn about a new framework, and then they become automatically backend developers and they start developing for you. Now, obviously, it's not that easy the way I'm telling you, because when you start writing logics for the backend, you have to have high performance code, uh, which basically means it should be very efficient in doing whatever it is doing, right? It should not take much resources. It should take the minimum resources possible to get a job done. And when you have to write a code like this, obviously it requires a lot of experience from your side, right? But given the fact that whenever you are writing any backend code, it is very important to have the ease of learning factor into learning something. For example, if you guys are new to web development, obviously you would prefer to learn the whole stack with minimum effort possible. And for that minimum effort, you have the ReactJS framework, because if you understand the front end part completely, you understand JS completely, then it will be very easy for you to learn front end framework and the back end framework that we're discussing about, which is Node.js. Now, because of this particular fact that uh, ease of transitioning is there, companies have started using the Node.js in the backend, but also the fact that Node.js is very light in nature, and also it is very powerful in nature as well. Because of that feature as well, companies have now started to use Node.js. Okay, now 90 or 80% of the job descriptions that you're going to find out there will have Node.js as a backend listed, right? So obviously there is a job market for Python as well, there's a job market for PHP as well, but most of the modern companies, most of the modern software that you work with, that you see, or that you use every day is basically based on Node.js.
Alright guys, now let's take a look at what is HTML. HTML is at the heart of what we're going to be discussing right now. So let's take a look at what it is and how it can be useful for us. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and is used to build web pages. It is important to understand that HTML is not a programming language. It is a markup language. A markup language is essentially a language that provides us certain capabilities and allows us to mark particular sections of a document and give them meaning. So to give you an example, let's say that you have a text document and it contains a lot of content. Now you need to be able to mark it up in order to make it be understandable to the user and the browser, such as the first line is supposed to be a heading of level 1. It's going to be like the title of a blog article or title of a news article or title of the manual that you're trying to create. In whichever case, HTML provides you with capabilities that allows you to mark the content that you are trying to display, such as it being a heading, it being a paragraph, it being an unordered list, it being an ordered list, and so on and so forth. So it's a markup language and it is used to build web pages. Now these web pages are really important, mainly because these web pages form the basis of the entire internet. Our job with these web pages is to link them together and create a website, and all of that is done using HTML. So HTML is a markup language and not a scripting or a programming language. This is something that people get confused by quite often. Scripting languages are languages that allow you to write code that will be executed by some program. So for instance, if you write code in VB script, that will be interpreted and executed by Microsoft Word or any of the Microsoft products and will allow you to extend their capabilities. And you can basically use the language manual that is provided by Microsoft and use to do that. Similarly, JavaScript is executed by the browser. Nowadays, JavaScript has been taken out of context and not just browsers are able to execute it, but you can build web servers, mobile applications, native mobile applications, so on and so forth. So it's a really good way to learn these things. However, HTML doesn't do that, and it's not a programming language either. A programming language allows us to write programs that can be executed independently of any other program. So programming languages such as C++, Java, and others, we can write programs using those and they will then get executed without us having to use any other program to execute. On the other hand, HTML is a markup language. It's just documents with text that are marked up using HTML to describe the content more effectively. Now, HTML is used to define the structure of the content in a web page using well-defined constructs such as tags and attributes. To give an example, in HTML, we can use tags and attributes to define H1, to define a link, an image, so on and so forth. Our job with using HTML is to basically add content to a web page and define tags and markup and use those to basically describe the content to the browser and structure the content. So to give you a better example, let's say that you have a blog post. In a blog post, you have several elements such as the title of the blog post, the content body of the blog post. Inside the content body, you have images, you have links to external resources, you have text, you have paragraph, you have code examples. All of these, if you can just mark it up using the HTML tags and attributes provided to you, and we'll see more of them as we go along. But if you take a look at those, then you can understand how you can use HTML to mark the content off. The benefit of that is that it becomes more structured. Web browsers are able to better display it. You can change the display of it as well, but the search engines or crawlers such as the Google search bot and many other search engine bots are able to better understand the content that you have created. So if there's a H1 tag, the web crawler will understand that this is the heading of the text or the content that's going to come after it. And then if it gets a paragraph, it understands, okay, this is a full-fledged set of information written inside one paragraph, which is standalone, and then you can go along. So that's how you can use HTML. HTML, just to recap, is a markup language. It's not a scripting or a programming language, and it is used to build web pages. And these web pages are used to contain content which are marked up using the tags and attributes provided by HTML. That's basically all HTML does. Right, now let's take a look at why would we want to use HTML. But before that, let's take a look at let's understand how the HTML works. So HTML code is interpreted by a browser, which then displays the content based on the HTML tag wrapped around it. So basically, whenever you're building an HTML page, you are building something that is going to be interpreted by a web browser. The web browser will open the HTML page and will try and understand it. That's basically how a web crawler will understand it as well. It will interpret the content that you have written with the tags and attributes wrapped around the content and try to basically understand the outline of the document that you have created. That outline will then be displayed on the screen by the web browser. Now, if you have created a document.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
It's not necessarily the case that it will be displayed exactly the same way across all browsers. There might be minute differences with the font that is used to display it, with the font size and all of that, and we can change that later on using CSS. But the content that is being understood by the web browser is going to be the same across. So if you have an H1 tag, all the browsers will understand it as a first level heading, which is the most important heading of the document, and then H2, H3, and so on and so forth. This is how HTML works. Basic HTML is you write some code, save it as an HTML document, run it inside a browser, see the output of it. That's how HTML works in a nutshell. Alright guys, now let's take a look at creating HTML pages. We'll try and understand how you can create an HTML page and what an HTML page actually means. So an HTML page is a single file that contains HTML code which can be interpreted and displayed by a web browser. Basically, whenever you're trying to write code in any language, whether it's markup, scripting, or programming, there's a special extension with which you need to save the file, and then there's a special program that needs to interpret, compile, or understand the file. In our case, since we're writing HTML, a web browser is the program that needs to understand the code that we're writing. And for that, firstly, we need to write a single HTML page. That's the simplest you can get. So for that, all you need is a single page, a single file in which you write your HTML code and then open it up with a web browser. At the end of the day, whatever web browser displays, whether it's a really simple HTML document or a really complicated full stack application, at the end of the day, all of it is generated HTML code. So no matter how complicated technologies you're using, at the end of the day, you are generating HTML content. Now that content is then interpreted and displayed by the web browser. An HTML file can be created using any text editor or code editor, such as Notepad, Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, etc. There are several IDEs available as well, such as WebStorm, Eclipse, and Aptana Studio. However, you don't need a full-fledged IDE just for HTML. HTML is quite simple. You can simply write your HTML code in a text editor. You just need to make sure that you're not writing your code in a word processor. A word processor is a software such as Microsoft Word, Google Docs, Microsoft Word and open document formats and other things like that. Now this is mainly because these documents with saving some text also save some formatting information such as the color, the font size, font weight, the font that is used, so on and so forth. So we need to be able to understand how we're going to write the code, and then we need that code to be in the text format with a special extension and open it up with the web browser. Web browser looks at the code, understands it, and displays it on the screen. Now in a code editor, we need to create a new file, write some HTML code, and save it with a file name and a .html extension. There are other extensions such as .htm, in which we exclude the L at the end of HTML, and that works as well. However, it isn't as widespread or as popular to use as .html. .html is more consistent and it conforms to the uniform standards that had been created for HTML document writers or web developers. So it is highly recommended that you write your code in a file, save it as a .html extension. You can name it whatever you want. The naming doesn't really matter. As long if you are naming it index.html, that's basically the general format people use, but it's your choice. The reason why index.html is a popular name for a single HTML is because whenever you visit a web address that is being served by a web server, all that happens is that you are directed to a directory, and if no HTML file is specified, your browser will automatically look for an index.html page and display that. So in cases like that, we use index.html, but you can name it whatever you want. Just make sure that you remember the name and you are able to open it up in a web browser. And then we need to be able to understand that the significance of the extension. So many web browsers are now smart. They can just take a look at the content and understand what it is. But if it's not stored with a .html extension, your browser may think that it's just a text file and it will just display the code that you have written as plain text, instead of interpreting it and displaying it on the screen without the tags and the attributes and all the source code that you have written. So just make sure that you understand that. Make sure that you are writing the correct HTML code, and the code that you're writing needs to have the extension of .html. Then you can open it up in any browser you want. There are certain browsers that support some features but not support other features. However, most of the features, around 95% of the features that are available, are uniformly available across all the major or the latest versions of the browsers available. So if you're trying to target browsers such as the latest version of Chrome, latest version of Firefox, Safari, and the latest version of Microsoft Edge, which is the new browser that replaces Microsoft's Internet Explorer, then it's going to work across the entire array of browsers. However, most of the HTML content that we write is supported by all the web browsers, so you don't have to worry about that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how to create a blank HTML page. Now for that, first thing you have to do is open up a new folder. Now I created it in my E drive. I've called it hands-on. You can call it anything you want. Now in it, I'm going to open up my code editor. Mine is Visual Studio Code. You can, for instance, open up any text editor that you want to use. Notepad would work just as well. Now, after it opens, let's close this up. So I will create a new file. For this, I have multiple shortcuts. I can press Control N, or I can click on File, New File. After doing that, I will save the file. It will save in the same folder in which I had opened my code editor. And I'll call it index.html, and I'll save it. Now the first thing you have to note is that there is no code inside the file. Okay, it's just a blank file with the name of index and the extension of HTML. If I open up the file here, as you can see, this is what it looks like. If you were to open it up in a web browser, which you should do, as you can see, mine by default is index.html. My default is Chrome, so it will open up in Chrome. Yours might be different. That will be shown by your icon, and it says Chrome HTML document and 0 bytes, showing that there is nothing inside it. If I open it up, it will open up in a browser. It won't show any errors, it won't show anything. This is a valid HTML page. A couple of things to notice is that there is nothing written on the entire web page. It's completely blank. And if you take a look at the tab here, which usually is reserved for titles, there's nothing, just the file name, index.html. Now that may or may not be what you want. You don't want your page's name to mirror the name of the file that you are loading up. So in order to solve that, there's a way, and we'll discuss that in the next hands-on. But right now, I want you to know that there's nothing inside it, and it still opens up as well. If you look at the source code, as you can see, there's nothing here. So this is the file we have with no code inside it, and it still opens up. It's a valid HTML page. You can scroll, you can take a look at the page, you can open up the console, take a look at anywhere you want to, and you won't find any errors. This is a valid HTML page. Whenever you try to create an HTML page, then this is how you do it. You firstly create a file, save it with a .html extension, and then use it.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Alright, now let's take a look at a basic HTML page. Here we'll take a look at what an HTML page looks like. What does a basic HTML page has the code of, and we'll try and understand the code as we go along. So to write an HTML page, firstly we need to understand the basic structure of an HTML page. The code below shows that basic structure. Now it may look quite overwhelming, however most of it is something that you have to write over and over, so you don't need to basically fiddle with it a lot. However, we would like you to understand all of it, so we'll try and go through each one of these code blocks one by one to try and understand what each of that means. The first thing that we have is this weird doc type HTML tag. This is basically a doc type declaration which tells the browser that it is going to be an HTML5 page. However, this is not the only doc type available. If you're trying to use HTML 4.0 or any earlier version of the HTML specification, you can write that doc type. Many people choose to omit the doc type. That's not advisable. However, it's still doable. Even if you omit that doc type declaration, your code is not going to stop working. It'll work as expected. This is only for accessibility purposes. So for instance, if somebody else comes along, takes a look at your code, the first line that they take a look at is this and understand, okay, the code I'm expecting to read is HTML5 compliant. So I can see a lot of new latest features here as well. Then we need to understand that there are several doc types. Now HTML5 is the latest version, so you will see the latest doc type being used is HTML5. However, it's not the only one. There are many other doc types available which you can use. Then we have this root HTML tag. The code we write needs to be between the opening and the closing HTML tag. We'll discuss tags and attributes in a bit more detail later on. The thing that you need to understand is that most of the tags in HTML have an opening and closing tag. With these tags, we're trying to create basically a hierarchy, nested structure. So we have the HTML tag and everything going from top to bottom is going to be inside that HTML tag. And if you take a look at the last line, it is the closing tag with the angle brackets HTML written in it, but there's a forward slash between the angle bracket and each of the HTML. That's called a closing tag. Again, don't worry about the terminology. We'll gain better understanding of tags and attributes in a later video. What you need to understand right now is that there are tags, there are attributes, and we need to understand all of this. So we have the HTML tag, we have the language attribute set to EN, which stands for English. Now again, this is not strictly speaking required, but it is good to have this so that the accessibility features of HTML can be used. This tells the web browser and anyone who is visually impaired, if they're using a screen reader, it will tell them that this is a page that has the content written in it as English language. So it will be better for them to use. Then we go to the head tag. The head tag contains code that is not displayed on the screen. It is for the browser to interpret and understand, and for the web crawlers and search engines to understand. The code we write here is strictly speaking for the browser to understand. It may add some visual polish to your website on some platforms. However, that's not strictly speaking what it's used for. If you take a look at it, we have written the meta tag with the character set of UTF-8. That means that the encoding that is used is Unicode encoding of 8-bit. Again, if you don't know what Unicode encoding means, you don't have to worry about it right now. But you do need to understand that Unicode encoding is the most preferred way. So usually you'll end up writing code like this. Then comes the second tag. It's the viewport tag. We'll discuss more about it in our CSS lecture. But what you need to understand here is that the viewport tag basically tells the browser whatever I'm displaying, it is display it at the current zoom level of your browser and fit the content as needed. So don't create any scroll bars so that I need to scroll through the web page. If the content is too much, shrink it down. If the content is too little, then let it be so. Then we have the title tag. This title tag is what will be displayed on your browser's tab. So if I write HTML title and if I open this web page in a web browser, the thing that will be written on the browser's tab for the title of the tab will be HTML title. Now there are more tags that you can write here inside the head tag, and all of that as we have shown thus far is not something that will be displayed on the screen. It will be something that the browser interprets and basically changes the appearance of your web page tab. Now the head tag in our example contains information about character set, viewport, title, and all of these things appear on the browser tab. The title appears on the browser tab, and all of this other text is something that is crawled by web crawlers such as the Google bots and other search engine bots. The real reason why this head tag is used is to basically provide better understanding of our web page to web crawlers and to write code that should in some way affect our page, but it's not something that should be displayed on the screen. Whatever is displayed on the screen is written inside the body tag. Now the body tag will contain the code that displays things on web pages. Anything that you see on web page, and when we say see, we mean content, not the style of it. So if you see something such as a h1 tag, a big bold heading, that's written inside the body tag. If you see a red colored heading, that's also written inside the body tag. However, the color red may be coming from something written in the head tag, so that's not really something you need to worry about right now. The body tag is used to contain all the code that should display things on your web page.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
This display is important because that is the thing that your user is going to interact with and see. Every button, every image, link, all of this is written inside the body tag. These separations are created so that we can better understand the code that we're writing. If it's something that the user should see, it should go inside the body tag. If it's something that the user cannot see, but it's something that the browser will need to understand, it's something that the web crawlers will need to understand, then head tag is the proper place for it. Now, when building an HTML page, we will write majority of our code inside the body tag. Majority of the code in the sense most of the content that is being displayed on the screen will be written inside HTML page and HTML body tag. So now let's take a look at our next topic. Alright guys, now let's take a look at how you can create a basic HTML page. To do that, firstly, as we had done earlier, you need to open up your text editor in a blank folder. It could be in any folder, but I like to do it in a separate folder because it allows me to better understand my code and not a lot of files are there to hog up your attention. Now, I'll save it as index.html. By the way, you can name it anything you want. I like index.html because it's the first file that the browser looks for in an empty folder. Once I've saved that, if I open it up in the text editor without in a web browser without any code written, as you can see, the title is showing index.html, which is the name of the. And if you look at the page source, there's nothing in it. Now we'll write some basic HTML structure. Now this is the basic HTML code that you need to write in every HTML page for it to be compliant to the current standard. Now in Visual Studio Code you get a snippet, so I won't be typing it out, but I will describe it. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, just type the exclamation mark, press tab, and it'll open it up. Let me just change the title, basic HTML. There you go. So now let's take a look at each one of these tags and understand what that means. Also in a text editor, if you can see, I have these arrows that I can use to collapse my systems or collapse my code. I'll show you how that works in a later video. The first thing is the doc type. The doc type tells the browser what kind of HTML document it is. This doc type tells the browser that it's using HTML5, which is the current standard and is the one that is used by most of the people. It's easier to write than all the other doc types, and it's much better and more compliant to the standards. So use this. Then we have written HTML and language is equals to English. Now again, you don't have to write language equals to English. You can omit that. However, it's good for accessibility purposes, so that the browser knows that the language used inside this browser is English, and the people who are hearing impaired or visually impaired can use a screen reader or other accessibility tools, and this could be told to them via those tools. This is the head of the document. Now here's where it gets a little interesting. Inside the HTML page, as you can see, this is where I open it up. This is where I close it up. We'll discuss more about opening and closing tags in the next hands-on. Here, all I'm trying to tell you is that we can nest HTML tags inside one another. So I open a tag here, close a tag here, everything in between is inside this HTML tag. And everything inside an HTML tag is considered a child element of the HTML page. So the first child element that we are focusing on is the head. Head contains meta information and some information about the page. This is not displayed in the browser. So whatever information you put inside the head of the document, this is not going to be displayed on the web page. First thing we are describing is the character set that we're using. Now again, this is not necessary, but you can do so. Secondly, we are describing the HTTP slash equivalent of XUA compatible and content is equals to IE equals H. This basically means that the code that we're going to be writing is compatible with Internet Explorer Edge. Edge is the new browser that Microsoft has released. Internet Explorer is the previous one. So if it's Edge, then it will be displayed correctly. Now, these two things are called meta tags. The third meta tag we are using is the viewport, that's the name, and the content that is supposed to go inside the name viewport is this. This is just for responsiveness of the web page, and we'll discuss that later when we're discussing CSS. Now, these three things are used by the web browser and Google search box. Any search bot, search engine can take a look at these. Firstly, it takes a look at the head tag and try and get a good idea of what this page supports, what are the features that this page has. We are using UTF-8. We are using, it will work fine on Internet Explorer Edge, and the viewport is going to be this. Now again, this is not going to be displayed on the screen. The title is basic HTML page. This is what I will show you in just a few moments when we take a look at the output. Now we close the head tag because everything that we have done is now finished, and now we open up the body tag. Whatever we write here is going to be displayed on the screen, which I'll show you in a moment. Then we close the body tag, and then we close the HTML tag, so everything is done. Now, if I open up my web browser, as you can see, notice this one. I'm going to refresh my page, and this will change. This is the title of the web page. I refresh this, and now it's basic HTML page, as you can see. If I take a look at the code base, this is what the code looks like, and we have the basic HTML page here. This is what it looks like, and if I were to change this, then this title would change as well. Now, inside the body tag, if I were to write anything, let's say HTML body, I save this, I go back, and if I refresh this, now take a look at here, particularly at the beginning of the blank white document. This is being shown here. HTML body. Now, usually in HTML, you're not supposed to write text as it is. You need to wrap it inside some tags, and we'll discuss tags and attributes in a moment in the next hands-on. But what you need to understand is that HTML body contains the visible text and the content, and the head contains all the information that the web browser or the web browser or the search engines need in order to index a page. Now, we have written the code. This is the basic HTML code that you're going to have to write every time you're trying to build or write an HTML document. Everything you need to write will be written inside the body tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. Tags and attributes are the fundamental building blocks of any HTML code. They are what is used at the most basic level to create an HTML file. Let's take a look at them one by one. Now, tags and attributes are, as discussed, are the most fundamental building blocks of an HTML page. Now, we have HTML tags and we have HTML attributes, and we'll discuss what each of these mean as we go along. For the tag part, we are looking at in the code section below, we are looking at an A tag with an href attribute set to /block, and the text inside the tag says click here to navigate to my blocks. Now, everything we do in HTML is done using tags and attributes, as these are the things that a browser understands and uses to display content on the web page. Tags, as discussed before, are what are used to wrap the content and make the browser understand how to display them and the behavior that it should attach to. So there are several HTML tags available, all of them having different meanings, all of them having different use cases. And you can take a look at those at the Mozilla documentation or MDN. An HTML tag is wrapped inside an opening and a closing angle bracket. Now, if you take a look at the image below, we have highlighted the opening and closing angle brackets. Inside the first opening and closing angle bracket, we have an A tag with the attribute of href set to /blog. At the end, we also have an A tag, however, it is closed. In the closing A tag, we are using a / to close the tag. This is done in order to understand how the HTML tags work. In HTML, we need to create an open and close tag. Now, many times when you don't close a tag, your browser will not throw an error. It will simply just keep on going. And many times it would work fine as well. However, it is considered a bad practice because many of the tags, if not closed, could lead to some unexpected behavior, and it could be really difficult to understand which tags to close to solve which problem. So in order to do that, you need to use an A tag. In here, we are using an opening tag of A tag, and we're closing it with all the text inside it being its child element. Now, an HTML tag can contain another HTML element, which in turn contains the content which we display on the screen. So for instance, we have an opening tag, we have a closing tag, and we have a text, the link text. This text is going to display what we want to do in order to work for it. So for this, we use the opening and closing tags. Now, HTML tags need to be opened and they need to be closed to be interpreted correctly by a web browser. Again, if you are not closing your HTML tags, that could lead to a big problem. That problem mainly persists because of the understanding, because browsers will take a look at an opening tag and will be expecting a closing tag. If it does not found a closing tag, then all the elements that come below it will be considered a part of the current tag. So if I have another tag inside it and then I have another tag inside it, all of these would be considered its child elements. That may not lead to a desired behavior. Between the opening and closing tag, we can add HTML elements or nest other tags as well. So basically what we can do is we can add other elements inside a tag, or we can basically just add elements on the same level, or we can add them one inside the other. This is called nesting. So we can do either thing. That depends on the use case that we're using. Now, on the other hand, attributes are used to describe the characteristics of an HTML element in detail. Here we have an href tag. It is used to be, it is pointing to a link to the current website's URL. If it's www.blog.com, then the address is going to be www.blog.com/blog. In our example here, we have written a link tag with the href attribute set to /blog. Had we not written the href attribute, the link would not be pointing to any other page, and whenever we click on the link, it won't take us anywhere. However, since we have filled the href tag, then by the way, we can fill it with any other web address as well. If you want this link to navigate us to google.com, you could just replace /blog with http:// and it will take us to that website. Now, many different HTML tags have different attributes, so you just need to understand which tags to use when and which attributes are associated with it. Attributes always are specified in the starting tag and never in the ending tag. So if you have attributes that you need to specify, you do it after the starting tag, not inside the tag and not around the ending tag. This is really important to understand, mainly because ending tags are only just used to end the HTML element, and starting tags are used to configure it, specify text inside, and all of that. Now, attributes usually appear in name value pairs, in which the name of the attribute is, in our example, href, then an equals symbol, and then the value is usually quoted inside a double quotes. It's not really something that is always needed, but most of the times they appear like this. Different HTML elements may have different HTML attributes which you can use in order to manipulate their behavior. For instance, if you have a heading tag, it does not have an href attribute, mainly because it doesn't make sense for a heading to have a link to some place. If you want the heading to become the link, then you need to nest it inside the a tag that contains the href attribute. Similarly, if you have an image tag, you can specify the source of the image, that is, if it's an external website from which you're getting the image, or if it's a local file in which the image is stored, you can choose whichever one you prefer. However, inside a p tag, source is not an attribute. So you just need to understand which to use when, and there are several documentations that can help you understand which attributes are available for you to use when. Alright, now let's take a look at tags and attributes. So for that, again, we have the same index.html page. I will change the title here just so that it's a little more apparent what we're trying to do. Tag and attribute. Now, let me just show you what a tag might look like. Now, as we have discussed, all the tags would have an opening tag.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or at least most of the tags should have an opening tag like this, and we can write most important headlines. Save this, and don't worry if you don't understand what each one means. We'll discuss all of that in a later slide. Right now, all we're trying to do is get you familiarized with the code. So now, as you can see, it's shown here in a bold and high font size. Now, let's take a look at an attribute that might suit here. I'll use the title attribute and I'll show you what that means. Save this, go back. As you can see, if I hover over this, nothing happens thus far. If I refresh this and then hover over it, as you can see, it's showing some additional contextual information. This is also useful from an accessibility standpoint. So you can have attributes that may not affect the appearance of a page, but help in the background in the accessibility department as well. Now, another thing to understand is that even though we are stressing on the point that you have to close a statement or close an HTML tag, if I were to not do that, save it, go back and refresh, as you can see, you don't get any error. In fact, it's displaying things exactly the same. As you can take a look at the code, we have not closed the page. It works fine. It doesn't cause any error. It doesn't cause any major issues that you might have to face. The issue here is that if you don't close your HTML page and you end up writing some more code, let's say I write page 3, save this, go back, and I refresh this. The code is here, it doesn't matter, but sooner or later it's going to cause some sort of an error. So, and if you have a lot of unclosed tags, you might not be able to understand where did I close the tag, where did I open it up, where is the issue lying. So this could be problematic. So we recommend always closing the tag, although it may not give you any error. So if you are taking a look at this code, you need to understand that we have always closed the tag. Now, I'm using Visual Studio Code. So if I want to create another tag, all I have to write H1 and press the tab key, and it will create an opening tag and a closing tag and place my cursor in between them where I can fill out the content that I want inside the tag. You might see me reaching for this feature of Visual Studio Code in order to speed up my code writing process. Although you can write it on your own, it's not really a required feature. But the important thing to understand is that you should always close the tag in order to avoid randomness and errors in your page. Alright, now let's take a look at HTML headings. Headings are obviously an important and integral aspect of any HTML document or any document that contains content that needs to be understood by a user. Headings allow us to separate the different sections of our document. Now, in HTML, we use heading or the heading tags to tell the browser that the text inside a tag is to be displayed as a heading. As you can see in the example that we have shown below, we have tags ranging from H1 to H6. All of them point to their output. So if we were to use this code and use it inside the body tags of the HTML template that we have just seen, and then open it up, we'll see the output to be this. Now the output is essentially just the text that is wrapped inside the tag with different sizes. H1 or the first level heading has the biggest size, and H6 has the smallest size. Now in HTML there are 6 tags that define headings. There are H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. It is important to note that there is no tag above H1, so H0 is not there, and any tag below H6, which is H7, H8, 8, and so on and so forth is also not available. H1 defines the most important heading such that the title of the blog or headline of a new report. So whenever you visit a news website or a blogging site and you open up a news article or a blog, the title that is written at the top is usually a heading. It may be nested into different HTML tags, but at the end of the day, H1 is what is used. H1 defines the most important heading, and that means that this is the heading that the user should focus on. Whenever a user tries to open up a website, the first thing that they take a look at is the text that is having the largest and displays and stands out from the rest of the tags, which has a smaller font size. It is important to note that these heading tags are not just used for getting a bigger sized text, mainly because all of these headings could be brought to have the same size using CSS. So the text that is being displayed, the size at which it is being displayed could be changed using CSS. So that's not the point of using a H1 tag. The point of using an H1 tag is to essentially classify some text as being important or containing text that is the title of the content that is about to follow. So that's why we use the heading tags. Now, as H1 describes the heading tag with the highest importance. Similarly, H6 defines the heading tag with the least important. Now, the importance here basically means that when a user visits, their focus should immediately go to which element in which order. If we have used all the 6 heading tags, H1 is something that the user should focus on, especially the text inside the H1. This is why it is given by default the largest of font size in all of the headings. This could be changed, but that is the intent that we are going for, that it is the most important heading. Now, again, H6 is something that is to be used as the least important. Now, the least important could be a postscript or a note to a user. Many things such as a footer to a document, such as, okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind when you're trying to learn this, and all of that is something that you can wrap inside an H6 tag if it suits your purposes. Now, headings are very important as search engines use headings to better understand the content of your web page. To give you an example, if you have used headings incorrectly in your page, it might not rank that well in the search engine queries that are used in your web page. So you need to be cognizant, you need to be able to understand what you're trying to do, what level of importance do you want to assign to some text or some heading text, depends on what heading tag have you used with it. Users also make use of headings to skim through your content. To give you an example, if you are going through an HTML page, the first thing that you want to see to understand what the page contains is the H1 tag. Then all the subheadings are usually of H2 or H3, depending on how important they are. Usually H3s are nested inside H2 tags, but that's not really necessarily the case. And then as you go down, things as they become less and less important, we keep going down and we keep getting smaller and smaller heading tags. So we need to be able to understand how this works, what's important, what's not important, and based on this importance that we assign to each of these, we understand what it actually means. Now, it is based on the importance that we assign the heading tags to a particular text. Make sure that when you're using HTML headings, only for the headings and not for displaying some text as big and bold. This is not to say that displaying some text with some different features is not important. It's just not the use case for a heading. If you want to display your text as being bold or having a larger font size, there are several methods. The most easy and smart way of understanding it would be using CSS. CSS is something that we will be covering later on in this course, but you need to understand that these tags, these heading and big bold tags are really important for us to use. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML headings. To do that, firstly, we will go through the same steps that we had earlier. I have an index.html page. I have it opened up in my text editor. I'll just change the title. HTML headings. I will save it. Open up my web browser in which I have opened my index.html file, which I'm editing. Refresh it. And now as you can see that the HTML headings is being displayed. Next thing I have to do is understand how the headings work. Now, this isn't very difficult. First thing, I'll show you what are the different kinds of headings. So I'll just write heading 1 and let me just copy this and h2, heading 2, h3, and again this is just Visual Studio Code, but you can write it on your own. Heading 3, heading 4, then you go for h5, heading 5, and finally h6 would lead to heading 6. Now if I save this, I go back to my browser, refresh it to take a look at the output, and the output, as you can see, is 6 headings. All of them get progressively smaller in size, and this is what headings allow us to do. They allow us to write code that specifies some important information, some title, some important information, and these different headings ranging from 1 to 6 are there so that we can understand what actually we need to do. So heading 1 would be the most important heading. This could be the title of your web page written here. It could be the title of the news article, title of the blog post. It could be the description of what you're trying to do inside basically a few word description, what you're trying to explain inside the text below it. Then comes heading 2, which comes after heading 1. So whenever you're writing a document, you need to create an outline. An outline describes what you're trying to describe, and then you write what you're trying to describe in small paragraphs, which we'll take a look at in a moment, but this is what it looks like. So these are the headings. Now, let me just show you how you can use them. You can nest them, you can use them whatever you want, but let me just show you. Let's say that you have a heading that says important IMPO, important news. Now, the important news will be HTML course list. Save this, go back, refresh. Now as you can see, this is at the highest level of importance. Whenever a person visits your website, they'll take a look at this first, then they'll immediately scroll down and see, okay, so the important news was HTML course is released. That is the intent of using headings this way. We want to create a hierarchical structure in which we can describe what is most important, where should the user look first, so on and so forth. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. Paragraphs are important for us to understand. Paragraphs help us realize what kind of content we have, and within paragraphs we can feed in a lot of text content. That text content will be displayed as a paragraph, which will make the user understand that this is a single text block which contains some connected piece of information. So in HTML, a paragraph is displayed as a block of text that always starts on a new line. Even if you have HTML code that is all written on one line, if you have two paragraph tags right next to each other, they will always start on a new line. They won't be continuing from the previous line where it broke off. In the example that we have shown, we have two blocks of text. First one says, hi, this is a new paragraph. The second one says, hi, this is another paragraph. Even if they were both written in the same line and then saved and then opened up in a text, opened up in a web browser, the display would be the same, the output would be the same. As you can see that the first paragraph or this first element of p tag that is said, hi, this is a new paragraph, is being displayed at the top, and right next to it we are displaying, hi, this is another paragraph. Both of them work exactly the same way. Now we create a paragraph using p tag and text inside the opening and closing p tag that is displayed as a paragraph. As we have already seen, the way tags work is usually you open a tag, write some code, close the tag. Everything inside that open and closing tag is considered the body of the tag or the content of the tag. In paragraph tags, we use the p tag. In the p tag, we open a angle bracket, write p, close the angle bracket, that's the opening tag, then we write the code that is needed to be encapsulated in a paragraph, and then we create an opening angle bracket, a /p, then a closing angle bracket. That displays a closing p tag. After creating an opening and closing p tag, we write everything that we need to write in between those two opening and closing tag to be contained inside a paragraph. Although we have written text, we can also write things inside it such as a link, a heading, and so on. However, usually text and link are only things that are displayed in an HTML paragraph. You are not usually in the practice of nesting headings inside a paragraph, although that is something that people have done, but it's not recommended and it can create a bad impact on your search engine optimization of your website or your web application. Now, when using HTML paragraphs, we cannot change how the browser will display the content on by adding extra spaces or extra line in the HTML code. This is because when we are using HTML code, even if we were to add formatting information inside our text, such as adding new lines, adding extra spaces, whatever, since a paragraph cannot contain these kinds of things, they will be automatically removed. So in the example that we are being shown on the left hand side, what we are displaying is a p tag that has the text, "Hi, this is a new paragraph." Each word is separated by a single space, and then there are two paragraphs with no new line elements inside it. Everything is on the single line. So we see, "Hi, this is a new paragraph" in one line with each word being separated with one space, and "Hi, this is another paragraph" on a new line since it's a different paragraph and each word being separated with a single space. Now if you move on to the next example, which is on the right hand side, the first paragraph is exactly the same, so it's being displayed exactly the same. However, in the second paragraph we have "Hi, this," which are the two words with a single space. After that we have inserted 5 or 6 spaces, and then after that is the word "is another." After that we have pressed the enter button twice, which is we have added 2 new lines, and then we have written paragraph and closed the tag. However, the output of this is going to be exactly the same. Now, this may or may not be something that you are looking forward to. If you are trying to write some code that should be displayed exactly as a paragraph, then this is the behavior that you're looking for. However, if you wish to keep that formatting information that you have inserted and display it exactly as you have formatted it inside the code, then p tag is not for you. Now, the browser removes any extra spaces and lines that it finds in the text, which is contained in almost any HTML tag. In paragraph tags, this is done usually to make it look more like a paragraph, but this is also something that is done in almost any other HTML tag that is used to contain some text. The one tag that is something that you can use is the pre tag. So now we have the same code written inside p tags and pre tags on the right hand side of the code block, and you see that the text that is nested inside the pre tag is being displayed with all the spaces and new lines that we have entered. And as you can see, it is being displayed exactly as we would want it to be. So that's the difference between a p tag and a pre tag. If you want to display text as a paragraph regardless of the formatting that is present inside the text, then use the p tag. If you want to keep the formatting, then use the pre tag. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML paragraphs. We'll try and understand how paragraphs work, and we'll try and understand the differences between paragraphs and p tags in code. So we have the same setup that we have had for the entire thing. It has index.html written, so the title is not there right now. I'll just change the title to HTML paragraphs so that we understand what we're trying to accomplish. Now let me just show you a paragraph. This is a paragraph. Now this is a paragraph. Now if I go back and if I refresh this, you can see that this is a paragraph. The important bit here is that even if I were to copy this and put it in the same line, this is another paragraph. Now we expect everything to show up in the same line. In case we're not understanding what paragraphs are, we'll think, well, we've written it on the same line, so it should appear on the same line basically. The output should be, this is a paragraph followed immediately by a space, and then followed by this is another paragraph. However, that would not be the case. If I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. And if I select this, this is what it looks like here. So we have two paragraphs, all of them broken up into their own lines. That's the default behavior of a paragraph. Each paragraph has to occupy a new line. So it starts from a new line, ends on the line where the content ends. Now, another thing to understand is that paragraphs don't allow for formatting text. So if I have this, now this is another paragraph. I want 5 spaces in between this, between is and another. So I already have 1 space. I'll add 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I want the paragraph word on a new line. So I press this. Now, if I say this again, normally we would expect this to be reflected on the code, but it's not. And now if I take a look at the source code being loaded is the one that we're using. However, the paragraph is being shown exactly the way it was before, which is a space between all the consecutive words and no new lines are added. Now, this is because paragraphs don't allow for that. If you want paragraph, and basically no other HTML tag allows for that except for the pre tag. Pre tag allows you to basically format the text however you want and it will be displayed as such. So this one keeps the 5 spaces. Let me show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have a new line. As you can see, this tab here is being displayed because of this. So pre is highly sensitive to all the spaces, tabs, and everything available for us to use. So if you want to have some formatted text, essentially if you want to display some code, then pre-tags can be useful. You can nest a code tag inside it and you can write your code there. And a p tag is not really useful because it's used for creating a paragraph, and that paragraph is only used to display text with single spaces between all the consecutive words and no new lines are allowed. All right, now let's take a look at HTML links. Let's understand how links work and how you can make use of them in your HTML code base. So links are the most fundamental aspects of a web page on the internet today. They allow us to link our web pages to other web pages. Suppose you have two web pages, web page A and web page B, and you want to create a link. A link will basically be some text on which when you click, you get directed to a new page or page B, if you will. So this is what a link is, and because of this linking or interlinking of documents, HTML pages, web is what it is today. It's a collection of interlinked documents using which we can link one document right next to another document. Now HTML links are called hyperlinks as a user can click on the link and jump to another document. If you take a look at the output below, we have a news site that has a link that says click here to read the latest updates. When you click on it, you get directed to a new page that says latest updates. So that's how HTML links are supposed to be used. You have some text, you want it to be clickable, and when the user clicks on it, the user gets redirected to a new page. You use links for that. Now a link is created using an A tag. The A tag needs to have an href attribute in it that contains the URL of the destination resource. So to give you an example, if we have an A tag with the href attribute set to www.news.com/headlines, as we have down below, then when the person clicks on the link, click here to read latest update news, it will be redirected to this website that is mentioned inside the href attribute. The href attribute is used to create a link between two pages. Now, these URLs can either be absolute or relative. An absolute URL is the full web address. If you're trying to link to an external URL that is not the URL of your own domain, if for instance your website is accessible on the domain name www.mywebsite.com and you want to navigate the user when they click on a link to www.somewebsite.com, that's not the domain that you're on, then you have to use absolute URL. On the other hand, you can use a relative URL to link to a resource within the same website. To do that, all you have to do is omit everything ranging from https:// to the ending of your website, domain of your website, which is www.mywebsite.com. Omit everything, then add a slash indicating that this is a relative link, and then type the URL that you want the user to be accessible to. So below here we have /headlines.html. Now, if you want to link to create this to an absolute link, you would have to change the value of /headlines.html to https://www.mywebsite.com/headlines.html. As you can see that this could get quite cumbersome to write. So we recommend that you don't write it entirely. Just remove the first few, the domain name of your website from the link, and just keep the resource to which you want to gain access to. And that's about it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML links. Links are quite fundamental to the way the web works. So first thing we have to do is, I have an index.html page, the same setup. I have opened it up in my web browser. Now to link something, I need to create another file. I'll call it about.html. I'll save it, create here, and about us. H1 we are. Now this is what the text is going to be like. Here I want to create a link so that when I click on that link, I get redirected to the page about.html. All I would have to do is use the a tag. The href attribute demands a link. Now the name of the file that I'm using is about.html. Here we go, and I'll call it about. If I save this, go back, refresh, this is what it looks like. Click on it, and here we are. Now this works fine. However, if I want to link to some external website, let me just do that. Here I can just type http://www.google.co.in, and here all I have to write is go to Google. Save this, go back, refresh, click on go to Google, and I'll be redirected back to google.co.in. Now, one thing to note here is that since I have this file in the same folder, I can just type the name of the file and my web browser will correctly open that file. However, if I had it in another file, let's say info, I copy the about inside it. Now if I go back, if I refresh this, click on about us, we're going to get your file couldn't be accessed. This is something that you would get as a 404 error inside a web server. To fix this, I have to again type the correct path. The correct path is info/. So now it's going to work exactly the way I expect it to work. I'll just refresh it, go to about us, and we have that file. So this is called an absolute link, in which I'm by typing the entire link of the HTTP URL, and here it's the relative link. From my current location, how can I go to this web page? That's what the entire HTML links are all about. Alright guys, now let's take a look at HTML images. Images are an important concept to understand when you're trying to learn HTML. In this section, we'll understand how you can use image tags and how you can add images to your HTML documents. So in an HTML document, images can help improve the design of the web page or add more context to the textual information that is being displayed on the screen. To give you an example, if you're trying to explain some sort of a process, then writing an entire article about it could be useful, but it would be much better to have an image that pictorially represents the entire process. That way, you can convey the idea that you're trying to convey in a much better way. This information can be provided in the form of an image, but also images can contain not just processes but also different kinds of information. They can be really helpful when designing a web page as well. So we use the image tag to add an image to a web page using HTML. The image tag, the name starts from img. The source attribute is set to the URL of an image. If it's in the same directory where the HTML document is, then you simply have to write the name of the image, as we have done in our example. The alt tag describes what the description of the image is. This is used when the HTML fails to load the images. Maybe the browser that the user is using is not compatible with the image, or the internet connection is quite shaky, so it was not able to load the image. So this text would be displayed. Also, this text is important when someone with a reading disability or viewing disability, someone with a impaired eyesight is using a screen reader. The screen reader will read out the alt text in an image so that the person who can't see the image is able to understand the context of it, and width and height. Let's take a look at these one by one. So the first attribute that is inside the image tag that we have used is the src attribute.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
It is to be noted that these attributes don't need to be in this specific order. You can mix and match. Just make sure that you have set the correct attributes to the correct values. Other than that, alt attribute can come before all the other attributes, and width and height attribute can come before all the other attributes as well. Now, inside the tag, the source attribute contains the URL to the image being displayed. Now, here we have the image in the same folder where we have the HTML file stored.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So it's not that big of a deal. However, if you have HTML tag that stores an image, but the image that we want to display is on some other website, some other domain, then we have to write the entire URL starting from the protocol, which is https :// and the entire URL, whatever the URL may be. Again, this falls into the same category of relative and absolute URLs. It's definitely your choice. You can choose to do whatever one you wish to do, but it is to be understood that there is a difference between using an relative URL on your own website and using an absolute URL to the external website, in which you have to type the entire address. Now, images should also contain an alt tag. Now, this is not required. It doesn't necessarily make your images better to see or anything, but they are there as a short description of what the image is about. So for instance, in this we have written a sample stock image. You can write any other thing in the alt tag as well. You can describe the image in the alt tag as well. For instance, here we have a house by a lake. We can write that, or any other alt tag. Think of it this way: if you were not able to see the image, but you wanted someone to describe the image to you, what would you say? So, or what would that person describing the image say? That's the kind of text that should be displayed inside the alt tags. Then there's width and height. Again, if you leave them off, then they will assume the width and height of the original image. But the alt tag really doesn't affect how the image is being displayed, but it is for a visually impaired person who's trying to use screen readers. It is important to understand that when you're building anything for the web, you are building it for a vast array of users, and these users may or may not have certain disabilities or difficulties to access your website. So these accessibility checkpoints are important for you to understand. Images can also contain width and height attribute. We can define the height and width of an image. If they are not used, then the original size of the image is displayed. Now, again, it is to be noted that the original size of the image may be not of the dimensions that we want to use. In cases like this, we have to use the not the original size of the image, but the normal size of the. So you can, for instance, nowadays we have the option of specifying images of different sizes to be loaded on different screen sizes. However, in most cases, we can just specify the width and the height. So for instance, if I have an image of 150 pixels by 150 pixels, but in my design, it should be displayed as a 100 pixel by 100 pixel, all I can do is I can create the height and width attribute and set them equal to 100 pixels and 100 pixels. Pixel is not the only unit in which height and width can be measured. You can use other units such as ems, rems, and percentages. However, pixels are usually preferred because they don't make your images scale and shrink based on the scaling and shrinking of the viewport. So this is to be understood in the context of that. Now, once we have learned the height and width, finally, image tags are self-closing tags, which means we can end the tag with a / and an angle bracket to indicate that its end is here, and as it does not contain any child elements. Image tags are unable to contain any child elements. You can't write a text inside an image tag. You can't create another paragraph tag and nest it inside an image tag. Because of cases like this, what we end up doing is we close it immediately as we are opening it. So it's a self-closing tag. It closes itself. There are several self-closing tags available, but self-closing tags are only used where we do not want to add more content inside a tag, or we cannot add more content inside a tag. Inside an image, all we can do is display an image, which is what the source attribute is for. Other than that, we can't do much. So that's the extent to which it is used. Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at HTML images. Images are again a fundamental part of any HTML page. We learn how to have an image embedded in your HTML code. Now to do that, the first thing we have to do is we have to again open up our code editor and our file. This is what the file looks like. We have our code editor here. I'll just edit the title first, HTML images. Next, I'm going to show you how you can create an image. So again, I'm going to use the shortcut here. Now the source is going to be this. I have copied it beforehand, so I can just paste it, but you can have any source here. If it's a local image, then you can just type the name of the image or the file path, and here it works. And now the alt text is going to be logo. Now you can write a more descriptive alt text, but this works. And then I'm going to close it. Now if I open it up and I refresh the text, this is what it looks like. Now I have the image here, and if I hover over it, as you can see, nothing happens. But if I open it up, this is what it looks like. Again, another thing you can do is if I were to misspell it, let's say logo M, go back, refresh it, and if I refresh this again, I'll try and load it. It doesn't load, but it shows the alt text. That's the advantage of using an alt text. And I can pass in height and width. Let me just first change the text. The height is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels, and the width is going to be 150 pixels as well. After doing that, I'm saving it, refreshing it, and as you can see, the dimensions are changed. So you can do it in this way. If you have a local file, you can you can change the source attribute. I have closed the tag. However, even if I don't close it, it will work. But since image tags don't have any text content or any other text nested inside them, we can basically just close it as we open it. So that's how it works. Now let's take a look at HTML lists. We'll try and understand what are the different kinds of lists that are available for us to create, how you can create one of those different kinds of lists, and what kind of code you would have to write in order to do that. The first thing to understand is that HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. To give you an example, let's say that you are trying to create some sort of system in which you keep information about the places that you have visited so far. So you can store it in any way you want, but the most easy way of doing it would be a list. Now, lists can be of multiple types. There are types of lists in which you have to keep an order to them, which is basically first this thing happened, then this thing happened, then this thing happened, or any order that you want. On the other hand, the lists that we have just described, in which we have decided what kind of what are the places that you have visited thus far, it could be an unordered list. An unordered list is basically a list in which there is no order. You just want those items right next to each other, but they could be in any order and it would not make a difference. So HTML lists allow us to group together related items in a list. Related items could be of your choice, but it's just that the list needs to make sense. You can't add one item after one item randomly. Now, in HTML, there are three kinds of lists: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Let's take a look at all these three kinds of lists one by one. The first one is ordered list. Now, an ordered list is a list in which order matters. Think of it as a list that contains the ranks of students steps in a recipe, etc. Now, that's not necessarily the case that it's required to have an order. If you don't have an order, then maybe ordered list is not the kind of list that you should be using. However, if you want to use an ordered list, then it should have some sort of an order. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have that. So for instance, if you want to create a list of items that you prefer in the order you prefer them, then you can have a list, ordered list. Now we create an ordered list using the OL tag. OL is short for ordered list. Inside the tag, we nest list item. Each list item is nested inside an li tag. So we open an OL tag, we open an li tag, write the list item, close the li tag. This way we write all the list items. After that, we close the ordered list. If you want to create multiple lists, just make sure that you have two separate opening and closing OL tags that are not nested inside each other. And in each one of those lists, you can add your own list item. And that way it will work just fine. Now by default, ordered lists are numbered from 1. However, this numbering and this strategy could be changed. To give you an example, if you want your lists to be ordered in using alphabets, so instead of the list going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you want it to go A, B, C, D. Whether it's capitalized or not is a different matter. HTML supports both kinds of ordered lists. However, to change that, you need to change the type attribute. Now, there's another thing, you can change the starting position of your list. So for instance, if you have a list that starts, that you want it to start from 10, then you can just get the start attribute to equal 10. Here, 10 refers to, in our example below, the 10 refers to the 10th alphabet. So if you go from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, J is the 10th attribute, 10th alphabet in the English alphabets out of the 26 English alphabets. So it will start from J and step down one at a time. So when we added coffee, it would have J as the order, then tea would have K, and then milk would have L. There are different types of ordered lists that are available. The first one was numeric. You can have Roman numerals. You can have capitalized or small alphabets of English letters. And you can take a look at the documentation to understand more about the kinds of orders that are available in an ordered list. Alright guys, now let's take a look at ordered lists. So we have the same setup that we have had thus far. We have a blank HTML page. All I've done is I've changed the title to ordered lists. Now, to have an ordered list, firstly you have to use the OL tag to describe that this is where I'll be nesting my ordered list. Then you have list items. Inside each list item, you have some text that describes the or list item that you want. So, for instance, let me just say to do 1. I'm going to be very generic here, and I have 3 to do items. So I'll get 2, I'll get 3, and I will now go back to my code, refresh this, and get this. Now, as you can see that this is started from 1, 2, and 3, and I have a to do of 1, to do of 2, to do of 3. Now this may not be what I want, so I can change it using the attributes. I can change the type here. Now, as you can see, Visual Studio Code is very helpful and it's showing me all the possible outputs that I can use. By default, we have the numeric listing that we did. You could have an alphabetical one. You can have capitalized alphabets and small letters as well. Now this is done, but you can also have a new Roman numeral. So if I want the Roman numerals, this is where it goes. Now another thing I can do is I can change the starting of where the application or the ordered list starts counting from. So let's say I want it to start counting from 5. So this will become 5, this will become 6, and this will become 7. After saving this, if I refresh it, you can see 5, 6, and 7 written here. That means that the list started counting from 5, 6, and 7. This is useful when you are trying to show a list that you have gotten from a backend database, and there is a specific order in which these lists need to be shown. So that's all you need to know in order to understand ordered lists. Ordered lists work with the OL tag. List items are defined with the li tag. The type attribute tells us how the numbering should be done, and start attribute describes how the number should start from. Alright guys, now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now, an Unordered list is essentially very much like an ordered list. It is used to contain some list of information. The only difference, as you might be able to guess based on the name of unordered list and ordered list, is that in the ordered list, you would have to have an order to the items that you have. So for instance, if an item appears before another item, that means that there's an order between the two. The reason why the first item came before the second item, and if I were to give you the list, that order should not be violated, or the meaning of the list would change. So for example, if you were having a list of students with their ranks, so the student who had the first rank was named at the top, and from there on you go down. Similarly, in an unordered list, the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which thing comes first. The only thing that matters is that the thing is present inside the list. This is what an unordered list means. So inside the unordered list, we have many list items. And to give you an example of an unordered list, think of it as people who attended an evening or an event at some place, or ingredients in a recipe or something like that. Here the order doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which ingredient comes before which ingredient. It's just a list. It's just a list of items that will be needed when the recipe is being followed. So you don't have to worry about the order. All you need to worry about is the item is present inside the list. We create an unordered list using the UL tag. And each list item within that is wrapped with a LI tag. Now that is quite easy to understand. The li tags are used to wrap the text that are list items, and those li tags are nested inside ULs or unordered lists. That's the way the entire UL and li tags work. Now, by default, ordered lists are shown as bulleted lists. These are circles that are filled and are not empty. On the other hand, we could have different kinds of things such as unfilled circles called disks, but we can also specify the type of bullet such as a square or circle or whatever. A circle is basically just like a bullet but without its center being filled. So it's essentially just a round shape, an outline of a round shape. It's not filled. Similarly, if you had the type set to disk, you would have the normal bullets that you get by default. You could have square, you could have other items as well. So this is how you use unordered lists inside HTML. Now let's take a look at unordered lists. Now to use unordered lists, firstly, we need to go back to the code that we have written. I have changed the title to be unordered lists. If I go back to the code, as you can see, the title is being displayed correctly. Now let us first create an unordered list using the UL tag. In ordered list, we use the OL tag, O for ordered, U for unordered. Now inside it, I'll create three list items again. I'll call them to do one, and again I'm going to be generic here, to do two, to do three. And if you take a look at this, as you can see here, instead of having numbers, we have a bulleted list. Now these bullets can be changed. All I have to do is I have to change the type attribute, and it could be disk. Save this, go back and refresh, and this is what we get. This is the default. If I want to change it to circle, I can do that as well if I can spell circle correctly. And as you can see, we have unfilled bulleted lists, and it could be a square as well. So I can just write SQARE. I think a square is available, and there you go. These are the squared lists. I'll just zoom it in, and as you can see, now since this is unordered list, there's no start. There's no start attribute that allows us to specify where the list should start from, because there's no numbering to start it from. So the only attribute that you need to take care of when you're using an unordered list is the type attribute. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Now so far we have taken a look at ordered lists and unordered lists. Many times we need to create a list in which we have a few terms and we have their descriptions right next to them. This is called a description list, and this is what we'll be taking a look at now. So we create a description list using the DL tag. Now the DL tag and each list item inside the DL tag has two parts, the term and the description. So the term would be the term we're trying to describe. Here, as it said, it's HTML, and the description will be its description. So we have written hypertext markup language as its description. Now we use the DT tag for the term and the DD tag for its description. These things come in pairs. So every time you create a description list, you have a DT tag followed by a DD tag, then another DT tag followed by a DD tag, and that's the way it is supposed to be structured. That's how the entire software, entire HTML code is supposed to be structured when you're trying to create a description list. Description lists come in handy when we're trying to build a manual, or we're trying to build such as a glossary, a dictionary, a reference book kind of a thing. Then the description list can be really helpful, in which we have terms, and those terms have certain meanings associated to them, and we use that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at description lists. Thus far we have taken a look at ordered and unordered lists, but description lists are also quite vital. Again, we have the same setup. I have changed the title to description list, and now to use a description list you need to use the DL tag. Earlier we had used the OL tag for ordered lists, UL tag for unordered lists, and the DL tag is used for description. Now if I were to go back, nothing's being displayed here because we have not written anything. Now inside the description list we need the term and the description. The term is the DT tag. Inside it I can write the term, let's say it is HTML, and inside the DL tag I can write the not the DL tag, the D tag. It's the definition of or the description of the term that we have written. So I can write HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Similarly, you can, if I save this and if I go back and if I refresh, as you can see, this is what it looks like. That's the description, that's the term, that's the description, and we have some tab here so that we can understand that this is the description. Now I can create another description just by copying, pasting, and changing the text. Here it will be CSS, and I will write cascading style sheets. Save this, go back and refresh, and you have that as well. So that's how the description list works. You don't have to you don't have any attributes to describe the type of the bullets or the numbering or where the numbering should start from, because none of that is relevant here. Let us take a look at what is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is an acronym, just like HTML. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. While HTML is used for structuring content, CSS is used for styling it. So if you're trying to style some content, CSS is a great tool for choice. Using CSS, we can define the styles, including color, positioning, etc. Now, whenever you look at an HTML page, if you create the same content across multiple pages, then they all look the same. However, if you want to make them look different, such as change the colors, background colors, borders, positioning, size, there's a lot you can do with the styling aspect of it, and where they're laid out, you can use CSS for that. CSS allows you to target each specific element and then change the styling of that. You use cascading style sheet to do that exactly. And you change the colors, you change the positions, you can change a lot of different things about a particular element. CSS can control the layout of multiple pages. Depending on how you're using CSS, you can control the layout of a single element or all the elements on a single page, or all the elements of all the web pages available in your domain. Basically, you need to be able to control the layout of a page. You use CSS for that. You want to change how a button looks, you use CSS for that as well. So that's how CSS works in general. Why would you want to use CSS? Now, when no CSS is used, browsers apply their default styling rules to an HTML page. If you create two HTML pages with the same markup, then that markup will be styled based on the default styling rules of an HTML page that is applied by the browser. It is to be noted that the same HTML page might not look the same on different browsers because different browsers apply different styling rules to different elements. Nevertheless, if the same HTML page with the same content or markup is opened up inside the same browser, then it's going to give you the same result, even if there are two different HTML pages. Now, if you want to customize the look and feel of these, then CSS is what is used for that. These rules may vary slightly different browsers and may make your user experience inconsistent. So for instance, if you are using a Firefox web browser and somebody else is using a Google Chrome web browser and someone else is using Internet Explorer, all of these browsers may render things differently if you don't take care of the styling of the things. Now, because of this, we take care of the styling of all of our elements and the layout using CSS to make it look a bit more consistent across all the pages. Now, these default styles do not suit our needs for many organizations when they are building the websites. Now, this may be the case that when you're building a website, your organization has a particular color scheme, they want certain elements to be displayed in a certain way. You get a web design from a designer and you want your application to look like that. In any of these cases, using the default styling that is provided by the HTML is not going to help you out. You're going to need to have to do this all on your own. Now, CSS helps in addressing these issues by applying style rules to different HTML elements of the page. You can apply the styles on your own. You can choose which styles to apply where, and this will work exactly the way you would suppose it to work. You would have to firstly create style sheets, then write the styles that you want to write for the elements that you're targeting, and change the colors, layouts, positions, etc. to make it look as close to the design that you've gotten as possible. CSS allows us to define styles to make our web pages look different from other web pages. Even if two web pages have the same content, CSS can make them look entirely different based on not just based on the content but based on the style. You can change the layout, make some element appear first and second, the other element appear later. You can change the colors used to display those elements. You can change the border, the width, the size, the position. There's a lot of things that you can change. CSS also takes care of making the user experience consistent across multiple browsers, as it defines styles that are applied all over the browsers uniformly. So it takes care of making your browsing experience or the user's browsing experience across multiple browsers, across multiple devices, and across multiple screen sizes. And we'll take a look at how you do that in a moment. Right, guys, now let's take a look at how you can use CSS in HTML. So since CSS has been around for a long time, there are several ways of using it inside a web page. Now you can use this inside a web page for many reasons, but there are several ways because it's been around for a long time. People have figured out several ways of using it. Out of these ways, the one you choose has to depend on the scope of the elements which you want the styles to be applied to. So for instance, if you want the style that you want to be applied to is going to be applied to only one element, let's say a button, paragraph, a div tag, then you can use it there. In case you're trying to attach your styles to multiple elements, such as two buttons, multiple paragraphs, multiple div tags on the same page, then there's another one that you can use. And if you are going to apply the same styles across your all websites in different web pages, then there is a different way. It only depends on the scope that you need these styles to be applied to. You can also use one or many of the ways available in the same project. It is a common practice in CSS to apply or use these styles and mix and match them. Although don't mix and match them without understanding why they are being used the way they are used. You should mix and match them only when the need is there. For instance, there are some styles that you want to be applied consistently throughout your website on all web pages. Some styles only need to be something that appears on just one web page. In that case, the one kind of style is fine. And in other cases, if you have a style that only needs to be applied to one element on one web page, then that's another option. But don't mix and match them just because they are available there, because this could cause a lot of headaches, and differences in understanding on how this works could cause a lot of problems in the teams and the understanding of why certain style was used over the other. So these are the different ways: inline CSS, style tag, and CSS files. All of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. Let's take a look at inline CSS and try and understand what that is. So inline CSS is probably the easiest to understand out of all the ways. There are several ways of doing it. Inline CSS is by far the easiest way of doing it. The reason why is quite easy because it is the most primitive and the least configuration needed way to get started with the CSS. Now to apply the styles using inline CSS, we make use of style property of HTML elements and write the CSS code as its value. To understand it more correctly, as we have discussed, we have tags and attributes. An attribute that is available on all HTML elements that are displayed on the screen is called style. The purpose of the style attribute is to contain CSS code which needs to be applied to only that particular element. This is why it's called inline CSS, because you are inlining the CSS that you're writing. You're writing it in line with the code that you are writing, or in line with the element that needs the style to be applied. Inline CSS, as we have discussed, are quite easy simply because you don't need to configure a lot of things. You don't need to create new tags. You don't need to create new files. You don't need to do a lot of setup and management kind of stuff. You can just create set the attributes value to a particular CSS rule, and you have the styles with you. The advantage is that the styles do not affect other elements on the page. So for instance, if you have 10 elements on the page, you don't have to worry about those elements being affected, since the style is only scoped to one particular element if you use the style attribute. Similarly, if you have 3 buttons on 3 different web pages and you want them all to have a different style, if you use the inline CSS way of doing it, then the style that you're using is not going to be affecting the style of other page or other elements on the same page. This is one of the reasons why inline CSS is so popular, because it doesn't lead to a lot of headaches compared to other kind of ways of dealing with CSS. The disadvantage is that if 2 elements need to have the same style, then we need to copy the styles and make sure that the future changes are applied to both elements. Consider a scenario where you have 2 buttons, both of them need to have the same style. So for instance, both of them need to have a blue border, a black background, and a white foreground or text color. In cases like this, it's not going to be easy for us to write code that's going to work across all the buttons, because if you just copy and paste the style attribute from one button to the other button, some new developer comes along with a new requirement being assigned to him saying that the buttons that are blue in color and blue border, black background and white foreground need to have a slight change to them. Their background color needs to be changed from blue to dark green. Now the developer looks at the code and figures out that, okay, there's a button that has these styles, I'm going to change it. And he or she end up changing them. The issue with that is that there's another button which is far down below the code. Let's say that the HTML page is 500 lines of code. First button appears at the top, second button appears at the bottom. And now you have no way of knowing where are all the buttons that need to have this style. Worse yet, if this style is applied to buttons across the web pages, then it becomes even more difficult. Now you have to rely on search and replace features which may or may not work depending on how the styles are configured, and there could be a lot of issues regarding this. So in cases like this, we can use some of the other styles available. However, if this was just a one-off style rule that only needs to be applied to one element.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then inline style might be a better candidate for that. So let's get started with some hands-ons and see how you can apply inline style to an HTML element. Alright guys, now let's take a look at the style tag. So this is the code that we had previously in our previous hands-on. We created a p tag with the style attribute set to color. We discussed the problem. Let's recreate the problem for those of you who didn't see that. If I were to change this to red color, I want both of them to be consistently with the same style, right? So I change it to this is another p tag. And since I want them to be in the same style, let's just do it this way. So I save this, I'll go back, I'll refresh, and both of them are currently in the same consistent state. Now let's say somebody comes along, looks, and by this time the code has grown. This another p tag is pushed really down the file, and the other one is at the top. Looks at it, says, okay, that this is something that needs to be in the red color. Saves it up, goes back, refreshes, and sees the p tag to be in the red color. He thinks, okay, I've done the job that's needed, unaware that there's another p tag that needs to be changed, that needs its color to be changed. They both need to be in sync, as we have already said. So this is a very common problem, not just in CSS, but in computer programming in general. It's called don't repeat yourself. In which case you don't want to repeat the same styles again and again because they cause duplication, and then keeping the duplication similar and in sync is going to be really difficult, considering the fact that you might even forget that you had two p tags with the same styles, where same styles need to be applied a few weeks down the road. So in cases like this, what we can do is we can use the style tag. Take a look at that. Let me just leave it to be blue in color so that we can compare the syntax. Now the style tag needs to be embedded within the head tag. You write the style tag. Inside it, I'm going to write the style. Now here we have to use selectors, and we may not have understood selectors yet, but I'll show you how we can use it. So I want to style all the p tags. So I choose the selector to be p. I press a space and I create a curly brace. Now inside the curly brace, I'll write the same code that I had written inside the style tag. So I want to change the color. I'll write color and I'll change it to, I save this. Now as you can see that this, and if you take a look at the highlighting feature in Visual Studio Code, these and the thing that I've written inside the style tag is exactly the same. So I can just drop it up, and now if I were to save this, if I were to go back, and if I were to refresh, now both of them are of the same color. I can use different styles for different p tags as well. Let me just show you. If I were to create a class of red inside a p tag, and this is a red p tag. Now if I were to refresh this, right now it's going to be blue in color. But if I were to tackle this to, let's say there are two of these, and want both of them to be red in color, all I have to do is just say, okay, all the p tags with the class of red, and by the way, if this syntax seems a little difficult, don't worry, we'll read more about it later on. I want the color to be red. So the way it will work is this. Now both of them are red. So our HTML parser will take a look at this. We'll see p tags with no classes attached to it. So this is the tag that matches it, changes the color to blue. It's a p tag with the class set to red. So the p tag with the red class is the thing that matches with it. This matches with it as well. However, this is more specific, so it matches better, and it creates the color to be red. So that's how this works. Now, if I were to change the color to from red to some other shade of red, let me just use Visual Studio's. Save this. Go back and notice these two colors, right? Right now they're red, and now they are really red and blackish red. So they are a mixture of red and black, but the important thing is that the color has changed for both of them, even if I change it only for one piece. Now imagine that if this was a really huge page, multiple elements have the same class, and instead of you having to jump through all the pages, change the color to from red to the current color, it would be really difficult. But the style tag makes it really easy. However, great style tag is, it also has the same problem, which is, if let's suppose that this was another HTML page that I had linked to, let's say that this is the home page and I want to go to the about page, and I want the same styles to be applied to about page if the about page has a p tag with a class of red. The issue here is that this is only local to this file. If I have a new page and I write the styles there, it won't work. For instance, let me just show you. If I were to change the syntax highlighting to HTML, copy this code, paste it here, and this style tag is not here. Let's say it's not here, and now I have the same thing. It won't have the styles and it will look completely the same. If I were to change this, however, if I were to copy the styles and then paste it here, and it looks like this, now the color would work, but we run into the same problem that when we change the color here or we change the color here, the new page in which we have copied the styles won't be updated, and we have to go through all the pages, check if the colors exist, and change them. Now, to overcome this, we'll come to the next kind of way of using CSS. But this is how the style tag works. So just to recap, you create a style tag in the head of the document. Now, it's not necessarily the case that you put it into the head of the document. Let me just show you. If I put it into the body and I go back and I refresh, it still works. But the thing is, body is reserved for things that the user is going to see. SEO parser or any web crawler looks at your code and thinks style tag is embedded within the body of the element, and it will get confused. So in cases like this, just leave the style tag in the head tag. It will give you better SEO and better performance. Anyways, after putting the style tag here, we can use selectors and properties and values to set the colors of, to set the properties to certain values. And finally, we can just close the style tag and then use it as we want. Now let's take a look at the third method, CSS file. So we have already discussed style tag and we have discussed inline CSS. Now let's take a look at how we can create the styles and embed them inside a file which can be referenced by multiple HTML pages. Now this is also quite simple. Let's take a look at the previous example that we had. This is what it looks like. Now if I want to create another style, all I have to do is just add the new style. However, if I want the same style to be applied to multiple pages, then I would have to copy and paste it. Or if I were to change the current style, then also the same thing happens. Just to recap, what we did was earlier we had a p tag with inline styles. Then we figured out that multiple p tags need the same style, so we upgraded them to be inside the style tag. When that worked out, but now we have multiple pages that need the same style, then style tag doesn't really suit our needs. So in cases like this, if I want multiple pages to have the same style, let me just close this. What I can do is I'll create a new style. Go to the file page. I'll create a file and you can call it anything you want. I'll call it style and make sure that you have the extension set to .css. If I press enter, this is what it looks like. And now if I were to add the same styles here, p of color blue. That's the first style. Now if I want p dot red or ed to have the color of red. Now unfortunately this wouldn't work just now. Because let me just show you why it wouldn't work. I have this and right now it's not working because if you look at this correctly, we have created a new file in the same directory, but this HTML file has no idea that this CSS file exists. Even though it's in the same directory, we have no idea whether it exists or not. So for that, there's a tag that's used here. It's called the link tag. I'll call it link. And again, this Visual Studio Code provides me with a lot of syntax highlighting features and syntax completion features. So I'll just select this, and since it's style.css, I don't have to do anything. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. I have a link tag with the relation set to style sheet. Now you can omit this if you want, but it's better for the search engine optimizers to or search engine SEOs to look at this and say, okay, fine, it's a style sheet, we don't have to worry about that. Also, the web crawlers take a look at your code and take a look at the link tag and figure out, okay, it's a style sheet, we don't have to worry about that either. However, in the style sheet, we have created these colors and all of that, and we have linked it here. As you can see that I can click on this and follow the link, so it's currently linked as well. Always make sure that you have given the correct name to the file. Sometimes I end up writing styles.css and then I can't find it. So after doing that, I'll go back, and now if I refresh, as you can see, it has the same color that we expect. But the advantage here is that if I were to create another file, let me just call it about.html. I'll press enter. About us. I have an h1 tag and it needs to have a class of red. Let me just make the styles a little more generic. So any element with the class of red will have color of red. Right? So if I were to then put red heading, and if I were to save this, now if you can see, this is what the code looks like as of now. So we have created a new page just so that you understand, and we have created the h1 tag, created attached a class of a red to it, and have written about us inside it. Now again, that works. However, it's not something that's going to work as we expect it to work. And the problem is quite similar to what we had faced earlier. So let me just open it up so that you can see. And it's not getting the red color because if you take a look at the source code, let me just zoom in. The link tag is not there, so it's not working. Let me just go back, and again you can link it in the head. Make sure that you link it in the head though. And again, it's style.css. I can save it. I can go back and I can refresh, and now it's red in color. So the great thing about this is that if I go to style.css, instead of it being red, let me just again change it to some other color, a lighter version of red. How about that? I save this, go back, and if I refresh, take a look at the color here. It changes to lighter shade, however, the shade isn't too different. Let me just change it more. Now it's very different. Refresh this. Now as you can see that it's more on the black side than red, but if I were to zoom in, you can see that there's a little hint of red in this one. If I were to go back and check this one, this also changes the color. So that's the advantage of using ACSS UI, that multiple pages can share the same style and they can be kept in sync. Now the thing to understand here is this. Let me just close this one, close this. We have taken a look at three kinds of ways of doing this. The style tag.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
The CSS file and the inline CSS. There's no particular reason to choose one over the other than the scope of the problem that we're trying to tackle. If the style that I'm applying is applicable to just one particular element, then there's no need necessarily to create a style tag or CSS file. If, for instance, I'm applying styles and those styles need to be shared among multiple elements on the same page, then a style tag comes in handy because you don't have to create a new file and clutter up your entire directory structure. On the other hand, if you want to apply the same style to multiple pages in the same domain, then maybe a CSS file is more useful. So it completely depends on the problem that you're trying to solve. Now, I would recommend that you start out with this CSS file altogether, mainly because if you have a page and that there are multiple elements and you are given a task of applying a color of pink to a p tag, or let's say color of blue to a p tag. So you just create a p tag, create the style tag, style attribute, color to be blue, and you type this is a p tag. I save this, I'll go back and I'll refresh. So as you can see, both of them have the same styles. Now the issue here is this. Since the code here, imagine there's a lot of code in between where I've created blank line. Since there is a lot of code in between there, the new developer has no idea that this is already created. He doesn't need to create another style of color of blue. It's going to look exactly the same. But the new developer doesn't know that, so that's going to be a problem. However, had this been inside a CSS file, the developer would have opened up the file, gone through all the styles, and taken a look at a p tag, or he could have just searched p here, and this is what he would have found, that the color is already blue, so he does not need to change anything. Goes back, refreshes, okay, the color is already blue, he has no reason to change it, and it works. So again, depends on the problem you're trying to solve. If you're confident that this is only a one-time thing, then maybe use inline style. If you're not confident that it's a one-time thing and you think the style needs to be shared among multiple elements, use style tag, and use CSS files if you think that the CSS files are needed and the style needs to be shared across multiple pages. In either case, just make sure that you're using the right tool for the job. A little more complicated than your normal inline CSS. The reason being that in the style tags, you have to apply the styles to multiple elements on a page. And applying that could be a little more typical than your inline CSS, in which you just use the style attribute on any HTML element. Now we use style tag by nesting it inside the head tag of the HTML document. So if you remember in the previous ways where we have in the previous hands-ons in the previous modules, we had used the style tag before. In the head element after the title, we had put the style tag there. Now it's not necessary that you put it there, but it's a good practice because this is not something that needs to be shown to the user in the body. So just to make the meaning more clear, we put it into the head tag. So the styles get applied first and then the elements load, and that way our HTML elements know how to be displayed rather than being displayed first and then the styles being applied to them. Now we write the styles of the HTML page inside the style tag. We can use all the methods and ways that we'll discuss in later videos about how to do that. But in basic sense, we create a style tag inside the head tag. Inside the style tag, we write all the CSS code. Now the advantage is that if we elements without resorting to copying and pasting code, we can. So for instance, in our previous understanding of the inline CSS, we can apply a red border to one button. But if we needed that to be applied to multiple buttons, let's say 2 buttons, one at the top of the page and one at the bottom of the page, we can use the style tag and just target a button in general. Now using that, if the border is changed from red to blue, that would still work in the style tag case. However, in inline CSS, we would have to change it on both the sides. Now the disadvantage is that these styles cannot be applied to different pages. So we have moved up a bit in the level of abstraction, in the level of scope. However, the problem here is that if we have 3 pages and all of them need to have these buttons with the red border, then we can't really use the style tag, or we'd have to copy and paste the style tag across. And we can copy and paste it. However, this is going to be the same problem that we had with the inline CSS bit. So we need a different solution, and that's where CSS file comes into play. But before that, let's take a look at how you can use the style tag. Okay, now let's take a look at CSS file. So CSS file is the most complicated out of the 3 ways to apply the styles on an HTML page. The reason why we say it's the most complicated is because in this one you would have to create a new file, link it to the current file, and so on and so forth. So the steps are more, but it provides a larger scope for you to apply the styles to. Now to use the CSS file, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a file with any file name that you want to give it. Typically it's styles.css, but you can give it any name that you want. Make sure that you attach the .css extension at the end so that the browser can understand that this is a CSS file and the code inside it is supposed to be read as a style sheet, and I need to apply it to the elements of the page. The file contains the CSS code that needs to be applied to all the elements of all the pages in the website. So think of it this way: wherever this file is attached, in whichever HTML documents this file is attached, its style are going to be applied to that. Whichever elements match whichever styles that we have applied to them, they'll get applied. So for instance, if I create a button with a class of red border, and I want that button to be usable across all my web pages, wherever I create a button with the style of red border, I want that button to get a red border. I can create a CSS file, create a style for that, and then link that file to all my web pages. Now it's going to work exactly the way we expect it to work. Now that file is then linked to each HTML page using the link tag in the header. Earlier we were using the style tag to create some page specific styles. However, we could use the link tag, and inside the link tag we can give the URL or the location of where our CSS file is stored. It is to be noted that in the link tag we can also give URLs to external style sheets such as CSS frameworks or external CSS files that someone else has created but we wish to use. All of that is possible using the CSS files link tag in the header of the document. Now the advantage is that you can have a single place where we keep all the styles, and these styles can be applied uniformly throughout our website. Many HTML elements can have the same style and across our entire website as long as they have the style sheet linked on there in the head of the document. The disadvantage, however, is that if not careful, this file can grow very large and become difficult to navigate and debug. So we have to sort of figure out how we're going to deal with the CSS files getting large and big. It's not really necessary for us to think about it right at the beginning, but as the files start growing, as the applications start growing, we start adding more pages and we have more styles that we need to apply. You can see how it can quickly go out of hand. So you need to be aware of how you can use it. Now you can use different styles, different kinds of these styles applications, such as we can use inline CSS for some elements, style tags for some elements, and CSS files for some elements. I would recommend that you choose the appropriate method for the appropriate problem and then use that for your solution. Take a look at CSS selectors. Now a CSS selector allows us to target and select an HTML element to apply styles to them. So if I want to select a particular button, I can use CSS selectors. If I want to select all the buttons, I can use CSS selectors for those, so on and so forth. So CSS selectors allow us to define what is the element I want the mentioned styles applied to. Now there are 5 categories of CSS selectors. These are simple selectors, combinator selectors, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, and attribute selectors. Let's take a look at these one by one. The first ones are simple selectors. Now simple selectors are selectors that can select element based on their either the element name such as P, H1 or whatever. ID, the ID attribute, or the value of the ID attribute, and the class attribute. So these are called simple selectors because these are the simplest formats of selectors that you can use, and they are the most popular ones as well. Now to select an element using name, you can simply use the name of the element as selector, as shown in the code example below. We have a p tag and we have changed the size of the font to be 15 pixels. Now, if I wanted to use an h1 tag, I can just use the h1 tag. If I wanted to use the form tag, button tag, input tag, whatever I want, I could just use the tag name and it will work exactly the way it should. Now, if I don't want to select all the form tags, all the p tags, etc. on the page, then I would have to specify class. Now, class, as we all know, or I hope we remember, that a class is used to target multiple elements on a page. So if you have multiple elements with the same class on a page and you want the same styles applied to all these multiple subsets of an element, let's say I have 5 p tags and I want 3 of them to be red in color or green in color, then I can apply the green class on 3 of those and leave the others as unaffected. So for that, I'll just use the dot green, which means a class of green. That's the syntax. That's how syntax works. And inside it, I've defined the style of color being green. So that's how I can specify more styles in it as well. So that's how it works. Finally, we can select a single element using an ID. Now, IDs, as we all remember, that not a single page cannot have more than one element with the same ID, and one element cannot have more than one ID. So if I want an element with the ID of green to have a color of green, I have to change the period in the previous class syntax to a hash. Hash specifies an ID, period or full stop or dot, whatever you call it, specifies a class. So hash followed by the ID name, and then inside curly braces, I define the styles that I want to be applied. So this is how that. Now let's take a look at simple CSS selector. So far we have discussed 3 kinds of selectors: the tag selector, ID selector, and class selector. Let's take a look at these in action. So I have the previous code here. I'll just close this one out and I'll just remove everything else. So I go up here and let me just clear this one out. We start from blank slate and we want the simple selectors. Now if I were to create a h1 tag and I were to say green h1, that's why I think you have seen how you can use style tags or inline tags or whatever, but I'll use the style tag. Now, make sure that you understand that if you're using inline styles, you don't need to use the selectors because you are already embedding the styles in the element that you need to be styled. So for instance, if I wanted to style the h1 tag, all I had to do is put the style tag here and I don't have to use any kind of selector whatsoever. But if I'm using a style tag or a CSS file for creating a style, then that requires me to use selector. Simple way to do this is if I want all the h1s to be of green color, I can create an h1 tag, change the color property to be green, and we're done with it. I can go back, fresh, and it's a green h1 tag. Let me just zoom in. This is what it looks like. Let me just zoom out again. Yeah. Now this is for a simple CSS selector. However, that's not the only simple CSS selector that we have. We also have a selector that can help us select elements based on class. So let's say I have two different elements, but with the same class. Let's say that the class needs to be, let's say P has a class of red P or red P tag, and let's say a B tag has the same class attached, red B tag. Now if I were to go back and refresh, both of them have the same color, although one of them is bold because we have used the B tag instead of the P tag. If I want to attach the red color to both of them, since I have provided the same class to them, I can just create a red color. Now it doesn't have to be this way. You can be more specific here as well. For instance, if I want the P tag to have this color, then I can say P red. and then I can also say be red and have the color to be red. But I don't have to do that because both of them have the same class and I don't need to be that specific. If I go back and refresh, as you can see, the color has changed. I don't think the B tag changed its color. Let me see why. Class is red. Oh, sorry. Let's save this. Go back. Refresh. Now the B tag has changed its color, so has the B tag. So that's how the class selector works. Just to give you a quick recap, whenever you want to specify a class, you attach a period at the beginning. You prefix it with a period or a full stop or a dot, whatever you call it, and then followed by the name of the class. So here it is. Now let's say I want to use an ID instead of a class. So I create an ID of, let's say that the ID is big, or let's say heading. I'll put it at the top, and it has to be an H1. I hope you guys remember that I had told you that you should not use the H1 to H6 tags to make the make an element or some text look big or small. You do that with CSS, right? I just do that. Big heading, and with the class of heading, I can change the font size here to be, let's say, 100 pixels, which is surely more than the current H1 tag. And I think it's less. Let me just change it to 400. It should be 4 times its current size right now.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, it didn't change. Let's see why. Oh, because it's an ID. So for the ID, you have to put the heading here, like this. Let me just change it to 100 pixels. So for the heading ID, I have to use the hash symbol instead of a dot symbol. Dot symbol is useful for classes, and hash symbol is useful for ID. Now if I go back and refresh, as you can see, it's much bigger than the original H1 tag. If I want to make it smaller, I can do so as well. Let's say it's 10 pixels. It's quite small. It might not even be readable. I might have to zoom in. It's quite small, right? If I were to zoom in, this is what it looks like. So this is what we get when we are trying to use the H1 tags and P tags and B tags. And this is how you use the headings with the class or with the ID of heading, P and B with the class of red, and H1 tag as it is. So this is the simple selector. This is the class selector, and this is the ID selector. Now, one thing to notice here is that I have used it inside a style tag. It's not something that you use, the selectors are not something that you use inside a style attribute, which is the inline style. But if you were using a style.css file and linking it to this, you would just copy and paste or cut and paste the exact same code in this and remove the style tag, of course. So this code, if I were to place it inside the style.css, let me just show you. Here is style.css, paste it, close it, and now I have to just link it, style.css, save, go back and refresh, and as you can see, it's the same thing that we would have expected it. So that's how it works. That's how the styles, tags, and all of that works, and this is how the selectors, simple selectors work. Let's take a look at other selectors and understand how they work. Now we come to combinator selectors. Now, if you have already used simple selectors, you may notice that if you want to apply some style based on the hierarchical rules inside an HTML page, then that could be a little difficult. For instance, you only want to apply the red color to a p tag if it is inside a div tag. Now that might be a little difficult. For that, you might have to hunt down all the p tags inside the div tags and give them a class and then use this. However, CSS provides us with selectors that allow us to define relationships between multiple selectors. For example, if I want a P or a span, will select any span nested inside a P tag. So if I were to just as in the example below, I have used div space P as the selector. That means any P tag, which is a child element of a div tag, will get the color of green. That's how the combinator selector works. Now there are several different kinds of combinator selectors. You can take a look at those. If you want to have the same style applied to multiple elements, you can separate them using commas. And there are multiple ways to use the combinator selectors. You can use multiple combinator selectors as well, and that would work as well, which we'll cover in a hands-on now. Alright guys, now let's take a look at combinator selectors. So combinator selectors allow us to essentially tackle objects or gain access to HTML elements using some relationship between them. So let's take a look at them one by one. Here I have the code. Let me just remove this one. And this is the output. As you can see, nothing's being outputted here because nothing is inside the code. Now let's say I have a div tag with a p tag inside it. Add p tag and black p tag. Now I want this one to be red. I want this one to be black. Both of them are p tags. Neither one of them have a class attached to them. So how are we going to do this? Well, the method that we have learned thus far is that firstly, let me just create a style tag. Inside it, I can create a class of red, give it a color of red, and then attach the same class to this one. Style, oh sorry, not style, class red. Now I can save it, I can go back, and if I refresh the page, one is red and one is black. But if I don't want to use classes to muddle up my HTML, I want it to be clean and simple. Another thing I can do, if you notice, there's a difference between this p tag and this p tag, and that is that this p tag is nested inside a div tag. This p tag is not nested inside a div tag, it's nested inside just a body tag. So if I were to change this from red class to div with p, if I were to save this, go back, refresh, now it's showing with the p tag as red. There are several other combinator selectors as well. Let's say that I had another p tag, right? I call it red p tag, and this one is nested inside, let's say another div. Let's say it's not a p tag that's nested inside a div. Let's say that this is a p tag that is nested inside an h1 tag. Although that's not semantically correct because you don't have a paragraph inside a heading, but let's say that that's the case. If I refresh this, now you can see that both of them have red color. This is because although this one is a p tag nested inside a div tag and this one is a p tag nested inside an h1 tag, this h1 tag is nested inside the div tag. So eventually when we walk up the parent chain or the ancestor chain, we reach the div tag and we change the color. But if I were to change it to this and then go back, save it, go back and refresh, now as you can see, only the direct children of the div tags that are p tags are getting the red color. Now, this may be a desired behavior if you want it to be. If you want only the div tags that are nested one level deep to have the red color, then you can use the p tag. And if you want all the p tags, no, doesn't matter how closely they are nested or how much nested they are. If they are having a parent child or ancestor of div tag, then just change it to this, and this would work as well. Similarly, there are many other tags available. There are several combinator selectors available. We won't be covering all of them, but that's the way it works as of now. You can take a look at other combinator selectors as well, but these are the basics and the most popular ones. Let's take a look at other kind of selectors as well. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So the way pseudo classes or pseudo selectors work is basically you have an element in a special state. That special state can be one of many states. For example, let's say that you have a div with a user's mouse hovering over it. When that kind of state is reached, that's called a special state. And a pseudo class allows us to apply special styles to an element when its state changes. To give an example, let's say that you have a div tag with a green border and you want its border to be turned black whenever a user hovers over it. In cases like this, the pseudo selectors can come in really handy. Had there been no pseudo selectors, then we would have had to use JavaScript to figure out when the user has hovered over it and change the styles dynamically or programmatically. However, CSS has these abilities for us to do that, so we can have pseudo selectors or pseudo classes to do it for us. Now let's take a look at pseudo classes. So we'll try and understand what a pseudo class is, and then we'll apply it to one of the elements that we create. So currently our code looks like this, and we have just some code. Let me just remove that, and I'll remove the style class from here as well. Go to here, use remove the style class, and everything works fine. I'll just change the name to pseudo classes. Now let's say that I have a h1 tag with the hover over me text written inside it. If I refresh it, I get the same text. It's black in color right now. Now let's say I want it to be blue in color. So again, in the head tag, I'll create a style tag. I'll check the h1. I'll change the color. It should all be familiar to you by now. And I use the blue color. I refresh this. I go back and I refresh here. And here it is. It's blue in color. Now what I want is when I hover over it, it should turn red and it should have an underline as well. Now to change it to that, I have to again go back, and here's where pseudo classes come into play. So I can just determine, okay, I want the hover pseudo class, right? So now whenever I'm hovering over h1, I want the color to be red as described. Color to be red, and it should have an underline. For that, I use the text decoration property and set the property's value to underline. I save this, go back, refresh. As soon as this goes over and I hover over it, and I'm not getting the output. Whenever you want to debug something in CSS, just go over here, select the button over here that selects the element, click on the button, and you can take a look at the styles that are applied here. Okay, so the color is blue, and when h1 is hovered over, let me just save this, go back, refresh, and now it's working. So there was a syntax error. So if I were to hover over it now, you can see its color immediately changes to red and an underline is put here. Now, if I were to do this in any other way, I would have to use JavaScript. But right now, since JavaScript is needed, I am working without JavaScript and it works fine. So that's how pseudo classes work. Let's take a look at how the other selector methods work. Alright guys, now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now a pseudo element is used to specify a specific part of an element, such as the first letter, the last line, etc. Instead of you having to wrap a particular element inside, or a particular part of an element inside a span tag to tackle or gain access to it, you can just use pseudo elements. These pseudo elements basically allow you to basically change styles of either the first element, the last element, the first few elements, the last few elements, all the odd elements, all the even elements, and so on and so forth. Pseudo selectors are really helpful when building out user interface and layouts. For instance, let's say you have a table and in which you want all the alternate rows to have a darker color and all the even rows to have lighter color. You can do that. Or you want all the last 5 columns to have a particular font style and all the other rows should have the same font style. Now, all of that can be done using pseudo elements. So you can have a lot of power when using pseudo elements. Now let's take a look at pseudo elements. Now to work with pseudo elements, all you have to do is firstly create this. I'll just change the title here, pseudo elements, and save this. I'll go back and I'll refresh. As you can see, the title has changed, so we are in the correct file. Now let me just show you how it would work. So I'll create a p tag, and I'll say this is a p. Save this, go back, refresh, and I get a p tag. I've zoomed in so that you can see. As you can see here, zoomed out version. It's quite small. So let me just zoom back in again. This is what a p tag looks like. Now, if I want to change the color of p tag, there are many options I have. I can change the color to be red. Save this, go back, and the color is red. But what if I want to change the color of just the first letter? Now this is easier for us to do now. I can just change and I just have to embed this text here, and then just work its way up. So if I save this now, if I refresh this, it's still red in color, but I'm just trying to see this. And if I want to just change the pen, no, this is what it looks like. So that's one way of doing it. However, it's a lot more code and I have to muddle up my HTML and add unnecessary span tags. So I'll just close this one out. And now I have a p tag. If I want the first letter to be this one, I can use the pseudo elements. Save this, go back, refresh, and the first letter is still red in color. I can even use other techniques like first line. I have the same line here, so it's not going to work that way. Add a bit more text here. Now let's see if it works. As you can see, the first line is clearly red in color. If I were to zoom out, as you can see, as many things get on the first line, this is updating automatically. I don't have to do anything. If only this content is coming on the first line, then only that one is colored red. So that's the power of using this. Let me just close this out. And that's how p tags work. And this is how the pseudo element selectors work. You can do it the other ways as well, but in that you would have to use a lot of different technologies, and that would be really difficult. Easier ways are available, so we recommend that you use those. Now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Suppose you want to target all the A tags with the target set to underscore blank. If the target attribute of an A tag is set to underscore blank, that means that when that link is clicked, it will open up in a new tab. Now, if you want to tackle all of these elements and you want to change their color to green, the code below shows how you do that. So you can basically gain access to elements based on their attribute properties. If an attribute of a particular element is set to a particular value, then you can use this attribute selector to gain access to it and change its styles. Attribute selectors can be really helpful when you want to check whether an input tag is required or not, whether it has a no validate property, and there can be many use cases for that as well. Guys, now let's take a look at attribute selectors. Now, again, for the attribute selectors to work, I have this code that is not showing anything in the body tag. Let me just change the title so that we understand attribute select. And now let me just show you how it works. So I have changed the A tag to be nothing, and in the A tag I can type in anything. So let's say this is a link. I can again change an A tag, and with the target property set to underscore blank, this is another link. After saving both of these, all I can do is inside the style tag, I can change the A with the target property set to underscore blank, and here I want to change the color to be, instead of it being blue, it has to be red. So if we go back and if we refresh, now as you can see, these are the two links, but one of them is colored red, other one of them is colored blue. If I were to click on this, it opens up in a new tab. That's what the underscore blank attribute does to the target element. And that's how you can create attribute selectors. Different attributes can be used. For instance, if I wanted to use href is set to this, then I go back and if I refresh, both of them have the same thing. So that's how it works. Different attributes can be used, different selectors can be used, depends really on how you wish to choose it. So that's how attribute selectors work. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. So the background property in CSS allows us to manipulate the background of an HTML page. You can also manipulate the background of an HTML element, but that does apply to the page as well. Now the background property can be set either to a color or an image. That really depends on the choice that you're going for. You can even have an image of a particular color. However, images are usually rasterized, which basically means when you zoom into a particular color, if it's set to an image, then it's going to pixel it. But if you're using a color, then it's not going to pixel it, it's going to look the same. Now to set the background color of an image, we use the background dash color property and set it to a color. Now this color can either be represented as a hexadecimal code, as you can see in the blue background example here, where we have set the class of blue background, we have set the color to be hash 0000FF, which is a hexadecimal value. or you can use RGBA values, in which R stands for red, G stands for green, B stands for blue, and A stands for alpha. Alpha stands for the opacity of the entire color, and RGB stands for how much green, how much blue, and how much red from 0 to 255. This is how you can make colors in your HTML code. It could be in either one of those formats. It doesn't really matter. It would work exactly the same way. However, it is to be noted that hexadecimal is the one just usually preferred, unless you want to add some opacity to your color. In cases like this, RGBA is the one that's used. The alpha value specifies the opacity. If it's 0, then it's completely transparent, and if it's 1, then it's completely opaque. Now, to set the background property of an image or to an image, we use the background image property and set it to the URL of an image. Now, that URL can either be relative or absolute, as with the links, as with any link that we can see on the internet. The relative URL will be the URL on your own website, and the absolute URL will be URL on some other website, and you can use images on other websites as well. The background image property to a URL use the syntax background-image colon URL, and inside the URL you create a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you create double quotations. Inside the double quotations you write the URL to the image. Now here we have created an image to the URL to the background image, but you may name it anything that you want. Just make sure that the URL is correct and it's reachable from your browser. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS background. So the way CSS backgrounds work is we can either set it to a color or an image. Let's take a look at how we can do that. Firstly, I'll just remove the previous code. Let's change this and this one as well. Save this, go back. Let me just zoom out for the clarity. Refresh it, and nothing's there. I'll just change the title as well. CSS Background. Now the way it works is the first thing we have to do is we will create a div tag, and that's all I would do right now. Let me just style it a bit so that you can understand. Now the div tag needs to have a height of let's say 500 pixels, a width of 500 pixels as well, and now let me just create the background here. So the first property I will show you is background color. Save it, go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. So a div tag is created, a box is created on my screen with 500 by 500 pixels of height and width, and the color is set to be red. Now the red color I've set is basically just a string of color, but I can choose a more advanced bit of color as well. I can make it hexadecimal as well. If I go back, refresh, it stays the same. If I want to change the opacity of the color, then I would have to use something like an RGBA function. Inside it, I want completely red, no green, no blue, and the alpha color, let's make it to be 1 right now. I save it, go back, when I refresh, and it's the same. However, if I change the value of the alpha here, then I might get a different result. Let me just show you how that works. So I'm using Google Chrome's Chrome tools, but you can do it in the code as well. So it's here. If I change it to 0, then it becomes completely transparent. 1 is opaque. And if I want to change it to just a tiny little bit, okay, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. As you can see, as I am moving it down from 0 to 1, so from 1 to 0, it's becoming more and more light, or you can say transparent. Right now it's 50% opaque, 50% transparent. I keep going down, and eventually it disappears. So that's the way RGBA works. If you want to change the opacity of some element with background color, use the RGBA format, and it works quite well. Now let me just show you what else you can do. So that was just for the background color, and background color can be set to, as we have discussed, it can be set the red color, the green color, the blue color in either the hexadecimal format or the RGBA format, or whichever format that you prefer. All of these formats work completely well, but the way we will do the other bit is we change its background to an image. So to do that, you can do background image, and here I can just change it to be a URL. In the URL, I'll pass in the URL to the image of Google. Refresh this, and as you can see, the image is there. Now it may not be something that you were expecting because the background is bigger than the image that we have. The image is repeating. I can change the background images repeat for property to background repeat, right? VAC. And as you can see, background repeat property I can set to no repeat. And now the image won't be repeating itself. It will just be there. There you have it. So you have just one image here, and you can change the position, you can set how it's supposed to look, and so on and so forth, but that's the way it's supposed to work. All right, so that's how background properties work. Let's see what else we can learn. Now let's take a look at CSS borders. Borders are again one of the things that can affect your layout quite well, so we can understand how you can set borders on your HTML elements. Now the border property allows you to specify the style, width, and color of an element border. To do that, firstly, you just need to set the border property. Now that can have multiple things. You can specify it in the order of size, the style, and the color. So size is going to be the width, color is going to be whatever you want it to be, and the style is going to be either it's solid, it's dashed, it's dotted, whatever. Now there are several types of borders available for you, such as solid, dotted, dashed. Transparent borders are also available, however they are not very useful, so on and so forth. You can use it like this. As the example shown below, we have created a class of the borders and we have applied the style of border of 1 pixel, solid, and black. This could be different. You can change the width of the border, you can change the style, and you can change the color as well. The color could be, it's here, it's just the color's name, which is black, but you can apply a hexadecimal color, an RGBA color, or whatever other different kind of colors you have available for you to use. If the browser supports it, then it's going to work completely fine here as well. Now let's take a look at margin and padding. So using CSS, we can define a margin and padding for an HTML element. As you can see in the image below, margin and padding becomes quite apparent as to what they are. Just to make it a little more clearer, margin is the additional space around the elements outside the border. So you have some content, there's some space around it, then there's border, and outside that border, if you apply some additional space, that's called margin. On the other hand, padding is additional space around the elements inside the border. So you have the border and you have the content. If you put some space between the border of the element that you're targeting and other elements, that's a margin. If you put the space between the border of the element and the content of the element, that's padding. So you have margins and paddings available for us to use. Now, setting margins and padding on any document or any HTML element is not very difficult. What you have to do is you can choose the margin and padding, either margin or padding, and just change the size of the margins and paddings available for a particular element by targeting it. Here we are targeting a class with white box and changing the margins to be 10 pixels and padding to be 10 pixels. It is to be noted that you can, for instance, change the margins on the top, left, right, and bottom side of the element. You can also change the padding on the top, left, bottom, and right side of the element separately. It's entirely up to you how you wish to do it. Usually people like to just keep the margins and paddings same across all sides, but it's your choice if you want to do it differently. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how we can do that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at margin and padding. So for margin and padding, I'll just refresh this. This is the previous code. I'll just change the color here. Margins and paddings. Now if I go back and if I refresh, you can see nothing's there. So in order to use margins and paddings, let me first just create a div tag. This will have a p tag if you want it to have a p tag, and that p tag will have some color. Refresh and this is what it looks like. Now I can change the style here. Let me just show you how I'm going to do that. Firstly, I'm going to change the p tag. P tag is going to have a border of 5 pixels solid. Save this, go back and refresh. And similarly, the div tag is going to have the same thing, but the border's color is going to be red, so that we can differentiate where one element starts and the other element ends. So both of them have the same thing.
Okay guys, a quick info, if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Now, sorry, it's not supposed to be B, it's supposed to be div. Now it's working. So as you can see already there's some margins around it or padding around it. Let me just tell you how it works. So if I were to click on the P tag here, as you can see by default there's some margin of 1 ems applied. If I can just set the margins to be 0, both of them will collapse onto each other. So that's how margins and paddings work. Let's just see how they work in a moment. I'll change the background color of P to be a little different so that let's see which, yeah, this would get it blue. If I refresh this, and now it looks like this, and I'll change the color to be white.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And refresh this, now it looks like this. So everything's visible now. Let's see how margins and paddings work. Firstly, let me just show you how padding would work. So on the P tag, if I add padding of 25 pixels, notice the change in the text here. As you can see, it shifted 25 pixels down, 25 pixels left, and outside the text we have 25 pixels of padding. If you want to take a look at how the padding is looking like, open up your Chrome DevTools, click on this, and it will show you how the padding is. Now I scroll down, padding is 25 pixels and it's highlighted here. Another thing to note here is that if I want to just set the padding to be on the top and bottom and not on the left and right, I can do so as well, just about here. So top and bottom should be this, and 0 pixels should be left and right. So as you can see, the pixels, the padding has changed now. If I were to click on this, go back, the border is there, margins 16 pixels by default, and on the left and right side there are no padding, and on the top and bottom is 25 pixels of padding. Another thing I can do, if I want to specify the margins and paddings on all of these, then I can just say 25 pixels, 15 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 pixels, and you'll see how that works in a moment. If I refresh this, the padding is quite wonky, but let's see. If I were to click on this now, it will show me how the padding has been applied. So the 25 pixels padding is applied to the top, then the 15 pixels is applied to the right hand side, then 5 pixels to the bottom, and the 5 pixels again is applied on the left hand side. So that's how it's working right now. No, sorry, 0 pixels is applied on the right hand side, yeah, left hand side. So the way it works is clockwise. So it goes to top, then right, then bottom, and then left. Now again, if you want to just specify padding for one part of the box, for instance, I just want padding at the top. Instead of going instead of filling all the numbers to be 0 and just top with 25 pixels, I can just type padding top 25 pixels. And this works the same way. All the other paddings are removed, and only there's only a padding from the top of the element to the bottom. So that's how that works. Let's say I want to add margin. So to add the margin, firstly let me just change the width so that I can show you some cool things. Width is going to be 150 pixels. Go back, refresh, and now it's, instead of spanning the entire section, it's going to span only 150 pixels. And now if I were to change the margin to be 0 pixels and go back, you'll see it collapses. and if I were to change the second part of it to be auto margin, it is pushed at the middle. This happens because I have specified the margin to from top and bottom to be 0 pixels, and on left and right it's auto, which means take the available space, put my content in the middle, and the margin on the left and margin on the right should be exactly the same. So if I were to go here and check it, here you go. This is the border, this is the div tag, and here's the margins. So 675 is the margin right now. If I were to essentially zoom it out or do something else with it, it might change. So for instance, as you can see, as I'm zooming it, the margin is automatically updating. You can take a look at here. So this is how margins affect our work, and margins and paddings work exactly the same way. The only difference is outside the content, but inside the border, if you need space between the content and the border, use padding. If you need space between the border of the element and outside elements, then use margins. Now again, the same way I had applied the margins with there, I can apply it here as well. So it could be 0 pixels, auto, top, right, and then 0 pixels and auto. Go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. Another thing, I have the same properties of margin top, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, if I want to use them. Right now I don't have to, so I'll just put it this way. And that's the way it works. Now let's take a look at what else we have to learn. Now let's take a look at CSS Box Model. We can consider each HTML element being displayed as a box and is often termed box model. Usually when we're trying to style any div or any HTML element, we can consider it as being a box, and all the sizes that are related to that box are considered in the CSS box model. Now these boxes are used when we are styling and designing our web pages using CSS. So box model is a really important concept, especially when you're trying to apply styles to an HTML page. As you can see, inside the content, we have some content, and inside the box that we're showing, we have some content. That's the element. That element has some padding. Outside the padding, we have some borders, and outside the border, we have the margins. All of this is considered as part of the box model. All of this is considered as the height and the width of the entire HTML element, with the content, padding, border, and margin one after the other. So we need to be able to take care of all of these if we want to lay out the element correctly. If for instance we want the element to be of height 40 pixels, however we add the margins of 20 pixels on both sides and then padding of 10 pixels on both sides, the height of the element becomes 40 plus 20, which becomes 60 pixels, which is 20 pixels more. So we need to be able to guess what the styles are going to be. Now CSS box model essentially consists of margins, borders, paddings, and content. Content is what we are providing, and styles define the margins, borders, and paddings of the content. Now while creating the layout of a web page in the CSS, we need to consider margins, borders, paddings, and the content of an element in order to understand how big the entire HTML element is going to be and how we're going to lay it out on a particular page. In case we specify the size of an element to be 60 pixels but the room for accommodation is only 40 pixels, then we have essentially either going to create a scroll bar or we are going to drop the current element to a new line, in which either case the layout is not going to look as the user has intended it to look. So you need to be able to take care of that. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS Link State. Using CSS, we can style links differently depending on the states that they are in. So for example, let's say that you had a link that was being hovered over by a person. Now you want the link to being displayed differently when someone hovers over it. Maybe you want an underline, maybe you want to remove the underline that is already there, maybe you want to highlight it, change the color. It really depends on your taste and your preferences. However, doing this could be a bit difficult. Had CSS not supported link state, you would have had to written a lot of JavaScript code in which you have to firstly hunt down the elements using the JavaScript DOM elements. After getting that, you have to attach an event handler, figure out when the user is hovering over it, and then change the styles accordingly, either by adding a class or by changing them directly in JavaScript. All of that is a lot of work. However, CSS link state make it a really easy thing to do. Now, a link can be in one of the 4 described states. These states are link, visited, hover, and active. Now, the link state refers to an unvisited link. This is the default state. Whenever you open up a browser and it's a link that you have already clicked, you will see that it has a different color. Sometimes it's a purplish blue kind of a color, while usually links display as a blue color. So that's the difference. The link that has not been visited is in blue color. So that's the link that has not been clicked yet by your browser. Now the second link state is visited state. Now this is the state when you have already clicked on the link and have followed the link to the page that it wants to redirect you to. When that happens, your browser looks at it and determines that whether it should be in the link state or visited state. The third state is the hover state. This is the state that is used most often because the users hover over a link more often than they click it. So that's the state that that's used more often than not, and that's how you can essentially use it. When you hover over it, if you want to change the color to red, you just basically gain access to that link element using whichever selector you want. Maybe it's a combinator selector, maybe it's an attribute selector, and you attach a golden hover to the element on it, and then you change the color to red. Finally, you have the active state. The active state refers to the link that is being clicked by the user. Now, this state doesn't last for very long because it basically means that user is clicking on the link. So when I'm clicking on the link, its color should change momentarily, and then the page navigates to other direction. When I'm hovering over it, it's a different color. When I have not visited the link, it's a different color. And once I've clicked it, visited the link and went back, the link is in a different color. So these are all the ways that you can change the link. These are all the link states. Usually hover is used the most because hovering over a link should make it seem like you are hovering over a link, or it should have some sort of a visual feedback that tells you that this is a link and you are hovering over it and you can click it to follow it to some page if you want. So these are all the link states. Now let's take a look at an example and see how that works. Now let's take a look at CSS link states. Now just to take a look at the code that we have, there's a link here, and if I were to refresh this, this is what a link looks like by default, a blue colored link with a blue underline on it. Now I have already written some CSS code so that you don't have to see me type it all out. I'll explain what that means. The link state, which is the default state, should be red. So by default, this link should display as red. Visited state, which means when I have clicked on the link, it should look green. As I'm hovering over it, it should have a color of hot pink so that it's discernible from other colors. And when I have clicked over it, but I'm not let go, it's an active state, in which case it should be blue in color. Let's see that in action. If I refresh this, this is red by default, unvisited link. Hover over it, it's pink. Let me just, yeah, now it's hot pink, the color changes. If I click on this, you are being shown a blue color, and if once I've clicked on this is what it looks like, red in color. So as you can see that all of this is working, and these colors are really useful for us to figure out what the state of the link is. And there are other ways of using this as well, but we recommend that you take a look at this and figure out how it works. So once we have taken a look at all these, let's take a look at the link states. I have opened it up in an unincognito mode as well. So now as you can see, it's green in color because it's capturing that the link is visited. In incognito mode, that will not work. So I will just close this up now and I'll go back. This is what the color looks like. I have an A tag with an href that's pointing nowhere, and we have a link. In it, we have a red color, green color, hot pink, and blue color. All of these work exactly the way we would expect it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at CSS positioning. Positioning is an important aspect of any CSS layout. Let's take a look at what options we have available for positioning elements and how CSS positioning works in real life. So to understand this, firstly let's understand how you can use positions in CSS. To use positions in CSS, you use the position property in CSS that specifies the type of positioning method that we are going to be using for a particular HTML element. Now there are several different kinds of positioning methods that are available, and we'll take a look at all of them one by one. So these are the 5 options that are available for you to use to position an element: static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. All of them provide different behavior, and depending on how you're laying out your entire element relative to other elements, you can use one of the following. Let's discuss them one by one. The first is static. Now, all the HTML elements have the static position on by default. So if you have defined an HTML element, by default it's positioned using static positioning. So you don't have to change the property to static in any way, shape or form. It will be done automatically. Now static positioning leads to an element being positioned according to the normal flow of the page. So how it would have been normally is how it is displayed. It's the default. So for instance, if there are two block elements, then they both will appear one on one line after the other. If there are two inline elements, they will appear one after the next if the space allows it to be that way. And if the content takes up the entire width of the screen, then the next inline element will appear on the next line. That's how it's supposed to work normally, and that's how it functions in static position. Now, elements that have their position attribute set to relative are positioned relative to their normal position. So, for instance, if I have a relatively positioned element, or what I can do is that when I have a normally positioned element, I can specify, okay, from this position, move 10 pixels left, 10 pixels down. That way, relative to my original position where the document would have been shown because of the static property, it would move according to that, keeping that as a frame of reference. Now to define an element's relative position, we make use of the top, right, bottom and left properties. These define that how it should move from the top, from the right, from the left, from the bottom. So if we were to give an element property of relative display and then we change its top property to 0, that means it should, at the top level, it should be exactly where it is. So it should be exactly where it is on the y-axis. Now on the right property, move this much from right and move this much from left is going to be the left and right property, and the bottom property defines how much it should move from bottom to upwards. So these are the properties that we can make use of. Now another property that is useful is the fixed property. And the fixed property allows us to essentially just put an element in a fixed position. Whether the viewport moves or not, that's a different story. An element with a position attribute set to fixed will be positioned relative to the viewport. So if you have a viewport and it can be positioned relative to that. So if I have a browser opened up and I say, okay, it needs to be fixed and it needs to be on the bottom right corner, it should be exactly attached to the bottom right corner, then I can set the bottom and right properties to 0, meaning it should be 0 pixels away from the bottom and 0 pixels away from the right. So it completely attaches itself. Now even if I were to scroll my browser, it would stay exactly in that position. Now it stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. That's the advantage of using fixed position. Now the thing is, if you are using it to display some notifications, like for instance some social networking site, and in the social networking site somebody follows you and you have sent that notification to the front end, the front end receives that notification and now it's job to display it. The way it happens is that it creates a position fixed attribute notification, and in this it fills up the text that so and so followed you, and that way everything works. So even if you were to scroll up and down, it will still stay there. You can dismiss it by clicking on the close button, that's completely your choice, or it would disappear in a few seconds. An element with position attribute set to absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So to give you an example, let's say that I have a relative and absolute positioned element. What happens is, when I set the position to be absolute, it's not positioned relative to itself, it's positioned relative to its parent element that has the position attribute set to relative. So it is positioned to some other element. That's the way it works with absolute positioning. Now, a positioned element is an element that has its position attribute set to anything except static. Usually it is relative, but it could be difficult to say. So if an element is positioned absolute and has no positioned ancestors, then it is using the document body and moves along the page with scrolling. So that's the way it works. Now it's completely your choice if you want to use absolute or relative. Usually absolute positioning is used when you want to make sure that the relatively positioned element inside which we have nested another element, and we want the nested element to be positioned according to the relatively positioned element, then we can use the absolute position. And finally we move on to the sticky positioning. An element with position set to a sticky position is based upon the user's scroll position. Well, let's take a look at what that means. As long as the element is in its original position and it's in a viewport, it acts as a relatively positioned element, which means that it moves away from its original position. And when you scroll it, it will scroll up and down, it won't stay in the same position. However, when the element's original position is scrolled out of the viewport, it becomes sticky and sticks in the plane. Which is to say, as soon as it reaches the end of a page, either at the top or the bottom, then it stops functioning as a relatively positioned attribute and just sticks to that end of the page. So, for instance, if you have a lot of text and you have a position sticky element in the middle, if you were to scroll up, the elements will scroll up, and as soon as it reaches the top of your viewport, it will stick there. It won't scroll out of the viewport. Similarly, the same thing will happen if you scroll down. So if you scroll down, then the same thing happens as well. We must also specify at least one of the top, right, bottom, or left for the sticky positioning to work. If we don't do that, then the sticky position may not work. So with that, now let's take a look at how we can make use of the CSS positioning attributes using a hands-on. Now let's take a look at CSS positioning. We have covered a lot of ground when we come to talk about CSS positioning. Let's take a look at them one by one. So here's the code. Let me just go to the body tag, go back, and as you can see, there's nothing in it right now. Now let's add some code and figure out how the positioning systems work. So by default, it's statically positioned. So I don't think we have to explain it that way. If you want to change the position to static, which won't be something that works because it's already there. So all you would have to do is change to position to, and that change to be something other than this. We can change it to static, and that would work. But it's by default, so we won't be changing that. Now let me show you how the relative positioning works. So I'll create a p tag, and it would have a text p tag. Inside the style tags, I'll change the border to be 5 pixels solid black. Save this, go back and refresh. This is what it looks like by default, right? If I were to change the top property to let's say 50 pixels and the left property to 50 pixels, the left property to 50 pixels, and if I go back and if I refresh, it has no change on it. But if I were to change the position to relative, save this, go back and refresh, now as you can see, it has moved from its original position 50 pixels to from the left and 50 pixels from the top. And that's the way it's supposed to work in position relative terms. Now that works with relative, but how about absolute position? To display absolute positioning, if I were to change it to absolute, save this, refresh, this is what it looks like. Now it works exactly the same way. The only thing is the width has changed, but that's fine. Otherwise the position has been the same. Now if I were to, for instance, wrap it inside a div, put it here, the div tag is here, and the position of div tag is supposed to be relative, and it needs to be from top 50 pixels, left 50 pixels, and let me just change the border of this as well. Instead of it being black, it will be red. Now if I go back and if I refresh, this is what it looks like. So we have a div tag and a p tag. Let me just show you how this is looking about. Yeah. This is the div tag. Since it has no content, we have moved it 50 pixels from the top and 50 pixels from the right. Now if I were to change this, as you can see, both of these are moving. So the top property of the div tag is being changed and both the properties are moving. The reason this works is because the absolute positioning looks up the parent chain and figures out which element has any other display property, position property other than static. So in the last case, there was no parent, P was nested inside div, so body, and body has no, it has display static. So it had no option but to look at that as the point of reference. Now what happens, since we have a div tag that has a position of relative which is other than static, and it's 50 pixels moved from top and 50 pixels from left, this p tag which is nested inside the div tag moves itself relative to that. So that's how position relative and absolute work. Now let's take a look at position fixed. I'll just change this border from black to green. Position is fixed, and I'll change it to bottom right. Save this, go back, refresh, and this is what it looks like here. I can also change it a little bit more. I can add a padding of 50 pixels. I go back and I refresh, and this is what it looks like. This is something like a notification. If I don't want it to be 50 pixels from top, then I can make it like this. Now it looks something like this. This is something like a notification. And if I were to add some content here, let's say, I'll just move it here, and I have a p tag, and it has some content, and I'll just copy and paste the p tag multiple times, more than 70 times, so that it allows me to scroll around. And okay, problem, I think we have p tags here, so p dot notification. Now if I were to go back, now as you can see, even if I scroll it out of the text, it remains in the same position as it is. So that's the position static. Now the difference here is that if I were to change it from position fixed to position sticky, and change it from top right, bottom right to top right, you'll see a little bit of a change here. Let me just see where the element has gone. Okay, so it's here. Oh, sorry, position is sticky, top is this, and I can change it from here. And now all I have to do is move it to the top. Save this. Now if I go back, and this is what it looks like. So as you can see, it's sticking to its position. Even if I scroll it out of the position, it looks like it's stuck to where it was. So there are several different ways that you can configure these. As you can see, notification properties can be applied to this one, and there are many other things that you can do. You can think of a lot of other things as well. Right now we looked at all the kinds of positions that we can, and all of them have their own properties, and we can understand that. So let's take a look at how we can use the sticky property a little better. Right now it looks like this. So in order to make it work correctly, let me just try this out. Instead of it being p notification, div with the class of sticky, and I'll close the div here. Then I'll close this one here, remove this one here, scroll to the end, and I will just yeah, now it works. So I have this, now it's working. So for the sticky tag, let me just clear this one out. I'll change the div with the border of 5 pixels, call it position is sticky. Let's say top is 0 pixels, and right is, let's say left is 50, left. Now if I were to go back and refresh, this is what it looks like. And as you can see that this is, let me just change it a little bit. From top, let it be 10 pixels. It should look fine now, right? So it's 10 pixels away. As you can see, notice this distance. As I scroll it, I try to scroll it out, it will stay exactly where it is. Now, if I were to change it to 0 pixels and move it a little down, let's say here, then refresh it. This is what it looks like. But if I were to scroll it out of the view, it still sticks to the top. This is what the sticky property makes it. So that's how all the positioning attributes work. Hopefully this has been informative. Let's take a look at what else we can learn. Now let us take a look at what is JavaScript. It is important to understand what JavaScript is and how it can benefit us, mainly because JavaScript's meaning has evolved from time to time. Before the current versions of JavaScript rolled out, JavaScript was only used for web browsers, but now it can be used in different ways. So let us take a look at what it actually means. JavaScript is a high-level, object-oriented scripting language. It was created by Bernard Eich in Netscape in 1995. So JavaScript was originally created in 1995. Now, high-level object-oriented and scripting language are sometimes considered to be a bit more jargonistic than they need to be. Let us discuss them one by one. First thing is high-level. So a high-level programming language is basically a programming language that does not deal with the low-level memory management stuff that other programs might have to deal with. This is because JavaScript has a runtime environment, and what it does is that it takes a look at the code that you have written, takes a look at the memory that it will need, allocates that memory and continuously at regular intervals of time keeps checking if there is some memory that can be freed up. And if it can be, then it frees up that memory, and all of the variables that were assigned in that memory are going to be completely wiped off. So it will allocate and deallocate memory on its own. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have just no control over how things are happening behind the scenes and how that you don't need to care about memory management at all. But at smaller level to medium level applications, you don't really have to worry about how applications are being built and how they are going to be used. At a large scale application such as a large scale JavaScript application such as Gmail or Google Drive, you have to worry about how memory is being used and you have to be very efficient about it. There are certain things that you can do in order to affect how the memory management is going to take place and if it's effective or not. So you can talk about this and discuss about this at length, but that's basically what high level means, that at the beginning you don't need to worry about how to allocate and deallocate memory. Whereas in programming languages like C++, you would have to do the memory management stuff on your own. You would have to allocate a chunk of memory to your program. When that program or that piece of program that executes is done, you need to then deallocate that memory. If you do not, then that memory is going to be reserved and is not going to be used by your program or by any other program because the compiler has not freed up the memory. So just keep that in mind. It's also object oriented. Object orientation is basically a paradigm of programming in which you write code so that your code can reflect real world objects and scenarios such as people, person, events, things like that. This is really important because in enterprise level applications, when you're building applications for companies, the common language that you use are going to be to describe these things. In programming, however, these things are not really something that people consider. So you can create your own objects, you can create your own nomenclatures and translate them into code. This is what object-oriented programming allows us to do. And it's a scripting language because it was developed in order to write and to be written and be executed by the browser. Scripting languages are executed by some other programs, not by the operating system itself. So if you are trying to write JavaScript in the browser, then it's a script, not a program. However, it's very important to understand that JavaScript has now evolved and now it can be used to build other kinds of applications as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So when it started out, JavaScript was a very simple scripting language that was developed in order for the sole purpose of manipulating web pages, adding content, removing content, animating things into the frame, animating things out of the frame, changing the styles and whatever. Nowadays, because JavaScript is so popular and so easy to pick up, many of the programming languages are many of the paradigms and platforms support JavaScript. You can build JavaScript. You can use JavaScript to build mobile applications, servers, program web servers. Web applications are already being developed using JavaScript, and there are many other kinds of things as well, such as native Windows applications and all. So you can use JavaScript to build different kinds of applications. It has been supported on multiple platforms and will continue to expand its support. So with that, we have a clear picture of what JavaScript is. Now let us take a look at how you can use JavaScript. In this presentation, we'll be taking a look at how you can use JavaScript in a web browser. There are multiple ways of doing so. However, JavaScript, as we have discussed, can be used to build different kinds of applications, and we won't be discussing it here. With that out of the way, let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript. So there are three ways to use JavaScript, especially in the browser. So in the browser, you are supposed to write the JavaScript code in the HTML file or some other file and embed it. But how do you do that? Let's get started and see how you can do that. The first thing you have to understand is that the reason why there are so many ways of writing JavaScript depends on what kind of code are you writing. And in the hands-on for this topic, we'll discuss what that actually means. So the first thing is that it can be inline. Basically suggests that the code that you're writing is completely embedded in the HTML. So if you have a button, it is right next to the button, and it's only regarding that button that the code is going to run. So that's one way of doing it. The reason why inline code was invented was that if you had some small bit of code that only needs to run on a particular time or at a particular time, or when it is associated to a particular HTML element, then you can just write it there. Instead of polluting your HTML with different kinds of things, you can just write it there. Then there's script tag. So a script tag basically means that there, just as an HTML, there's a style tag in which you can write CSS. Script tags allow you to write JavaScript code. When the browser sees the script tag, it will take anything written inside the script tag, which is the opening and closing tag, and consider it to be, depending on the version of your browser and what kind of support it provides. So in scenarios like this, we would have to write some kind of a text that describes what kind of script we are writing inside the tags, such as text/JavaScript or whatever. Nowadays, it is considered that by default, you're going to be writing JavaScript in the script tag. So you don't have to worry about that at all. Then comes script files. Similarly to script tag, you can write your script inside a file, give it the .js extension, which is the JavaScript file, and you can embed it inside your browser. So you are going to say, okay, after you're done loading the HTML page, load this file as well. This file contains some HTML code, and this file contains some JavaScript code that needs to be embedded in the HTML file. Now, the reasons for the different kinds of script files is something we'll see in the hands-on, but basically it depends on how much of the entire HTML page is going to be affected by the JavaScript. So let's take a look at the hands-on and understand how that works. How you can write the JavaScript code. We'll be printing something on the console. I'll explain what a console is, but first let's see our setup. I have a file, I've called it index.html, and I have opened it in a code editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor or text editor that you wish to use. Open that file inside a web browser. My file is located in the E drive and it's called index.html, but you can call it anything that you want to. It's just a convention. Now let's take a look at the different ways that we have discussed using which we can create our JavaScript code and embed it inside our HTML. The first thing we have to do is we have to write some HTML code. Now in Visual Studio Code, I have a snippet that will automatically write most of the HTML that we need in order to get started. So just press this bang symbol and press tab. This will only work in Visual Studio Code. If you're using any other programming environment, this may or may not be available there. So just make sure that you know that it is there. I'll call the title to be JS tutorial. I will save it. And now if I go back to the browser and if I refresh, if you take a look at the title right now, it's index.html. Refresh it. Now it's called JS tutorial. So in case you're not familiar with HTML that much, I would recommend that you first understand HTML, because JavaScript builds on top of HTML. So if you don't know HTML, then this is not going to work. Now let's take a look at the different ways through which we can use the JavaScript code. So there are different ways. Firstly, that's the inline code. So how do you write code that executes inline? Well, let's say there's a button. I call it log button. And what I want is when this button is clicked, I want to print something on the console. Now, what is the console? Different programming languages such as JavaScript and C++ have a console. Now, a console is basically just a terminal or a command window which will show the output of the code that you're writing. You can also put the output inside a file or inside some server, but basically this is where the output can be seen. Now, in a web browser, it's a little difficult. So what every web browser has is a JavaScript console. Right click on the web browser and click on the inspect button, or press Control Shift I. Nowadays, every web browser has this. When this opens, you can see that it has a console button here. I go up to that and I can execute my JavaScript here as well. To print something on the console, you can just execute some JavaScript code here as well. I can write console.log, and I'm using Google Chrome, but you can use any web browser such as Firefox or the Edge browser using Microsoft, and it will work just fine. And you can write hello world. Semicolons are not required, but it is a good practice to write them. You press enter and this is what it prints. Hello world. Forget about this undefined right now, that doesn't really matter. Now what I want is I want this to be a little more interactive. To do that, I want to have a button which has the keyword log inside it. So if I refresh this, you can see there's a button, but nothing happens when I click on it. So that's a problem. Now I want to execute the same code that I have written in the console, but I want it to happen when I click on the button. So don't worry about the syntax right now. I'll explain what that means in a moment. Just write this JavaScript, hello world, and I can put the semicolon here as well. I go back. If I click, nothing will happen. This is because our browser has the old version of our index.html. We have to refresh it so that we can fetch the new version. To take a look at the current code, right click on the page and press view page source. As you can see that the button now has console.log because it has refreshed. If I refresh this, now everything will work. If I press log now, it prints hello world onto the code. Now, as I've already discussed, the reason why there are multiple ways of doing this is because I only want to run this code when a person clicks the button. Suppose that there are multiple buttons on my page. It's a huge page. There's like thousands of lines of code. And somewhere down the line, or like 1157 line, I write button and I want the same code here. One thing I can do is copy and paste it here, such as this. But this violates an important principle in programming, which suggests that you should never copy and paste the code. So console.log, console.log. It does work, but there's a problem here that you may or may not see. Suppose that this is like, again, as I've said, it's on 1000th line. Multiple people are working on this because this is such a huge file. Somebody comes along and says, okay, the message that we want to print is hello world, but we want an exclamation mark here as well. I put the exclamation mark, I save it, go back to my HTML page, refresh it so that I can see, press on the log button, and okay, it's showing the exclamation mark. So our code works, but the problem is now that the part where we copied the code, it's showing the old version because we didn't update it there. So now we have to go down again and press this, and this is only for two buttons. Suppose there are millions of buttons on a page. Suppose there are buttons and forms and we want to perform these tasks, multiple tasks, and synchronize them together. This could be really difficult. Right now it's working, but it's going to be really difficult. There are other ways of doing this, of course, and we will take a look at those one by one. But to overcome these issues, let me just close this up. Yeah, so I'll just put an h1 tag, look inside console. Now let me just show you what a script tag looks like. So after this, I can write script tag, and here I can write my JavaScript code and it will work just fine. This time it won't work when I'm pressing a button. That was just for the inline version. Here I can just write some code that will be automatically used. So as you can see, as soon as my browser starts looking at the code, it takes a look at the code, creates the h1 tag, displays it on the screen. Then takes a look at the script tag. What it does is that it prints everything that needs to be printed on the screen and then closes the script tag. So everything after this needs to be interpreted as HTML, and that happens. So this is why when we look at this, this gets printed and then this gets printed in the console. So that's one way of doing this. Another thing to understand is that this isn't the only way that you can do this, but this is a good way to get started. Another way to do this is going to be if you can create a script file. So now script files are basically just files that you can use in order to write your code inside them. So you don't want to mismatch your HTML and JavaScript code. What you can do is you can just use script.js. Now to show you how that works, all I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a script.js file that I have already written. I'll write console.log. I'll print hello world. It's the same code that I have written thus far, but it works. Now I write it here, copy, paste, save. If I remove this now and I'll just keep it here. Now do you think it will work? Not exactly, because our HTML page has no idea that the script tag exists.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So inside the script tag, I have to write another attribute called source, and the source file is going to have a name of script.js. Save this, run this again, and now it works. So now what happens is it takes a look at the entire web page, takes a look at the h1 tag, displays it on the screen, takes a look at the script file, opens up the script file, executes the code inside it, comes back, closes the script tag, closes the body, closes the HTML, and is done with it. Now the reason why script files were invented, so that because we may have multiple web pages. So it's not that we only use one page. We could have about.html and many different kinds of files, and we want some file to have access to all these pages. So in cases like this, if I have an about.html, I can just copy and paste this script tag, and that code will be available inside that file as well. So when that file is loaded, it will be logged on the console as well. And if it's like 10 different files, all I have to do is just change it here. If I want to make another change like this, and all of this will be reflected in all the files. So that's the reason why we do it this way. Now again, this is not the only way to do it. As we have discussed, 3 ways you can work them out and understand how to use them. Very much like CSS, in which you have inline styles, file level styles, and then external styles in which you can create your own CSS files. Script tags works the same. In other versions, because script files could be so heavy, let's say that you have 7 different script files, then it could be possible to just merge them all into a single file. This is called a build step, and you don't need to worry about it right now. But basically, in cases like this, all of the JavaScript code that you write is taken and merged into a single file by a program called a build system that you can configure yourself. And then it creates that single file so that when an HTTP request is sent, only one file is sent over the wire and multiple requests are not done. So you can take a look at that as well. But these are the ways that you can configure a JavaScript file to work with your HTML page. Again, you need to know HTML in order to work with JavaScript, because that's how it was created. So that's how you can get started with it. Alright guys, now let's take a look at what can you build with JavaScript. So we have discussed thus far what are the different ways that you can use JavaScript and what JavaScript is. But now let's take a look at what it can be used to build. So using JavaScript to build different kinds of applications has been the norm. Many different companies use JavaScript for different kinds of applications that they build and use. Let's take a look at what these are. So JavaScript can be used different kinds of applications. These are web applications, web servers, native mobile applications, and hybrid mobile applications. All of these have different ways of being used, and different JavaScript code can be used to use it. So let's take a look at them one by one and demystify how these things work. So the first thing is web applications. Using JavaScript to build web applications has been the norm. We have been building web applications using JavaScript since the invention of JavaScript. Now, the reason why it's so popular nowadays is because there are multiple ways of building a web application using JavaScript. The easiest and the most fundamental way is the way that we have discussed thus far, in which you create an HTML page, write the HTML code, embed some JavaScript in it, either using inline JavaScript or script tags or script files, and then that code is going to be used to manipulate the JavaScript, manipulate the HTML page using the JavaScript in some way or the other. Now, this manipulation can be of several ways. Either you add some element on the node, remove some element on the node, get some data from a web server, and after getting that data, populate the entire HTML page with some new content that is available, let the user know that some new content is available, and many different kinds of things. Now, that is important and very, very useful, but that's not the only way that you can do it. The other way is using something called single page applications, in which there's just one HTML page, which is used to just give the basic scaffolding and the shell of a page. Outside that, we have a JavaScript page that takes care of everything else. So if you've heard of frameworks such as Angular, Vue, React, they work on the similar premise. What happens is your HTML code is very minimalistic, and it is a big fat JavaScript file that is transferred over the internet. Once the user's browser has that JavaScript, it tries to execute it. When it's executing it's creating multiple HTML nodes using JavaScript, putting it inside the HTML page, and then JavaScript takes care of everything else. Navigation, HTTP calls, manipulation of the DOM, any kind of thing that a web application is supposed to do, JavaScript will take care of it. These applications are really JavaScript rich, and HTML is really used as a skeleton. Not much of HTML is used. CSS is used throughout, and it will be continued to use throughout, but that's the way it works. So because of this fundamental shift in how web applications work, the responsibilities of web servers have changed. So let's take a look at how you can use JavaScript to build web servers. Now, what used to happen before we had platforms like NodeJS, which we can use to build web servers, which we'll also cover in this tutorial. But the reason why web servers were a little difficult, especially for front-end developers to understand, is because of the language barrier. So in JavaScript, in the front-end web applications, we'll be using JavaScript all the way. And since that was the only language that we would use to manipulate the web applications and its structure, but in web servers, you can build a web server using different kinds of technologies. JavaScript was not one of them. So the way you would use it would be using technologies such as PHP, which is still by far the most popular server-side scripting language. Then there's Java, which is very popular in the enterprise world. So is C# and the .NET platform. There are other languages such as Ruby and Python that were used, but JavaScript was not really a big player in that regard. So what happened afterwards is that we had the introduction of the Node.js platform that allows us to write JavaScript code so that front-end developers can sort of port their expertise to the backend. Now, it's important to understand that just because you can write JavaScript code on the web server or write the code to create a web server, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just copy and paste your entire JavaScript file from the web browser to the web server and it will work exactly fine. Mainly because these are two different environments. In the browser, you will have elements such as a button, you will have elements such as a form, list, and whatever. It's a very visual environment. In servers, you don't have that. You have number crunching and different kinds of things such as accessing databases, caching data, serving up data, and whatever. So these are two different environments, although you can use the same JavaScript syntax, for loops, console logging, promises, and all the features. But you can't just port the code from here to there, just copy and paste, and it will work. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, in web servers, we use Node.js. Node.js has come a long way. We have Express.js, which is one of the most popular frameworks out there. Node.js is really popular among enterprise as well. And any kind of application that you want to build using backend development, Node.js is very much likely a good option to do that. Then comes native mobile applications. Now, the reason why we are making a distinction here between native and hybrid mobile application is something that we'll discuss in a moment. But the reason why we are saying that we can build native mobile applications is because before this, if you wanted to build an application that your customers could use, you had multiple platforms that you needed to tackle. Platforms such as Android, iOS, Windows Phone, and some other platforms as well. This was a bit problematic because then that means that if you want your application to be accessed by a large number of users, you need to write code for both Android platform as well as iOS platform. These two platforms have different programming language, different programming structure, different skill sets, and different environments in which you can develop applications. Android is open source, so you can build Android applications in both Mac and Windows. However, Apple doesn't allow you to build iOS applications on a Windows laptop. So you need to have a developer account, you need to have a Macintosh laptop, you need to have developer tools installed, you need to have an iPhone to test your applications. There's just a lot of upfront capital required there. In Android, you have the emulator, you have the open source tools and everything. But still, the languages are different. JavaScript is not really the language that they use, but they use Java in Android. And in iOS, the new language that is being used is Swift. And in Android, the new language that is being used is Kotlin. And the previous language in iOS was Objective-C. None of these languages are easy to pick up. And because JavaScript is so easy to pick up, more people know JavaScript than they know Java or Swift or Kotlin or whatever. Now, this is a problem mainly because the web applications that people build almost exactly mimic the features that we would want in an application, in a native mobile application. Now, there are ways through which you can use your current web application and have it work as sort of a substitute application inside your mobile applications. But the problem is that at the end of the day is using the web browser. So what happens is your web page is loaded into a web browser and it takes care of everything using JavaScript. Your application has no access to all the underlying features such as the camera, the machine learning features that have been developed, the Bluetooth, speakers, OS, internal hardwares, voice recorders. You have no access to them at all. So if you're trying to build a camera application, you can't do it using JavaScript, or you couldn't have done it. Nowadays, there are frameworks such as React Native, NativeScript, and many other kinds of platforms available where you can use your JavaScript skills in order to build native mobile applications. Again, it's not as simple as just copying your JavaScript code from your web application or your server application into a native mobile application. However, it is very similar to not learning a new language, but understanding the ins and outs of a platform and then adding your skill set on top of it. These applications are really native mobile applications, and the great part is that when you write the code, that code will get converted to both an iOS application and the Android application. You would still need to have the developer account, and for testing purposes, you would need to have access to an emulator or a Macintosh OS in iOS's case or whatever. But you can still have an application that will work. So that's the great part here. So this is what native mobile applications do, but still it needs a lot of configuration and understanding of the platform before you can even start building an application for the platform. On the other hand, we have hybrid mobile applications. Now this is a solution that has been available for a long time. What it allows you to do is it allows you to write JavaScript, and that JavaScript will then get converted into native OS calls, but this is a little slower than native mobile applications. If you're building applications that are just there to deliver content, such as an application that is there to tell people about the new concerts that a band is going to have, new conferences available, new videos available on a video store or whatever, then hybrid mobile applications are good. Native mobile applications, on the other hand, if you want to access the native features such as camera, browser features, voice recorder, Bluetooth, gyrometer, sensors, infrared, whatever your application has to, whatever your mobile has to offer. So hybrid mobile applications use platforms such as Apache's Cordova, and many other new platforms are available as well. You can take a look at these platforms and build these applications yourself. It's not very difficult to learn how to build these applications, but these are really helpful for us to use, and they're very easy to use as well. So these are some of the platforms that can be used. You can also build native Windows applications. You can also build native desktop applications using a platform called Electron, which was developed by GitHub. And there are many others as well. It is too much to count. But these are the platforms that are used. As you can see, JavaScript has evolved from a very simple programming or scripting language that was used to manipulate web pages to a full-fledged application programming language in which you can build applications of multiple kinds. Kind of like Python, but a little different. You can also write machine learning and AI code, but that's a whole different topic on its own. So that's how you can build applications. These are the kinds of applications you can build using JavaScript. This is exactly why JavaScript is one of the most popular job positions right nowadays. JavaScript developers are in high demand because they can use their skills or already existing skills and learn some new skills in order to build many kinds of applications. So with that in mind, let's see what else we can learn. Now we'll take a look at the basics of JavaScript. JavaScript as a language has several features that we can learn in order to get started with the basic concepts of programming. If you've never learned how to code, then you can follow along with us. This section is going to be really hands-on focused, so we'll have a lots of hands-on. We'll discuss a lot of caveats that you can learn when trying to learn a programming language. If you have already learned some basics of some programming language such as Python, C++, Java, it's going to be useful for you to follow along with us so that you can understand what are the features and differences between JavaScript and the language that you have learned. So firstly, we need to get comfortable with the JavaScript syntax and language features. So how does JavaScript work? What are the features that a JavaScript program would have, and how you can write programs on your own? The topics mentioned below are the topics that we'll be covering one by one. We'll have a hands-on for each one of those, and we would like for you to follow along with us. You don't need much of setup. All you need is a web browser, a code editor, or a text editor of any sort, such as Notepad if you don't have any, or Visual Studio Code, or you can use other code editors such as Sublime Text, Atom, Brackets, and any other kind of text editor that you prefer. And for that, we'll go through each of the topics one by one, and we'll cover as much ground as we possibly can. So let's get started with this. The first thing is variables. Now, in case you have programmed before, you already know what a variable is, but if you don't know, let me just clarify this for you. A variable is basically a name given to a memory location in which we can hold some data. That's basically all that is. So if you want to get as an input a user's username and password, you can store them inside a variable. That variable is then going to take care of everything that you store inside it. So we have a container. That container has a name. That name is then going to be used to reference to whatever value we put inside it. Think of it like a bucket inside a memory. Think of a memory as this empty room. We have a bucket. We put it with a name on that bucket. We put it inside the room, and in the room, inside the bucket we put some information, something. Let's say that I want the username. So I create a bucket named username, put it inside the memory, and now whenever I want to use a person's username, I would first ask them, okay, enter a username. That person will enter the username. That username that the user entered will be put inside the bucket. And now whenever I want to access or remember what the username that the user had entered was, we'll take a look at that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that's how variables work. Variables allow us to store data. Now it's called a variable because the data inside it can change at any time. It's variable depending on what is the last bit of information you put inside it. So that's the way it works. It allows us to store and remember data that we would need in a future computation or a future process. Now, variables store data in computer's memory or your system's memory. That means that they are volatile. So in case your program accidentally closes, anything that was stored inside a variable will be lost. If you don't want to lose it, then there are ways that you can store it inside a file or whatever. We're not going to be covering that, but that's how variables work. The data that you have inside a variable can then be stored inside a file, on a web server, on other data storage platforms as well. But as of now, when you're using a variable, we're talking about data inside a memory that was given a name so that it can be accessed later. The data inside the memory location can change. That's why it's called a variable. All right. So now let's take a look at a hands-on in which we'll be learning variables. So we would very much like you to follow along with us in this hands-on, and we will cover variables in this hands-on. Again, you don't need much. All you need is a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code, and you need a web browser. In the web browser, just any web browser that you use the same setup that we had earlier, in which we had created an index.html file. Open that up in the web browser and in the code editor, so that when you make changes to the code, you can refresh the browser and see the changes being reflected here. Open up the console as well, because this is where we'll be using the web browser. This is what we'll be using inside the web browser as of now. So again, I will just use the script tag so that I can just embed my code here. But the basic understanding here is quite simple. The code that we're writing is JavaScript and we want some input from the user. Now, I will tell you how you can get input from the user in a moment. Right now, let's take a look at how you can declare a variable. So in a variable, there are multiple ways of doing with things. First thing I'd like to show you is how you can write a comment. Comment is basically something that you write that you want the person who's reading the code to be able to understand, but you don't want your browser to interpret that code. You're basically saying this is something that is not code, that is just something that a person who's reading the code is supposed to get. You don't have to worry about it. Don't interpret it. This is not code. Just move along and skip this line. So there are two ways of writing a comment. One is you can use 2 forward slashes or the division symbol, and that is a single line comment. So single line comment. Let me just change the theme so that it's a little more apparent. Yeah, hopefully this is visible now. So I have a single line comment, and now I can have a multi-line comment as well. This is what happens when you have a divide symbol followed by an asterisk or a multiplication symbol, and this closes when you have a multiplication symbol and a division symbol. So start and the end. So the way you start it is this. You basically just create this symbol and then you write the code that you want, or write the things that you want to write. So this code is using a variable, and I can write it in a new line. Variables are being used, or whatever you wish to write. This is to explain the code so that the person who's looking at the code can understand what it is doing. Now, a single line comment is good if you just have a single line description. If you have a multi-line description, then you can have a multi-line comment, right? So now let's show you about the 3 things that we need. So there are 3 things that we need to understand. First is declaration, and second is after declaring the variable, we use the variable, or you can also call it initialization, and the third one is using the variable. So the way it works is this. To declare a variable in JavaScript, you are likely to use a keyword called var, var. Var is a keyword that was developed in JavaScript so that you can use variable of any kind. If you come with other programming languages, then you would have to use the keywords such as int, string, or whatever to describe the type of language. Here you just need to use the var. And now I need the name of the variable. Let's say user name. And this is what is called a declaration. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to be using this variable. Now, JavaScript to a certain degree is a very relaxed language. So even if I were to not use the var keyword and say hello, and then console dot log the username, it will still work. It might throw an error, but it will still work. So it doesn't even throw an error. Now that is a problem that when you're writing the code, there are certain tricks that you can use. One of these is something called use strict, which will work in a JavaScript file. I don't know if it works here or not, but that way it will be very strict in checking whether or not a variable is there. So it says, okay, the username is not defined and you're using it, and it will return an error. So that's one way. Now, if you want to use the username, just use the var keyword. Now it's defined, and if you want to initialize it immediately, initialization basically means assigning a value to the variable. As soon as you're creating a bucket, you're filling the bucket. So you can do it this way. I have it here. I refresh and it works. Even if I were to instruct the browser that be strict and don't allow any problems in my code, it will still work. So that's one way of doing it. Now that's called initialization. That's the second part. Now declaration is this. You just create a variable and you say, okay, I need this bucket. I'll use it later on in my code. I don't need it anywhere else. I just need it right now. Now, how you can take the input of the user, there are various ways. One way is using prompt. Now, this is only available in web browsers, and this is not used commonly because in web browsers, you're not allowed to take users' input like this, or you don't usually do. But if you want, you can just prompt the user and say, enter username. And whatever username is entered, you can just put it inside username. Save it, and then you can print it. So if I go ahead, refresh this, it says enter username. I call it John, press enter, and this is how I can get a user's input in JavaScript. Now again, you don't really need to use it, but you can if you wish to. So that's what declaration and initialization is. And then using a variable is again the simplest thing that you can do is just print it. Now printing is not the only thing you can do. There are several operations which we'll discuss when we're discussing operators. But basically, when you're trying to learn a new language, understanding how variables work is really crucial. I can declare multiple variables as well, such as username, and another would be using password. Now I can declare them on the same line if I wish to, or I can declare them on multiple lines like this, so that I use the var keyword again and again, or I can just put it like this. And again, if I had another variable name, I could do the same thing again. But it doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is you're describing some type. We would always recommend that when you start a JavaScript file, you use the use strict declaration, so that when you are using a variable that is not declared, it doesn't become a headache to understand how it works and where things happen and how things happen. So always use this if possible. If you are new and you don't want the safety and instructions, then you can leave it, but we recommend that you keep it here. Now again, if you're coming with from different programming languages, you would think that you would need to describe the kind of data that is going to be stored inside it, but such as a string, integer, or something like that. But that's not really the case. This is called a loosely typed language or dynamically typed language, in which the type of the data is just something that the language figures out automatically. Data types are still available, and we'll discuss them now, but the reason why they are not available in the same way in other languages is because in JavaScript everything is loosely typed. So if you have data in one language, one type, and you want to convert it to other type, you can do so quite easily. Let's discuss this now. Let me just save this up and let's see what else we get. Alright guys, now let's take a look at data types. So as we discussed that there is a way for us to get data from the users and put that data inside a variable. That variable is something that we can use later on. So for instance, we took a user's username as some information using the prompt function. Now that's not the only way that you can take data. In fact, in a web browser, you usually don't take data like that. You use a form that the user will submit, and you will then get that data and put it inside your web browser's memory, and that's where you use it. Now the real issue here is that something we haven't quite touched on thus far, which is data types. So as you can see, that data is of different type. One, the username, that could be a long string of text, long line of characters, one after the other. The other is numeric data. So you're asking for a person's age, their salary, their height. All of this is numeric information. Then there are other kinds of things such as true or false. So if you're asking a person if they are above the age of 18 or not, if they are senior citizens, you can get this information simply by taking a look at their age and determining if it's above certain threshold. But there are certain instances where you don't want that information. You just want to know if they are above the age, if they are senior citizens in their own country. That's another way. And so many different kinds of data. So what does that tell us about the languages that we use? Well, one thing to understand is that different datas have different operations available to them. So if I have a number and I say, okay, I have 5, multiply it by 10. That makes perfect sense because multiplication is an operation that can be performed on numbers. Now, if I were to take a look at some other kind of information, such as if I were to say, okay, I have a username, multiply it by 10. You're not going to make any sense of that because it doesn't make sense of multiplying a name by some number. It makes no sense to do that. So your browser is going to complain, your program is going to complain saying, I don't know what you're asking me to do because this is not how this works. Now, how does the browser or the language know what kind of data is stored inside a variable? Is it a number? Is it a long text? Is it some binary information such as true or false or something like that? This is done using data types. Now, data types are of many types. We'll discuss them when we're looking at the hands-on. In JavaScript, there are many kinds of data types, and in many other languages also there are many kinds of data types available as well. So this is the way we use the data types that we have. Data types allow the compiler or the interpreter, when it's interpreting the code, to understand if a particular operation is legal or not. This is the most important aspect when we're learning something. So let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how this works. Now let's have a hands-on in which we'll discuss the different kinds of data types that are available for us. So for that, all you would have to do is just follow along with us, open up a web browser, same as before, and open up the text editor. You might also not need the text editor right now because we'll just be writing it in the console, but it's a good practice. So I want to declare a variable x is equals to 1. Now this is obviously a number, but if you want to take a look at the data type of a number, you can use the type of keyword and type the name of a variable that is available next. So x, it will give you number. So it indicates that it contains a number. Now even if I would just write the value here, it will work just fine. Even if it was a fraction, this would work. Any other kind of value would work. So that's a number. Numbers are quite self-explanatory. These are just values that you can use. Similarly in mathematics, the same way that works in mathematics, they will work here. Now we also have the username. Let's enter the username of John. Press enter. If I were to now, let's take a look at the value. Its username is John. And now if I were to take a look at the type of the data, it is string. So string is nothing but just data enclosed within quotes. So even if I were to write one inside quotes, it will be a string. So if I were to do it this way, this is a string. So one thing to understand is that it doesn't necessarily have to be double quotes. As you can see here, let me just expand this up. It doesn't have to be double quotes like this. They can also be single quotes like this. And this is also a string. Here you go. Empty double quotes and empty single quotes are strings. Anything within a double quote is a string. Anything within a single quotes is a string. So if I want 1, 2, 5, 7, 6, 1, 5, 4, 8, these are numbers, but these are strings. If I were to remove this, then this becomes a number. Now, the other thing to understand is that even if we have strings like this, the important aspect of the strings is that they are just a collection of characters. So that's the way it works. But if you want to add some sort of a text inside it, such as, let me just show you. Now, if I were to write, okay, John said, let me just, yeah, John said, and now if I want to quote it, I can't use double quotes, as you can see here. This will give me an incorrect syntax and I'll get an error. So if you have started a string with double quotes, if you want to add more quotes inside it, you can use single quotes. So just this, John said he's not coming. So that's a single quote, or he is not coming. You can write it this way, and this is still work. Now, if I were to do it the other way around, if this was a single quote, then also this would not work. So I would have to create a double quote and this will work. So as you can see, these are how the quotes work. Now this is called a string. What about values where you just have values such as true or false? So if I want to check, well, if a user enters a username, and if I want to check, well, is the username the same as John? So in cases like this, you get the values such as true or false. These are two values that are used inside JavaScript and many other languages, and it's of type Boolean, type of true, and it's Boolean. So as you can see, this is considered to be Boolean. Now there's another type, undefined. This basically means that the value does not exist. It's not defined. We don't know what the value is. If I were to create a variable, let's say bad, and if I were to type bad, it has no value assigned to it. So right now it's undefined. If I were to check the type of bad, it's undefined. So I can't perform any operations. Now it comes time for operations, and we'll take a look at more of these operations when we're covering operators. But just to give you a quick overview, for X, we have a variable of 1, right? So I can perform for operations such as X plus 1. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. So what happens is our compiler or our interpreter will take a look at X, see if it already has a variable named X assigned some value to it. It has a variable named X and the value assigned is 1, so it will substitute it for 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. That works. Now for username, I have John. If I add username plus 1, I'll get this gibberish value in which it just concatenates the word John and 1. So that works. Now if I were to get the bad variable which has no value and I were to press 1, it gives me another return that says not a number. So depending on the kind of value that you have, you will get different output. That's one way. And if I were to use true plus 1 and get enter, you will get 2 because underneath true is represented as 1 and false is represented as 1 as well. So these are the kinds of values that we have, and this is because we have a simple dynamically typed language in JavaScript it doesn't really matter what kind of variable it is. JavaScript will try to force one variable into another. But if I were to take username and plus undefined, you can see this is what I'm getting. If I were to get variable and plus true, this is what I'll get. So this is the problem that we'll face. I will think that I have a number, let's say it's 1, but it's a string. I assign it here and I say x plus y, and let's say y is equal to true. So I don't know the type of the data inside it. I expect it to be this and I get this. Or if I would go x plus 12, instead of getting 2, I'll get 112 in string. That's a real problem. That's how we can understand how this works. And this is why data types are important. Our operations, what operations we can perform is going to be shown here. Similarly, if I had username multiplied by 2, I will get not a number because this makes no sense. I don't know what you're doing. So I'm giving you a result that is not a number. If I were to use not a number and take its, this is really complicated web of how things work. Don't worry about if you don't get it right now. Just understand that there are different kinds of data. Different operations are allowed on different data. So if you have two variables, you're trying to add them, x plus y, but you're getting not a number. That's basically because you have data types of two different types, or you're trying to multiply it and you're getting some other kind of value. Let's say you do this, then you get 0. So this is what happens. If you are finding it a little difficult to wrap your head around, don't worry. Just take a look at the different kinds of data that is available. Now, other kinds of data that is available is arrays and objects, and we'll discuss both of them in a moment. These are containers. They can contain multiple values of different data types, and they can contain the same containers inside them as well. And we'll take a look at that now. So let's take a look at this. Now that we have taken a look at data types and have had a hands-on to understand what different kinds of data types are available, namely string, numbers, boolean, and undefined, let's take a look at what else we can cover. So now we'll cover operators. Operators are basically used to manipulate data available in memory. As we've discussed in the previous hands-on, when you want to add two numbers, you use the plus symbol. That is an operator. Operators are of multiple kinds to perform multiple operations depending on the data type and the data available in them. So we'll take a look at them one by one. But the important bit to understand is that operators need some data. Now you can have operators that are unary, binary, and ternary. Unary operators operate on only one variable or one operand. Operators operate on variables, and those variables or data sets are called operands. So if you only have one variable that can be manipulated with an operator, that's called an unary operator. It only needs one variable to work. We'll take a look at the specific examples of these one by one. Then there's binary operators, which take two operands, and you can use these two operands to use these two operands in order to perform some operation using the operators. Finally, there's the ternary operator, in which you use few symbols in order to operate something. We'll take a look at a ternary operator after we have discussed conditionals, and we'll try and explain what that means so that it's a little clearer for you, because these two things are related. But these are the things that an operator is. So we need to understand what an operator is, which is basically just some symbols that we use in order to manipulate some data that we have available in memory, basically variables. Although these values could also be just the literal values that we see and not some data that we get from the user and store inside a variable. However, that depends on how you wish to use it. So now let's take a look at how you can use operators for your benefit. Now let's take a look at a hands-on in which we'll be taking a look at the different kinds of operators that are available and how you can use those operators in order to work with the data that we have available. So open up the web browser and open up the console so we can just write the code and see it work. Now for this, you don't really need any kind of different environment. You just need a web browser. Let me just create a variable, call it number, and I'll assign a value of 0. The first kind of operator that we'd like to discuss is a unary operator. This operator allows you to increment the value of a number. So if I have a number and I want to increment its value by 1, what I can do is num plus plus. Right now the value of number is 0. I do this, press num, and now the value is 1. This is called a unary operator because I only need one variable for this to work with this operator. Now it doesn't necessarily mean that I just have to write the plus plus operator right at the end. I can also write it at the beginning, and you'll see a difference here. So earlier the value inside number was 0. I used the plus plus operator. I pressed enter and I got a value of 0 here. Then when I take a look at the numbers, the value inside number, it became 1. Right now the value inside number is 1. I use the increment operator right at the beginning instead of the end, and I press enter. Now I get 2. And now if I take a look at this, I get 2. So what exactly changed here? What happens is, if I want to first access the value of a variable and then increment it, so I will use the plus plus operator at the end. This is called the increment operator. So this is called a postfix because I am using the increment operator after the variable name. So if I wanted to print it and then increment it, so let's say I was going to go like this: console.log number is currently 2 plus plus. Press enter. So I print 2, but now if I take a look at the value, it's 3. Similarly, if I would have gone plus plus num, right now the current value is 3 and it should print 4. So it increments the value and then prints it, and in this case it prints it here, the current value, and then increments it, which is this. So that's the unary operator. You don't really have to worry about it because it's not just increment, you can also decrement it like this. So now we have number 3 here, but if I were to do this, I have 2, and the same thing, the same logic applies here as well. So now that we understand unary operator, let's take a look at a few binary operators as well. This is what we can do in arithmetic. So if you want to perform arithmetic operations such as addition, multiplication, division, even subtraction, and there's a modulo operator as well, and we'll take a look at them now. So if I have two values, let's say var x is equals to 10 and y is equals to 5, and if I want to check x plus y, I can just use the arithmetic operators. As you can see that this requires two values, one on the left hand side, one on the right hand side. This is why it's called a binary operator. Binary means 2. So I get this. Similarly, if I want to subtract 5 from 10, x minus y is going to work. If I want to multiply these two values, I can do that. If I want to divide them, I can do the same here as well. One thing that you can notice is that if I wanted to take a look at the remainder that we get after we divide x and y, we don't get it here. But if I want to get that, I use the modulo operator, which is the percentage symbol. It means divide x and y, whatever remainder is remaining, print it here. Since 5 is perfectly able to divide 10, that means that you don't get any remainder. But if I were to divide 12 by 5, if I were to do that, 12 divided by 5, I'll get 2.4, which means it doesn't perfectly divide 5 and the remainder is 2. That's the way it works. So that's one way of understanding binary operators. These are the arithmetic operators that have been available to us or for us to use in JavaScript. JavaScript doesn't necessarily have just the arithmetic operators. It also has other operators which we'll take a look at now. But it's important to understand that there are these operators are important, and there's operator precedence as well, such as BODMAS. So you can take a look at that if you wish to as well. Then there's the assignment operator, which we have been using so far. So if I have a variable named Z and I assign it 45, this variable or this is an operator, this symbol, that's the equal to symbol. This is called an assignment operator. Now, if I want to assign a new value, I can just use the assignment operator, and this works as well. So that's the assignment operator. Again, it needs two values, so it's a binary operator. And then we have addition and multiplication, which is something we have already taken a look at. Increment and decrement is also something that we have taken a look at. But one thing that we can also take a look at is a shorthand example. So if you are using a variable, let's say x, I will assign a value of 1 here. And what you want to do is you want to increment it by 10. Now x plus plus is only going to increment it by 1. But if you want to add 10 to it, then you have to assign it again. So you have to go, the current value of x should be whatever the value of x is plus 10. So I have 1, which will be substituted here, and plus 10, which is 11. That's one way, but it's a little cumbersome to write x again and again. Now let's say that the name, the value was user's age is 10. So I would have to type the user's age equals to user's age plus 10. It's a little annoying. So another way you can do it is something called a shorthand. You can just use plus equals 10. That says that whatever the value of user is, add 10 to it, and then assign it to user's age variable, and that now the user's age is 20. Had I just written user's age plus 10, I would get the new value, but inside the variable I will still have 20. So because I'm not assigned it, I just calculated it and threw away the variable's new value. So that's the shorthand operators. It works with all the operators that we have taken a look at so far, which is the multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, and modulus operators as well. So that works. Another thing is, if I were to do this, this will raise it to a power. This is called double multiplication. So if I have a value, let's say I have 2 raised to the power 10, it's 1024. So you can take a look at that as well. And this also works in the operators. So with that, now we can also take a look at comparison operators. Comparison operators are really important to understand because this will form the foundation of the next topic that we'll understand, which is conditionals. So let's say that I have a user's age. Let's say I asked a user to provide their age. They say it's 15. Now I want my application to be used only by people who are above the age of 40. So I want to check something, which is whether the user's age is above the age of 40. Not 40, above the age of 40, which is 41 and anything above 41. So to do this, all I have to do is type in X is greater than 40. Since current age is 15, it's not equal to 40, I get false. This is a value that I can use later on. I'll show you how I will do that in conditionals, but right now you need to understand that this is what's telling us whether or not a particular statement is true or false. User's age is greater than 40, the compiler is telling us no, it's not. The user's age is 15 and it is less than 40. So we get the output as such. Now different kinds of comparisons are available, such as less than, which is this, greater than, which is this, equal to. So if I want to check if user's age is equal to 15, I can just use this. In JavaScript, there's triple equals also available. Since JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, if you want to compare 15 to be equal to 15, you will get true here. Because what JavaScript will try to do is it will either convert string to number or this number to string, and it will check whether or not those two values are the same. But if I use triple equal, that means strict equality. That basically says, okay, whatever the value is, it needs to be of the same data type and the same value as well. Don't juggle the types for me. Just tell me if it's the same. And here it's false. So that's another operator. So we have taken a look at less than, greater than, and equality operators. What about not equals? So I want anyone to be able to enter this application who is not the age of 44. For some reason, I don't want anyone to be of the age of 44 to enter this application. Right now, age is 15. It is not equal to 44. This exclamation point simply means that it's not. So that works. Now, the other operator that is available for us, apart from a equality and not equality, is something called greater than and equal to. So let's say I have the age to be 20. And I want to check if anyone who enters the application is of the age 20 or above. This is true. If I remove the equality symbol, that means that age is not greater than 20, it is equal to 20, so it's not going to be true. This checks both whether or not a person's age is greater than 20 and equal to 20. Similarly, if you want to take a look at less than and equal to 20, this will also work. It's equal to 20, but if it's not less than. And again, if you want to take a look at whether they are equal, that's true as well. So these are the comparison operators that we have available. Now we have logical operators as well. Now logical operators allow us to bunch together the different comparison operators. Let's say that I have the age of a person to be 18 and their monthly income, let's just variable age is 18 and income is equals to 15,000. Let's say I'm trying to create an application where person whose age is 18 and income is 15,000 are allowed to enter. So anything above that can be used. So So how can I check two conditions? Basically, is the age equal to 18? That is true. Is the age equal to 15,000? Oh, sorry, not the age, it's the income.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
That's also true. But how do you check these two things right at the same time? So this is where the AND operator comes. So age is equal to 18, and income is equal to 15.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This works. This basically means this statement is only true when both the conditions are true. So this is equal to 18 and this is equal to 15,000 as well. If both of them are true, then it's true. And you can also add other things as well, such as if the age is less than 19, which is going to be true because 18 is less than 19, so it's going to be true. But this is just to show you, and you can add more conditions like this as well. Now, what if you want to check only one of these conditions is true? So either the income is equal to, let's say, the age should be 20, but if the age is not 20 but the income is equal to 15,000, then they can enter. This is where you use the OR operator, which is these two pipe symbols, and that's where you can do that. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's the only way. You can mix and match these operators. You want to check two things and multiple things as well, you can do that here as well. But these are the basic comparison of basic logical operators that you can use. The last logical operator would be not. So if I want to check, okay, is age equal to 50, but I want to check if the age is not equal to 50, so I can just and age is not greater than 40. So if I want to just make sure that whatever the answer of this is going to be, I want to just invert it. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, then make it true. Then use the not operator, which is the exclamation point, and this will work. This will flip the result on its head. So these are the three operators that are available for us there. Now we have the bitwise operator, which you can use. Bitwise operators are only useful when you're working with binary data. So let me just show you the binary data that you have in order to check whether or not the binary data is going to be worthful for you. Binary data is useful because underneath the hood, it will always take a look at the binary representation of the data. We write the code, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the code that we are writing is going to be written in binary. So one way to think about it is this. Let's say that I have a number 5, right? Now that number, if I want to take a look at the binary representation of it, so I can just write toString. It will convert it. This is the toString, and so this is basically something that will work if I just type it. Variable x is equals to 5, x dot toString 2, and this is the binary representation. The reason why we have to write 2 here is binary is something that needs 2 as its base. So the normal decimal number system that we use, which has numbers from 0 to 9 being used throughout, in binary you only have 1 and 0. So underneath the hood, the computer can only understand ones and zeros. So that's why binary numbers are so important in computer. Now let's say we have this, and we can perform different kinds of operations here. So x is 101 and 2.toString to y is equals to 2, and if you have y, you can take a look at 10. So we have 101 and we have 010. This 0 is just padded at the end so that these three variables come in line. So Now, if I want to perform some binary operation such as AND, or not, in case you're not familiar with this, don't worry about them. But if you are, you're working with some low level techniques, then you can just use X and Y. And then what you can do is you can just Z equals to X and Y. So it returns the value of 0. We check the binary representation of this as well, and we get 0. The reason why is because if you remember, we have 101 and 10. So what happens is it takes a look at the 101 and 010 numbers, and it takes a look at the adjacent pairs. So these are the two numbers that are right next to each other. So if they are both 1, then only the output will have 1 in that place. So 0 and 1 will return 0. 1 and 0 and 0 and 1 is also going to return 0. But in case I had done this, now I have 7. And if I want to check Y, I can just reach Z. If either of the number is 1, then we're going to get 1. And 111 in binary will convert to 7 in decimal. And there are many other operators available as well, such as 11, 2, shifting the numbers by 2 and something like that. So 11 by 1 is 22. And if I were to shift 11 to the left side by 1, it's also this. So that's the way binary operators work. There are many other binary operators available for you to use as well, but that's one of the ways you can do it. So these are all the operators available for us to use. In many programming languages, multiple operators are available for you to use. If you have already worked with any programming language, these operators may seem familiar. The binary operators are operators that you would not have to use unless you are working with some binary data and you want to manipulate it underneath the hood, which is quite rare. Other than that, you can use any of the operators that we have discussed. All right, let's see what else we can take a look at. All right, guys, now let's take a look at conditional statements. So conditionals or conditional statements are used to make decisions in a program. As we have taken a look into operators, and we determined how we can use conditional or logical operators in order to figure out if something is true or false. Based on these values, we can then define how we want our code to perform. So for instance, if we have some code, and in that code, what happens is you want to get the user's input and then determine whether or not a person's input, the input that the person gave, which is the person's age, is less than 18. If it is less than 18, then they cannot access your website. Let's say that it's a voting portal and above the age of 18 is the person that can vote in your country. So that's the threshold that you have determined. So that's the way it's supposed to happen. Now you can check using the operators that we have discussed, but how do you determine what code to run when a particular condition evaluates to true? This is where conditionals come into play. Now in conditionals, we have multiple ways of dealing with things. We have if, we have else, we have switch statements, we have if else, nested else if statements, and there are many other kinds of operators that are many other kinds of conditional statements, which we'll take a look at. Also, we'll take a look at ternary statements. Now, ternary operator is an operator that we didn't really take a look into when we are discussing operators, but we did allude to it mainly because the ternary operator is a substitution for a simple if statement. So if you have an if statement that's really simple and don't want to write that much lines of code, you just want to write a single line of code that will explain it all. Ternary operators are really useful in that. It's called ternary operator because we have already discussed unary and binary operators. In a ternary operator, we have 3 operands. So in unary operator, we had one operand, which was the increment and decrement operator and the variable that whose value we were incrementing or decrementing. Then we had binary operators such as addition, multiplication, and division operators, and other operators as well, such as assignments and all. And now we have ternary operators. So these are the things that we'll discuss in the hands-on. So let's take a look at that next. Now let's take a look at loops. Loops are used to run multiple times until a specific condition is met. So let's say that you have some code that you want to run multiple times until a specific condition gets met. Let's say that you want to print the multiplication table of a number that the user enters. Now for that, you could write 10 console.log statements, in each of which what you will do is you will increment the number from which you're multiplying that number from. So let's say the user enters 3. So you write 3 multiplied by 1 is equals to 3. 3 multiplied by 2 is equals to 6, and then you keep going on like that. That would be useful. However, since there's a lot of repetition of code and only the variable, only the counter is changing, from 1 to 10, we want to automate this process. This is where loops come into play. Now, this is not the only place where you use it. In fact, loops are so fundamental and core to programming that they are used multiple times. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, we want to execute some bit of code. However, we want it to be executed for n number of times. This comes in handy when you have container objects such as arrays and objects, which we'll discuss after loops. But this is also helpful when you're trying to just go through something for n number of times. In cases like this, loops are really helpful. Loops are of 3 types: for, while, and do while. We'll cover all of those in the hands-on, which we'll take a look at. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at a hands-on using loops. Again, the setup is going to be the same. We have some code. Let me just zoom out a little bit so that it's easier for you to see. And I have the same code editor. Now let's write some code to make sure that we understand. Let's say that we are getting some number from the user. Let's say for num is equals to pass integer prompt and a number. Now I want to print the multiplication table of a number. Now multiple ways I can do that. One way would be to use this syntax. And now we can just do it again and again for 10 times. Let me just start from the beginning so that you can see. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9. So if I were to save this, it would work if I just named the work console correctly. Now that that's done, I'll save it, go back, refresh, 5, press enter, and 5 multiplied by 3 is equals to 15. It's just a little, now it's going to be visible intact. I think there's an extra space between multiplication and equals to, so let me just correct that, save this, go back, refresh this, 5, enter, and now the code is correct. So 5 multiplied by 1 is 5, multiplied by 2 is 15. Oh, that's not correct. Again, as you can see, the mistakes that we are making even when we're manually trying to recreate some code. It's 5, press enter, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it's correct. Now the issue is that let's say that the person says, okay, I don't want it just to be there just till 10. I want it to be there till 20. So 5 multiplied by 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20 till there. So now again we have to write the same code and we have to make the same changes. This is very tiresome. So in order to overcome this, if we take a look at the code, the only thing that is changing is this number, right? Here and here. So we can change that. And here where loops come into play. So for variable I is equal to 0, I will be the number that we will multiply it for. I is just a common variable name that we use for loops. I is equal to 0, I is less than, let's say, 10, but we want it to start from 1, less than equal to 10, and I++. Now all I need is just one line of code. The rest all can be put aside. So number plus I, save this, go back, refresh, 5, enter. So 5 multiplied by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8 works. So what just happened is, so this is the piece of code that's different. So let us explain this one by one. So it has 3 parts. The initialization phase, in which we initialize a variable with the initial value. Here we have initialized a variable named I with 1. The condition phase, where we check if the condition is true. If this condition ever evaluates to false, that means we have met the condition we wanted to meet and we want to quit the loop. And this is the change phase in which we increment. So the way it works is our JavaScript interpreter takes a look at the loop, creates a variable, assigns value 1, then checks if 1 is less than or equal to 10. This condition evaluates to true, so this code gets executed, and then we increment 1, so it becomes 2. So we check again, if 2 less than or equal to 10, it is, go back, put number plus, and we create the string where number multiplied by 2, which is the current value of I, is equals to number multiplied by 2. Then we increment, it's 3, and the same way we keep going till we reach 10. We check if number is less than or equal to 10. 10 is equal to 10, not less than. So we execute the code. Incremented by 1, it's 11, and now this condition evaluates to false. So we just come out of the loop. Nothing left to execute, so we just end our code. So that's the way for loops work. For loops are the oldest loops. They are used in many programming languages. Any programming language that you wish to use, you can use. Now, if I were to show you the same problem that we had earlier, let's say that the person says, I want the program to show me the multiplication table till 20. Run this, and it's showing till 20. You can even go further to 30, 40, 50, whatever you want, but now it's just a number changer. So as you can see, it allows us to not repeat ourselves, allows us to not errors, and allows us to write code that doesn't contain any error because most of it is automated by the computer. So that's just one kind of loop. There are many kinds of loop available, and we'll take a look at them one by one. Now, instead of getting the input from the user because it's a little tiresome and a little difficult, I'll just assign it right now. Fine. So this is one kind of loop. Let me just comment it out so that it stays here, but it doesn't get executed. So this is none. Now I'll show you while loop. So this is what it looks like, but here some things are going to be different. So the initialization phase, I is equals to 0, I is less than equal to 10. Then we are going to use the same thing that we had written earlier, and I plus plus. So as you can see, we have the same 3 bits, but their position has changed. Earlier, we had them all written in the same place. Here we have I, which is the index variable, and it is at the top. We can declare it anywhere we want. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. Similarly, if we had declared it earlier some places, we can just drop the var keyword and it will work just fine. Now, we have I equals to 0. Now we check if the number is less than equal to 10. As long as this condition is evaluating to true, we will continue printing whatever it is inside the code, and we will check again. So we check it, we print, we increment, check, print, increment, check, print, increment, check, and we keep doing it again and again. If I go back, refresh, I get the same thing. However, this time it's starting from 0, and that is because I had my variable set to 0 where it should have been set to 1. Although 0 works, but still it's the way it works. And now we have that. So this was a while loop, and this works as well. Again, let me comment it out so that you can see. And now let me just show you the do while loop. This is what it looks like. So we just need a condition here, and it's going to work exactly the same. Variable is equals to this. This is the code that we want to execute, and the while loop is going to be just if the I is less than or equal to 10. And finally, we have to increment it as well. Again, this is going to work exactly the same. So I go back, refresh, it works. But there's a bit of an issue here, or not an issue, but the difference between while loop and do while loop is not just semantics, because they look exactly the same. But what happens here is, let me just remove this. Yeah. So now it's going to print it, then going to print it again. What happens is, if I were to change this variable to be 11, and if I were to change this variable to be 11 as well, what happens is, if I go back and refresh, 5 multiplied by 11 is equals to 55. So what's going on here is, in the do while loop, we have the variable set to be 11. We print whatever we wanted to print, then we increment the value by 1, and then we check the condition. In the while loop, we check the condition and then we print something. So that's the whole difference. It's called the entry controlled versus exit controlled loops. In entry controlled loops, before the loop starts, we take a look at the condition. If it evaluates to false, nothing gets executed. In exit controlled loops, at least once the code gets executed. But if the condition evaluates to true after the execution of the code, then we get this. Even then, we will still print something. So for instance, if this code is printed, that means that this condition, even if it didn't evaluate to true, we will still print it once. Then it increments, so 11 becomes 12, and we check if 12 less than or equal to 10. It's not. It is not equal to or less than 10. It is greater than 10, so the loop exits. So that's loops in a nutshell. That's how loops work in JavaScript and in many other languages. These are the 3 kinds of loops. There are other kinds of loops as well, which we'll discuss once we are done with arrays and objects, because those kinds of loops are used there. So we'll take a look at that in the arrays section. So let's take a look at the arrays now. Arrays. So an array is a container type. A container type is used to store variables or values of different types. So arrays are used to store multiple data points or multiple fragments of data in a single variable. To give you an example, let's say that you want to store the marks of a particular student and you want to store all the marks in one variable. If you were trying to store the marks of a person in English, Hindi, Maths, Science, Geography, these 5 subjects, you can create variables with these names and you can store the data inside them. However, if you want to store them all inside a single variable, then you can use arrays. Arrays have 2 parts to them, indexes and values. Indexes are you can think of them as roll numbers. So they start from 0 and then there's the marks of the student. So whatever you insert at the beginning will go at the 0th index, then the first index, then the second index. In JavaScript, arrays are dynamically sized, so you don't have to worry about running out of space, or you don't have to worry about declaring an array of a fixed size, because they size dynamically, so you can store as much information as you want. In other languages such as C++ and Java, you would have to declare an array of a specific size and then use that array only. You can't use multiple arrays. So that's the difference between the arrays in JavaScript and other languages. Also, in strongly typed languages such as C++, Java, you would have an array that can only store value of one type. So if you want to store integer values, you can only store integer values, only store string values or other kinds of values. On the other hand, here we can store values of multiple types in an array. So we can store a variable that is of type integer, then string, then boolean, then again integer, then again boolean, then again integer, and many different kinds of data in any format that we want, as long as it's supported by the language. They can be stored inside an array. In fact, we can store an array inside another array, and that also works. So that's how this works. Let's take a look at a hands-on and figure out how arrays can be used in JavaScript. So again, to follow along, just as we had done earlier, just need to have an index.html page, open up the console and open up the code file. So here's what we have. We have used the useString. Now we'll take a look at multiple operations that we can perform on arrays. But first thing we have to understand is how you can create an array. To create an array, it's quite simple. I'll use the var keyword. I want a new array. So I want an array of the marks of a student. I'll call it marks and I'll assign it to this. This is an empty bracket. I save it, go back, refresh. Now if I take a look at marks, it's an empty array. Also, there's an array constructor as well. So if I just use the new array function, this will return the same thing as well. But we don't need to get ahead of ourselves. This is how we can create an array. Now, creating an array is quite easy. You can just create an array, but how do you initialize it? So this is an empty array. If I want to add some values to it, let's say that the student has 88, 56, 55, 44, 55. These are the 4 marks. Go back, refresh marks, and these are the 4 marks. If I expand this here, we'll take a look at these. This is the index, which is corresponding to the variable. Since this was the variable I inserted at the beginning, or this is the data that I inserted at the beginning, it got the number 0 associated to it. Similarly, 1 was associated to 66, 2 was associated to 44, and 3 was associated to 55. And I have a property length, which tells us the length of the entire array. So basically, if I were to take a look at marks.length, it will show me the number of elements inside an array. That's one way. If I want to access certain values, let's say I want to access the value at the beginning, there you go. So I can just use this 0, 1, 2, 3 to get the values. So 1 would give me 66, 2 would give me 44, and 3 would give me 55. Now what about 4? Well, it will give me undefined, mainly because these indexes don't exist, so they are not available for us to use. So if I go back, this is what it looks like. Now, as we know that we use indexes, and indexes are sequential, so 0, 1, 2, 3. They are assigned on the basis of arrival of the data. Now, if I want to go over these and print all of those one by one, what I can do is I can use a loop for variable I is equal to 0, I is less than, and here's where the marks come into play. Marks.length and I plus plus. So it will go from 0, 1, 2, 3. As soon as I becomes 4, it will exit out of the loop. So we'll only get 0, 1, 2, and 3, which are the valid indexes. And I want to print marks of I. Save this, go back, refresh, and here you get the numbers. Now this is where a simple for loop works, but another thing we can do is, instead of using this, because it is a lot of values, what I can do is for variable x in marks, and if I print x, go back, refresh, here's where you get 0, 1, 2, and 3. So you get the indexes, and you can do it there as well. And there's a for off loop available as well that you can take a look at. You refresh, and here which you get values. So if you want to take a look at the indexes, you can just go for x in, and it will get you that. If you were to go for off, this is how it would work. So this is how these variables work. In other languages, you would have to do something like this, especially in Java, but here it doesn't work like that. So that's the way you can loop over an entire array. But how about you have an empty array and you want to enter some values into it? The easiest way here is, if I go back to my code, I'll just show it to you here. Let's say ARR is equals to a new array. Now if I want to add new data into it, all I have to do is ARR, this is empty right now, dot push. Push is allowing me to insert some values. The F here means I have to put these brackets here. This means it's a function. Don't worry if you don't understand functions right now. I'll explain it to you in a moment. But let's say that I want to enter some item. If I want to enter just one number, I can just enter 15, press enter, and now ARR has 15 values. But if I want to enter more numbers, 16, 17, 18, all of these will be inserted as well. And there you go. It returns the length of the array. So whenever we insert something, it will get back the length. So since we inserted 3 values after 1, we get 4, and this is what's returned. So we have these 4 values. Now that is done. But let's say I want to remove the element. I can just pop, and this will remove things at the end. Now instead of getting 15, 16, 17, 18, I get 15, 16, 17. If you pass in a number in pop, it will remove, it won't make much of a difference. It will still remove the same thing. Similarly,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
it won't throw an error basically, and you have one value. If I were to pop again and then again, since last value was removed, nothing is here, so you can't have anything. As we discussed, arrays can have values of multiple types. So let's say it's a string 0 true. ARR is equals to this. Now, if I want to find the value, I can find the last index of true. So true was found at the second index. This is easy for me to find things. If I want to find some string but it doesn't exist, it will return me an index of -1. So that's how it works in arrays. Arrays are really complicated in JavaScript. You can have a lot of functions. A few functions that I'd like to show you that are very important. Let's say that I have numbers. This is an array that has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now suppose I want to create a new array out of this array, and what I want is all of these numbers squared. So 1 multiplied by 1, 2 multiplied by 2, 3 multiplied by 3, 4 multiplied by 4, and 5 multiplied by 5. Simple logic that we have learned so far is use for loops. Go over each value for var x of, and inside it we pass in nums. Let me just show you in the code. So I'll just copy here, paste it here, then var result is equals to an empty array for var x of nums. We get x and result dot push x multiplied by x. Now if I console log the result, save it, go back, refresh, this is what we get. So we get 1, 4, 9, 16 and 16 and 25. This is exactly what we want. Now this works, but as you can see, again you have to write so much code to get something really simple done. In other way, if you want to do it, I can show it to you right now. Result is going to be equal to, and I take nums and I'm going to call a method on it called map. This function, it will take another function, and I'll display and show you what that means, but this is called functional programming. We'll discuss more about this when we are discussing functions, but right now just take a look at what happens. I'll just return x multiplied by x, and this is done. I save, go back, refresh, and I get the same output. So as you can see, multiple ways of doing the same thing in JavaScript. Some are more concise, however it takes a little bit of time to get around those. Some are really easy to use. So we have understood how to declare an array, how to add elements to an array, remove an element from an array, access elements from an array, and loop over the array. These are the basic functionalities. If you want to take a look at the functions available for arrays, just type in nums dot, and you can take a look at all the different kinds of values that are available for you to use. Shift, unshift, slice, reverse, reduce, and many other kinds of functions such as index of and last index of. The difference between the two is that index of will give you the first index that it finds of a number. So let me just display that for a moment. Let's say that array is equal to 1, 1, 2, 2. Want to find the index of 1, I get 0. But if I were to find the last index of, this will give me 1. So if you take a look at this, first time I encounter 1 is at the 0th index, and the last time I do it, it's at 1. If I were to change this variable here and add 1 at the end, now if I were to use index, the value is still the same. But if I were to use the last index of 1, I get 5. So this is the difference between the two. Let's take a look at objects. So objects are the fundamental type in JavaScript. Objects are really important in JavaScript because most of the things that we work with are essentially objects. Objects are container types. Basically, they contain other kinds of data. Objects can contain objects, arrays, and any kind of data that they want. Similar to arrays, they are also heterogeneous, meaning that they don't need to contain only one kind of data. They can contain different kinds of data. The only difference between arrays and objects is that in basic uses is that objects will use key value pairs. Now, key value pairs are really easy to understand. Basically, just like in arrays, we have numeric indexes that are automatically assigned as you add and remove elements. So as soon you create an empty array, there's no elements in it. You add new item to it, it gets the index 0 assigned to it. Then you add another item, index 1 is assigned. Then you add another item, index 2 is assigned. When that element is removed, index 1 is the highest value of our indexes there. And then when you add another item, index 2 is assigned again. So as you can see, it's sequential, increases and decreases based on the length of the array. Now the difference here is that in objects, you can, instead of assigning 0, 1 and 2, it's up to you what you assign to the values. So basically, if you are trying to create a table-like structure in which the name of the person is supposed to be the key and the value is going to be their salary, you can do so. Just put their name as the key, salary as the value, and keep doing it for all of those, and it is an object. Objects are also fundamental in JavaScript because they are very synonymous to other kinds of objects, such as if you've ever worked with say object-oriented programming in other languages, and object-oriented programming is something that we'll discuss. But in object-oriented programming, you have classes and objects. Those are slightly different from what we're covering right now. So don't worry if you don't understand them right away. Basic idea behind this is that objects are containers that can contain key value pairs. They are more similar to hash tables or hash maps than they are, or dictionaries if you are in Python. But they are more similar to those than they are to classes and objects in the traditional sense of object-oriented programming. In case you don't know object-oriented programming and hashes and all of that, don't worry about it. We'll take a look at a hands-on in which we'll understand what this actually means. However, if you are familiar with these topics, then you have a nice ground level understanding of what this is. How to use it, however, is something that we'll cover on a hands-on. Alright guys, now let's take a look at a hands-on involving objects. So for this, firstly, you need a web browser opened. You can open it up in any web browser that you want, as long as it has a JavaScript console. To get into the console, just press Ctrl+Shift+I and then click on console. Expand this a little, and yeah, now it looks. So the way you can create an object is very similar to the way you could create an array. So for arrays, you needed to use either this shorthand, which were two brackets open and close, or you can create new array, right? And that would also create an object. Now to create an object, however, it's quite easy to do. All you have to do is either just create a new object, which is exactly the same, or if you take a look at the symbols below, you can do this as well, and you have an object here as well. So let me just show you. If you take a look at type of, it's an object. Also, if you take a look at the type of array, it's an object as well. As I said, object is the fundamental type. Every thing that's not a simple primitive type, such as boolean, string, and all of that, that's an object. So you take a look at that. This is a string, but this is an object. So arrays are also kind of an object. So now, if I want to create an object, I can just assign obj is equals to, and here we have it. So if I create obj now, it's an object. Again, if I wanted to do it the other way, all I had to do was create a new object, and this works as well. It's exactly the same thing, as you can see. Now the object is created. Now it comes time to add things to an object. Now, as I said, objects are key value pairs, right? So one way you could have done this is, if you want to create an object here, you can just add things right here. So let's say that I want to create an object in which the key, I'm trying to store the name and address of a person, or let's say name and salary of a person. So all I have to do is type in name, and the name is supposed to be whatever I want it to be. Let's say John. Then let's say salary, 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 and let's say the salary is going to be 50,000. As you can see, that name is string, salary is not string, it's number. So you can do it this way as well if you want to. It doesn't really matter what kind of value you have for the values. Also, if I wanted to remove these, I can do so as well. JavaScript will automatically convert them into strings, so I have this. It doesn't really matter if I want string or not. I can also have numbers mapping to numbers as well. So let's say 2, 4. This works as well. Now if I create an object, I can take a look at the object in the console. This is what it looks like. 2 will map to 4, name will map to John, and salary will map to 5,000. In a similar fashion of array, I can also access these things by indexing into it. So if I type 2, you have 4. That's not the only way you can access things though. If you want to access the name, I can first type object.to. This will give me an unexpected error because 2 is a number. But if I access it using the array syntax, it will work. However, if I were to access obj.name, this will give me John. If I were to access obj.salary, this will give me the salary of a person. So this is how you can get the information from the objects. So this is how you can create an object and add data to it right at the same time. But how about if you want to create an object on its own and then add data later on as the user adds it? So again, you can just create an object which is an empty object, and now if I want to add anything, the same thing I would do anywhere. I would just type in obj, and now I can do it in the same syntax that I had done earlier. So I can type in name to be equal to John. Now if I take a look at obj, this is what it looks like. Also, if I want, I can type in name dot salary, salary is equal to 50,000. And now if I take a look at obj, this is what it looks like. So this is how you can add data to an object. This is how you can create an object, how you can initialize an object, add data to an object. Now let's take a look at how you can remove data from an object. So if I take a look at this, it looks like this. If I were to take a look at name, and now if I delete it and then take a look at obj, it only has salary. So this is how you can delete it. Use the delete keyword in front of the object and the key name that you want to delete it, and it will delete everything. Now you have just one property or one key, salary, and one value. This is 50,000. These are the keys, these are the values. So this is how that works. Again, if you want to loop over an object, you can do so as well. Let me just again, yeah. So now we have obj and we have name and salary. Another thing to notice is that it doesn't really matter how you add things into the object. If I add name first and salary first, it doesn't really matter. It's really fast for lookup. Also, if I try to access an element that's not inside the object, let's say not found, it will return undefined. So just be sure to use this. So if I want to check whether or some key exists inside the object, the quickest way to do it is check if it's equal to undefined. So this is going to be equal to undefined. Name is not going to be equal to undefined because we have name equal to John. Now if I want to loop over the objects and print everything inside it, all I have to do is use a for loop for variable key in object console.log key plus, and this is string concatenation.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Then you press enter and everything is working exactly the way it should be. So the salary mapping to value, name mapping to this value, and this works easily. So this is how you can write code and have it be executed. Now again, another thing I'd like to show you, which I hope I have shown you by now. If I were to remove these curly braces, what do you think will happen? It will still print it. So the difference between the two is, let me just show you. So this is what it should look like without the curly braces, right? If I were to add another line right after this and say next property. So if I press enter, as you can see, first the loop executes this, and then next property. However, I want both of these statements to be executed in the loop. Now for that, I have to open up a curly brace and then close the curly brace. And now if I do this, this is what happens. So what's going on here is if I remove the curly braces, only the first statement gets executed in the loop's body. If I keep the curly braces, then everything inside the curly brace is included in the loop's body. So for instance, if I were to add new code lines to it, they will also get executed. So this is a good trick to remember. So if you have an if statement where you only have one thing to do, so let's say that 1 is equal to 1, then I want to print console.log true and press enter. So it will work. However, if you have multiple statements, then you don't use curly braces. Depends on the code style that you prefer as well. I would recommend that you use curly braces whenever you can, but however, if you take a look at code like this, don't think that it's invalid. It's perfectly valid. So now we have looped over the elements, we have taken a look at everything. Another thing that I can show you is the object function. So functions are not something that we have discussed thus far. We'll discuss them in a moment. But the object is in JavaScript an object itself. So you can take a look at a lot of things that these things have for us. These are the properties and these are the functions that we can use on objects to understand how to use them. You don't have to worry about them right now. This is just to show you that JavaScript has a really great inbuilt support for objects. If you ever want to use an object, you want to perform some task with an object, first take a look at the JavaScript documentation on Mozilla Developer Network to see if it's not already developed. If that feature or that function is not already there, then you can implement it on your own. Alright guys, now let's take a look at functions. So functions, as we have already discussed, a function is a named block of code which is used to wrap a few statements that should be executed one after the other and given a name. Think of bits of code that is really important to you. Any bits of code that come one after the other. So for instance, let's say that you want to connect to a database. That needs certain steps to be followed. You need to create the URL, you need to send a connection request, and then you need to handle whether or not the connection is successful or not. This is going to happen every time. These bits of code are going to be executed with each other. This is why we need a named block of code so that we can call it whenever we want to. This is a function. Another thing you can think about is how you can write data to a file. To write data to a file, you need to first open a file. After opening the file, you need to write the data into the file. Then you need to save the file, which is basically closing the file. So these three steps need to be executed one after the other all the time. So this is where functions come into play. You can create a function, call it write data to file, and that will do the same task for you again and again, so that you don't have to do it manually over and over again. This is what functions actually do. Now, when we come to actually understanding what functions are and how to use them, there are several intricacies that we need to be familiarizing ourselves with. Function names, declaration, calling a function, first class functions, which is a special concept in JavaScript, which will take a look at function arguments and returns. So we'll take a look at all of that as we move on to our hands-on. So let's do that now. So again, we would want to have the same setup that we did earlier. Create an index.html, open up the console, open the index.html inside a code editor. I'll be using Visual Studio Code. You can use any code editor you wish to use. And here I have used the use strict declaration so that JavaScript's interpreter doesn't allow for any small mistakes. This will keep our code clean and easier to use. Now, when we're talking about functions, let me just show you what a function is. Suppose I want you to create I want you to greet someone, right? So for instance, to greet someone, firstly, what you need is you need to console log hi, then you need to print hope you are well, and third one would be nice to meet you. Now suppose this is something that you need to use in multiple places in your code. So for instance, this is one thing. Now you want to, let's say your code is spread across multiple files, and now you want to use it in this file as well. This is a separate file. Let me just comment that out. File2.js, this is going to be the file name, and this is file1.js. So this is how it works. Now both of these files will be included and they will get executed. That will work. So if I go back, refresh, and this will be printed 2 times, which is good. Now what happens is someone comes along, takes a look at our code and says, this is fine, but after nice to meet you, put a full stop, just to make it grammatically correct. So after everything, put a full stop. I save this, I go back and I refresh. Now as you can see that if the person did know that this code was also written by the same person in some other place, if they forget, basically if this code was written, this change was made 2 or 3 months after someone had written it and someone else is making the change, they have no way of knowing whether or not the changes are there. So what happens is this code and this code are now out of sync. Nobody knows that this code is also doing exactly the same thing, but this code was doing the same thing and had some changes applied to it, which this code didn't. So again, that's a bug in your system. So how do you come about doing this? Well, the way you do it is, again, the simple way in programming is that you do not repeat things. So let me just close this out, right? And now I can create a function for this. Function will allow me to give a name to this entire block of code, and that name is going to be referenced in other places. Any change I make to this function's definition is going to be changed in other places as well. To create a function is quite simple. Use the function keyword, function, function, give the function a name. I'll call it greeting. Then use these are called parentheses. I'll show you what they are and why they're useful in a moment. And then we define the function body the same way that we had defined the bodies of loops and if statements. And this is where we are. Now, this is the function that we want to use. Let's say that this is in its own file right after use strict. And now if I want to call this, I'll just call greeting here, and I'll call greeting here. Whenever I want to call a function, that basically means, okay, this is a function, execute the code inside it. These parentheses are going to take a look at the function and execute everything inside it. So whenever you put a parenthesis after it, it basically means that this is a function and I want to execute it. I want to run everything that is inside the body of this function. So I save this, I go back, refresh, we get the same result. But now if I were to make a change that I had earlier done here, here, and here, save this, go back, refresh again. As you can see, the changes are reflected in both places. And this is a trivial example, it's in both places. In real world scenarios, this can be referenced in multiple places. So that's the difference we're trying to avoid. So that's one way. This is how you can create a function. This is called declaring a function or creating a function. Declaration. And this is what's called using a function or calling a function. Call. Now that these two things are done, let's just return and see what else we can do. Suppose you want to perform some complicated mathematical operations, right? Let's say that you want to, I'll just call it calculate, right? A person enters a number to your program, and what you want to do is you want to take that number and square it, then add 2 to it, and then divide it by 2. So for instance, you take, let's say the number is 10, right? So you want to firstly square it, which is basically, you can either do it this way or multiply the number by itself. So number is equals to number multiplied by number. That's the first thing. Then you want to add 2 to it. So number is plus equals 2. And finally, number should be divided by 2. You can either do it number divided by 2, or the same way that we had done with the addition, you can do it this way. So that works. Now, thing is, this will only work with 10. So if I call this function, this will work with 10, calculate everything, but it won't do anything with it. Refresh, nothing happens. So what goes on at the end is that it creates a number in memory, performs these calculations, and then forgets about it because we're not printing it, we're not doing anything about it. So the way to deal with this is, firstly, we want to accept some input into our function. Now, either you can just call a prompt and say, okay, give me the user input. But this creates a problem that whenever you are using the prompt function, you're tying yourself to the browser because, let me just look. Because prompt is only a function that is available in the browser. What if the user was to send the request via an HTTP request, and you are writing this code on a web browser? Instead of writing it here, you are writing it in a web server. That becomes a problem. So I just want access to a number. I don't care how I get it. So this is where parameters come into play. So I want a number, I put it here. So now whatever number user enters, I'm just going to square it, add 2 to it, divide it, and now I want to return the result. This is also quite easy. Returning a result basically means whatever I have calculated, give the result back to the user who called the function. Now I'll call number, save it. And now if I were to console log, and this will take a number. So if I enter 10, so go back, refresh, and this is the output. Let's check. 10 multiplied by 10 will be 100. 100 plus 2 is equals to 102. And 102 divided by 2 is equals to 51. So this is exactly what's happening. Now, it doesn't necessarily matter that I only need to have 2 parameters. I can have multiple parameters as well. So instead of number, I can also say value. And now, instead of 2, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be anything, depending on your use cases. So I can here pass in 2, save this, go back, refresh, and it's the same thing. But if I want to make changes, I can just go 11 and save this, go back, refresh, and this is what you get. So as you can see that this works really well. Now, what is a function? It is basically a name given to a block of code. It can accept some parameters, perform some operation on it, and can return the output. These two things are optional. The function body, if it's not there, then it's basically just an empty thing. It's not doing anything. It's just a name for no code at all. So you can do that as well. Another thing that you might want to consider is that functions are first-class citizens in JavaScript. This is quite similar to other kinds of languages. However, most languages don't implement these kinds of things. So what that basically means is that instead of using functions as a high-level concept, it can basically be assigned to a variable. So let me give an example. Let's say I want to create let's say I want to create first action is going to be, I can create a function without giving it a name. It accepts some value and returns that value multiplied by itself. That's it. And put a semicolon at it. Right? So this is the first action. Second action is going to be, it takes in a value and returns the value multiplied by 2. So now if I want to create a function, let's say I want function calculate. This will accept some actions and it will accept a value. So now what I want is for, and I can just go over each of the actions. So I just go for variable I is equals to 0, I is less than actions dot length I plus plus. Now all I need is to go to the actions, extract that function, pass in the value that was passed in, and I can just create a result. Result is going to be an array that will be passed in, and I'll show you what that means. Result dot push. Now I just have to return the result. So what's going to happen here is this. Now I'll call the calculate function, pass in the actions, which is going to be an array of first and second, and finally I pass in 2. If I go to console.log this, save this, go back, refresh, as you can see this is what the output is, 4 and 4. Now again, if I were to change the number, let's say it's 4, so I should get 16 and 8, and this is what I'm getting. This is the output. Now what's happening is, since I can assign functions to variables, I have created 2 operations on my own. Now what I want is the calculate function to accept a number of operations and a number itself, and perform these operations and return the result respectively. So it creates a result array, goes through all the actions, which is basically me trying to square and double it. I can also change the name here, sq square and double. These are going to be the 2 operations I want to be performed on this number. So I send it to the calculate function. It extracts each of the functions, performs the actions, put the result into the action array, and returns it back. So that's what it means. Now there's another thing that you can take a look at, which is early returns, and this is really where the entire functional calls shine up. So let's say that I get an age. Earlier what we would have to do is, I wanted to check if age is greater than 18, greater than or equal to 18, then I would have to create another if statement inside it and do the same thing. Here I can do something else. So I can just check if age is less than 18, or income, which is something I need to accept as the parameter. Income is less than 50,000. Then I'll just use the word return. This basically means that, okay, if this is true, if either age is less than 18 or income is less than 50,000, then just return from the function. Don't perform any of the steps that I'm mentioning here. Other than, you can just write valid. That's it. So that's what you can do. Now your code is much simpler to read. It's easier to understand. Basically what it's doing is, if this is an invalid input, don't do anything, just return. Don't perform any function. So if I were to go console.log, I don't have to console.log as well. I just have to use the calculate function. Pass in the age. Let's say it's 18 and income is 50,000. Save this, go back, refresh, it prints valid. Now if either one of those turn out to be true, or and other one turns out to be false, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to move on. So this is how you can write code. So this is how functions work. We have taken a look at how to declare a function, how to call a function, how to compose functional callbacks, how you can do all of these things. One other thing that I'd like to show you that I didn't show you when arrays were being used is something called map, filter, and reduce. These are the three functions that are the most important ones in JavaScript when you're using arrays. Suppose you want to use an array. Let's say that I create an array of numbers, right? And I get numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I want to create a new array squared, which will be these numbers squared. So the way to do this would be, in normal terms, I would have to create an array, then I would have to write a for loop in which I'll perform these things. Here, what I can do is just type in the word numbers, and I used a function called map. Map is a function that takes in another function, just as the one we had created when we were creating squared and double functions. This function takes in a number, single number, not all the numbers. And now I want to perform my action and return the output. So I will return the number multiplied by itself. Now if I were to console log squared, this is what I will get. 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. So this is what we are getting. So what's happening is the numbers.map function is going to take this array, and what it's going to do is, in this function, it's going to pass each of these values one by one. So for instance, this, let's say this function is called, this is the function that is called. The first thing they will pass in 1, then it will pass in 2, 3, 4, and 5. And these values, when they are called, they will return. 1 will return 1, 2 will return 4, 3 will return 9, 4 will return 16, and 5 will return 25. So this is how mapping works. Basically, I want to create a new array out of a previous array. This is why functions are so important in JavaScript, and this is why they're called first-class citizens, because you can pass them around in other functions and nest them and do whatever you wish to do with them. This is why functions can be a little challenging when you're trying to work with them. So this was map. This is also part of functional programming. If I forget to return it, then I'm going to get this, which is undefined, because I forgot to return it. So what happens is, I take the number, make the calculation, but I don't return the result that I want to be included in the resulted array. So if I return it, only then would it work.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now you might be wondering, okay, this is a lot of code to write just to perform this task, right? And this is true, but when we move on to ES6 and its features, we'll understand how to overcome this as well. Now this is called mapping. If I wanted to filter it, let's say filtering would be something that we take a look at when we are trying to reduce the number of members. So for instance, if I want to only include even numbers, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to only return values. I want to only include values inside this array if the numbers are valid. So I want to check if the number mod 2 is equal to 0. Basically, if I divide this number by 2, if it doesn't leave any remainder, which is basically the definition of an even number, include that number in even. So 1 goes in, 1 mod 2 is 1, so it doesn't get included. 2 mod 2 is 0, this gets included. This doesn't, this does, and this doesn't. So now if I take a look at even, save it, go back, refresh, 2 and 4 are the numbers. So this is how filter works. So these are the kind of things that you would have to do and understand how to perform when you're trying to build a JavaScript application. We'll make heavy use of this when we're trying to build some other kind of application, but it's important to understand what it actually is. Finally, we can have a reduce function as well. Reduce function basically takes in initial and accumulated and return I plus accumulated and print, save it, go back, refresh, and you get 15. So what it does is that it passes in, let me just pass in 0 here as well. Now I refresh this. Yeah. So what it's trying to do is it is taking this array, passing it these values. So it's passing in 0 and 1. So 0 plus 1 will equal 1. Next it will pass 1 and 2. 1 and 2 will equal 3. Next it will pass 3 plus 3 and 3. So 3 plus 3 will equal 6. Then it will pass in 6 plus 6 and 4, which will return 10. And finally it will pass in 10 and 5, which will return 15. Yeah, so this is what it's doing. Basically, we pass in the 0 as the initial value, and we're saying, okay, for each of the numbers, pass them here and create the next result out of those. So if we try to reduce the entire array into one by performing some function, this is how we do it. So that's basically it for the functions. Some of the important functions I have already mentioned. There are many functions available on many objects that you can take a look at. Too much for me to cover. I covered these functions that are map, filter, and reduce because these are the most important functions when it comes to writing JavaScript. They greatly simplify your code, and we'll learn in future videos how we can even specify better functional parameters to make it work even better. So let's take a look at what else we can learn. Alright, so now let's take a look at object-oriented programming in JavaScript. Object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm based on the cohesive units of code called objects and the descriptions that are called classes. So a class is basically a blueprint in which we describe the kind of data we want, the kind of functions we want, and what the class's name is what the entity is supposed to be. So to give you an example, if you're trying to build a painting application in which you want the user to be able to draw shapes, the kind of objects that you would have there would be circles, squares, rectangles. The kind of properties that they would have would be the length, width, radius, depending on the kind of shape you're having, and then the kind of functions that it will have would be draw, fill, and things like that. So these are the kinds of functions and data that we're trying to use. Now, why is object-oriented programming important? Object-oriented programming is basically a programming paradigm. It's a way to write code. Other paradigms include functional programming and procedural programming or imperative programming. This is exactly what we've been doing. Procedural or imperative programming basically means you write one code statement after the other and let that execute itself. On the other hand, in object-oriented programming, instead of code being just one statement after the other, we create small groups of code called objects. These objects are belonging to a specific entity and map onto that entity into the real world. So if you're trying to create a employee management system, one of the objects that you will create, one of the classes you will create is employee, then you can create managers and many kinds of things. Now, object-oriented programming is a really complicated topic. It can warrant an entire video on its own. Do mention in the comments if you would like for us to cover object-oriented programming in more detail, and we'll get onto it if you guys want that. On the other hand, here we have the object-oriented programming paradigm for us. JavaScript supports object-oriented programming, functional programming, and imperative programming all the same. But the way JavaScript supports, or the way that it has historically supported object-oriented programming, is a little different than the way other languages have. So other languages have keywords such as class, which you can use to define the classes. You have constructors and many other kinds of things. In object-oriented programming, it's a little different. And in hands-on, we'll see how it's different and how it works. So let's take a look at that now. So we'll try and create classes and objects. For this, I'll use the text editor. Again, the setup is the same. We just have removed some previous bits of code and brought it to its original state. Now, to use classes, you don't really in JavaScript, you don't really create the word class there. We'll use the function keyword. That keyword will create a new class. Let's say I call it person. Okay, this person accepts two things: the name and age. Now I want this dot name to be equal to name, and I'll explain what this means in a moment. And this dot age equals to age. This is done. Now what I can do now is also, if I want to do something else, is I can just create a function. This dot say name is equals to a function which will console log the name. So you can do it this way, Or another way of doing it would be to go here, use the person keyword, person.prototype.say name is going to be equal to a function, and you're going to print the name. Similarly, if you wanted to create an age, let me just do it here. This dot say age function and type in console.log this dot age. Here it's the same. Instead of using name, I'll use this dot name. So what does the keyword this mean in this scenario? We'll take a look at that in a moment. Now I'll create a person, let's say John is equals to, and now create a new object using new person. It's the same thing that we have been doing thus far with the new array or new object constructor functions. And I'll pass in the name to be John and the age to be 35. Then I'll use John dot, and here I can use it to say its name or say its age. I can call say age function and then say name. Save this, go back to the code, create, open up the, and here you have it. So it prints the name, it prints the age. Now again, you can do it either way. Unfortunately, whatever way you prefer is the way that you should use it. I like doing it this way because it separates my my data with my functions or my methods. Method is basically a function that is tagged into a class. So what is going on? This is a constructor function. Constructor function. This is the prototype function or the method that we are assigning. So methods. So what happens is prototype is a property that the class takes a look at. So whenever we create an object, the first thing that happens is it takes a look at all the method names that we're calling. So we say, okay, I'm calling say age. The object will take a look at itself. Do I have a function named say age? No. Then it takes a look at its prototype. Does my prototype have a say age function? If it does, then I'll call that. If not, then I'll throw it. So that's how this works. So these are the two things. Again, it's a little difficult to wrap your head around at first, but it works. Now let's come back to the keyword this. This, what does this mean? Let me just create a new function, person.prototype.print this function, console log this, save this, and now I'll just call it here. Print this. And now if I go back, if I refresh, as you can see, this returns the object. So basically this is a keyword that is used to refer to the current object. Similarly, if I were to console log this here, which is outside the class, outside an object, outside a function, I will get window. So the way JavaScript works in the browser, it at the end everything is attached to window. Window is an object that is on the JavaScript browser. It is managed by the browser. You are supposed to add things or remove things. So if I create a variable here, var name is equals to Peter, and save this, and if I go back, refresh, if I type in Peter, okay, maybe I should type in name. So if I type in name, this is what I get. If I type in window.name, this is what I get. So this is what it means. Now, if you take a look at the keyword this, it is used to refer to the current object. So here, when I use the keyword this, it basically transforms this call into john.name. So to avoid confusion, it's called the this keyword or the context. Basically what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, for this object, the current object that I'm trying to create, whatever value I have assigned to the name and the age, print those. So this dot name means John's name, print that. This dot age means John's age, print that. And here this basically means print the entire John object. Don't print individual properties, just print it entirely. So this is what happens. If I go back again and I show you something, refresh, This is what it has. These are the two properties. Open it up. This is the prototype. Open this up, and it has these three functions: print this, say age, say name. And this is the constructor function that takes in the name and the age. So this is how JavaScript works underneath the hood. Now in ES6, there are new ways of creating a class, but this is how it works here. So you can create a class. These are the objects. Now you might be wondering, how is it different from creating a new object? Let's say I call it John, make it equal to this, put name equals to John, age equals to 35, and then I add these two functions. Let's say name function and the similar thing. Just think about it this way. So how is it different? Well, the main difference here is, let me just go back here. Instead of John, I'll just Johnny. Save this, go back, fresh, JOHNY, and this is here. Now, so the main difference is this is something that you can't reuse. Once you created the variable Johnny, that's it. Now, if I want to create another person with the same structure, here all I have to do with John, I will create Johnny, and his age is 40. So now it has all the properties that a person class has, which is this, which is the name and the age. It also has the name assigned to be Johnny, it has the age assigned to be 40, and it has these functions automatically. So I didn't have to create a new object, copy and paste the code. As we want to reduce the amount of code we write, we do it this way. So use these object literals, these ones that we create like this. You can use them, but use them when you want to create just one-time thing. If you want to create something that needs to be accessed and change the data of multiple times, then these functions are important. This is how you can do it. Also, these data is also called, in case you ever come across this, it's also called properties, and this is how it works. So this is how you can create a class in JavaScript. This is the old school way. There are new ways of doing it, and we'll discuss this when we're discussing ES6. But right now, this is how you can create a class. It will work with all kinds of functions. JavaScript had a difficult start with object-oriented programming. It was earlier not designed to be an object-oriented language. Then object-oriented programming came into being, and now it's like this. So this is how you can do it. This is why functions were repurposed to be classes and objects. So you can do it this way. There are other ways which we'll discuss in later sections, but right now you can understand how you can do this. Right? Let's take a look at what next we can do. Finally, take a look at JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It is a popular data transfer format which uses syntax similar to JavaScript object, which can be serialized and from and deserialized too. So basically what happens is, when you're trying to exchange information between two programs, and these two programs may be of different language, you need to agree upon some common format in which you will be exchanging data, so that when you create that format, put the data in and send it to the user can then take data out of that format and understand what you have written inside it. This is where JSON comes into play. Similar to JSON, there are other alternatives available, such as XML and YAML, or YAML as it's called. However, XML is quite old, it's quite verbose. YAML is quite new, but it's not very useful. JSON has turned out to be one of the most popular data exchange formats. It is based strictly on JavaScript object notation, which is basically how you create objects in JavaScript, with a few notable exceptions, although it's quite similar. We don't add functions and all, but we'll discuss those in the hands-on. Basically, JSON allows us to add data to an object, convert that object into a string, send it back to the user, which may be a Python program, which could be an Android application, could be anything. Usually it happens in client-server communication, but other programs do that as well. Once that data is sent, that data will then be passed and converted into an object that programming language can understand. And once that's done, you can then extract data from that object and use it however you wish to. Basically, JSON allows us to create a stringified version of our objects and parse a string in order to understand how to extract objects out of it. So let's take a look at how that works in the hands-on. So if you open up your browser, open up the console, and now let's take a look at how JSON works. Now again, JSON is like everything else in JavaScript, is a object in JavaScript. So let me just show you. And it contains a lot of functions that we can use for our purposes. In our case, it's parse and stringify. These are important functions, but first let's take a look at the syntax. So whenever you're trying to create an object, let's say that I am trying to make an object, I'll just create variable data equals to, and I'm sending back the information about the user. Let's say the ID of a user is 1, name is John, age is 56. So if I take a look at the data now, it looks like this. Now this is fine, JavaScript can understand this and it can parse it. But if I were to transfer this data to some other language or some other program such as Python, C++, Java over the internet, this will not work. Firstly, it will just be sending over a bunch of bytes that JavaScript can understand but other languages can't. So we have to convert this into a string. Now, to convert this into a string, we can't just wrap it inside this. For instance, we can't just do it this way because that makes no sense. Because let's say that if I have some double quotes in there and this is a long file, then this I have to go through the entire system. So the other way of doing it would be to use JSON.stringify. Inside it, I'll just pass in the data, and as you can see that this has done it for us. It has double quoted the entire property, double quoted these things that we need, the properties that are string, and it takes care of all of that. So this is what the data is. Now if I want to send it to a user, I can send it. If I'm creating a web server, I can just pass it to the user. They will get this data. Let's say that I am that user, I get the data now. So I'll just get const string is equals to, not const, but variable string is equals to this. So now if I take a look at the stringified data, this is what it looks like. But if I want to parse it, I can just go json.parse the string and we get back the object out of it exactly the way we want. So this is what JSON allows us to do. Now suppose I'm creating a web server, I get the data from a database and I want to send it to the user. So sending it over the internet, I need to convert it into a string, which I do using this. So json.stringify.data, this is what gets sent to the user. Now let's say I'm creating a front-end application, I get the data and I want to convert it into the JavaScript objects that I can use. Just use json.parse on the data that you receive and it will work exactly the way you wish for it to work. So now this is how this works. There are other ways of dealing with data with JSON as well, but they are quite complicated and not very useful because they are really difficult to implement. Basically, you will be re-implementing the stringify and parsing functions yourself. That's not very useful, so we recommend that you do it this way. So with that, now let's take a look at what else we can do.
What is Node.js? It's a server-side JavaScript, the extension of the client side that whatever you have learned can also be done on the server side. And it does help you develop scalable network applications. The primary reason why JavaScript on the server side existed is not to cater to developing web applications. However, that is what we will be doing in this workshop. But it was intended to do all the network related activities like allotting resources, maybe taking parameters from the client, call different services, creating RESTful API on the server side, and so on and so forth. So when Randall created Node.js, he did not create it on Windows per se. He created it primarily on Unix. One reason why you'll find a lot of Unix traces in Node.js. So in order to migrate those APIs to Windows, he replaced those Unix libraries with a library called libuv to make it compatible with Windows. And now the user will be using JavaScript to interface with Node.js. So something will have to understand JavaScript, isn't it, on the server side or on the Node side. In this example, we would be using V8 engine. We have choice to change it if you want to. And if you are quite keen on it, you can make a note of that. I'll give you some URLs by the end of this workshop, so you probably can use them. But the default configuration is that we'll be using a V8 engine, which is community driven, open sourced by Google as of now. Most of the browsers use them. Safari uses V8 engine, Chrome uses V8 engine, even the latest version of IE, that is IE Edge, uses V8 engine behind the scene. So there are two browsers that have still escaped this, Firefox and Opera. Probably they will also start using it sooner or later. That would be really nice, but you can't expect all the browsers to work the same way, isn't it? I mean, you want them to work differently. That's one reason why these browsers do exist. Firefox doesn't want to work like Chrome. Chrome does not want to work on render things like Opera. So they all are different. And now that we have V8 in place, we should be able to interface with that using JavaScript. And we can also use custom C++ syntaxes so that each syntax can be understood by the Node.js in the way that we want. If you are a C++ developer, I suggest you can dig into the documentation and sprinkle your own code behind the scene. For example, if I say console.log, it makes sense for the browser or for the Node.js to log a message that I would be entering. Similarly, you can also create your own commands using C++, and that can be interpreted and then it can interface with the machine language and then give you an output. So Node.js basically is the thinnest possible interface between the human readable code and the machine code. Why? Because it is purely built on C and C++. So that makes it really fast. Not that we don't have a competition for Node.js. Maybe moving forward you may expect few. As of now, Node.js will be transformed to something called as Deno moving forward. But again, that is not quite certain as of now. Just keep in mind and maybe keep looking out for this API called Deno. Moving forward, you probably can expect some changes to happen. It has happened in the past. One reason why I'm telling you. So once the Giant released Node.js, it did want to make things commercial, and it came up with a intention to commercialize most of these modules. So these modules, which were contributed by developers like you and me, many of them revolted and they created a parallel technology called io.js. When Giant realized that there is a competition, they kind of revoked their idea and they made an announcement that Node.js will continue to be a community-driven product, but there would be a commercial angle to it if people want. So after this training, you can write modules that you can actually charge people if you want to. So now how Node.js basically works, I've kind of explained it to you in a nutshell. You use JavaScript, and V8 engine will take that program, pass it on to a C++ class or a function, which then can communicate to the machine language, and then it does whatever it has been told to.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Okay, so I'll give you this slide. Probably on different platforms you have different interfaces that can help you read the JavaScript code and then convert it back to the machine language. We have been speaking about this guy Rindal who created a Node.js, and he announced it in 2009 in a JS conference, and there was an overwhelming response for his talk about creating server-side programming language which can take communities help to create modules.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, where can you use Node.js is the question. It is not for every project. This is one mistake that many developers do. Just because they have learned Node.js, they try and solve every problem that they have with Node.js. It's like this: if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, isn't it? So similarly, if you learn Node.js, you would want to solve everything with Node.js. That's a good idea, but it is not the only tool that you can embrace. So these are some of the scenarios where you can use Node.js. If you have an application that has a lot of communication that needs to be done on the server side, let's say an airline ticketing application or a movie ticketing application or a stock application where you need to be updated on whatever is available on the server side instantaneously. Those are some of the scenarios where Node.js kind of dazzles compared to other technologies. When you have a requirement to upload files and video files really fast, and let's say a video chatting application, let's say, or a meeting collaboration application. Those are scenarios where Node.js will definitely help you. I've personally worked with some of these companies which use Node.js for advertisements. See, these advertisements will have to be changed on the user's preference instantaneously, right? So if I log in, my credentials are required, captured by the ad engine, and they would load a different advertisement. So that requires instant response, both from the browser side and the server side. So those are some of the scenarios where Node.js can definitely come handy. Multiplayer games are again one more area where Node.js, and now with the invention of the WebSocket, the socket programming has a big boost with Node.js. So I'll be covering this using a library called socket.io. I'll show you how a simple chat application can be created with very less code, or at least very minimal code. And then you can take that example and build whatever you really want to with that. There are few scenarios where I don't recommend you use Node.js. One, and then it is not for everyone. Again, this is because many developers fall in love with the technology and they think that no, this is the only thing that I have to learn. I mean, that happened with me as well. When I was working with Flash, I could not think of any other technology which would be parallel to it. But now what happened with Flash is that it is dead. uh, eh, People have started abandoning it. So I have to now look at other alternates, isn't it? So if you like a technology so much, then you'll have problems. Just have an open mind. As a developer, as a person who creates something, look at different alternates. Use these as tools. Okay, you may find something which will replace Node.js at a later point in time. Be open to embrace that. And again, a Node.js is not for every project. As I told you earlier, don't think that Node.js is the only solution for every problem that you may have out there. So let us now start with Node.js. So these are some of the things that you should know before we start. There is no window object. So there is no document object. There is no location object. Why? Because we are not working on web. We are not using a browser. So there is no location object. There is no window object as well. But alternatively to that, what we have is some global properties that we can use. Something called as global, which can help you declare properties across multiple files. I'll show you how you do that. And you can also use require to import and module.exports to export. So the vocabulary is slightly different here. If you are coming from other programming languages, you have these terms import and export, correct? So in case of Node.js, you'll have to replace the word import with require, and export can be replaced with module.exports. Okay, the reason why they have embraced it is because those days there were no architectures available for JavaScript to be treated as modules. So Node community created a structure, created a definition for that, and called it CommonJS as a design pattern that can be used to load and unload modules, to import and export modules. And that has become a standard which is embraced by many platforms as of now. So CommonJS is a design pattern which allows you to use these vocabulary: require to import and module.exports to export. Towards the end of this workshop, I'll also show you one more way of working, because things have changed. It has evolved from the time this curriculum was designed till this date. So I'll show you how you can work with ECMAScript 6 way of importing and exporting as well. So maybe you can find some inclination towards getting that standardized. So the require and module.exports may fade out, but again, things may prove me wrong as well. So just be aware that there are many ways to work, and I'll show you both of these flavors. And it is up to you which one you would want to embrace. But whenever you start working in a company, the company will decide what kind of features you would be using, isn't it? And then in order to deal with what's happening in the file, what parameters are being passed to this file, we use something called as process. So I'll show you how all of them can be used in this workshop. So we'll start with the very first example. But before we begin, I want you to get this idea of what is possible with Node.js and what you can expect with Node.js. You need to be clear about this concept called synchronous and asynchronous, which is blocking and non-blocking. So what will happen with blocking and what will happen with non-blocking? I'll probably run my slides and then I'll explain it to you. So in a blocking scenario, let's say you want to fetch some data. You make a request and you wait for the data to come. When the data comes, you'll actually use it and then you go to the next step. So that's blocking, because until the data comes, you are basically waiting for the response to arrive, isn't it? So maybe the data may come or it may not come. So that's a blocking code. In other words, this is called a synchronous way of working. Synchronous way of working in programming. But you also have something which is asynchronous, where you actually don't wait for the response to come. So you make a request for the data. You will assign a callback function which will be informed when the data comes or when the data fails to come, and then you continue to the next step. It's, to compare it with a regular life scenario, guys, it is like this. Let's say you want to order some food. So you take your phone, you make an order, and until the order comes, you actually go outside and you wait for the order to come, for the food to come, food to be delivered. And then when the food is delivered, you actually bring it in. That's one scenario where you are blocking, you are synchronous. In another scenario, you take the app, you make an order, and while the food comes, you actually keep doing other work that is relevant for you. When the food comes, he will knock the bell, you go receive the parcel and you come. That's non-blocking, that is asynchronous way of working. So in JavaScript, by nature, you will actually see that most of these APIs would be blocking because it goes one line at a time. You can, however, convert it to a non-blocking by using some methods in Node.js. So I'll show you how you can deal with both of these. You will actually get a comparison between blocking and non-blocking for most of my examples, but just keep this idea in mind whenever we are discussing with blocking and non-blocking. I think these are the only things that I had in my slide, and everything apart from this would be a hands-on workshop. Okay, so a few things that you would need to get ahead. One, you need to have Node installed on your computer. You can open the terminal here, go to view and choose terminal. Notice there is a shortcut, control tilde or control backtick, and now you can say node-v and it should give you the version number. In my case, I'm using 14.16.1, which is what you see here, 14.16.1. Okay, if this is not working, I mean, after installing this is not working, it probably expects you to restart Visual Studio Code so that the terminal can pick up. If not, the environment variables are not properly set by you. So I suggest you go with the default options. Just simply say yes, yes, yes for all of them. That should take care of it, unless you have some errors. If I have the experience of solving it, I'll definitely help you out. If not, you'll have to look out for that online, because see, I'm not an encyclopedia of Node.js, right? I mean, I would not know answers for every error that you may get. Some errors are so new that they just surfaced yesterday and today. Okay, so now that you have Node.js and you have Node.js installed, for now, let us just understand the basics. The first few steps are really crucial. Once you understand, you can be free to implement the way you really want. And I'm sure, after this training, you'll all get the flair to do whatever you really want. Okay, so now that we have Node installed, what is Node used for? I think, in my example, I did show you that Node helps you do something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop properties, variables inside. So this terminal is now capable of working like your V8 engine, which is available in Chrome. So if you are running in the console, you can type this message var user equals, let us say I put my name Vijay, and then see I got undefined. Why did I get undefined? Is because this gets wrapped into a self-invoking anonymous function, and by convention, every function in JavaScript will return something. If it does not return anything, it returns undefined. That's why you are getting undefined there. Don't bother about that. And now if I say console log the user, a variable that I just declared above, if I ask, then it will give me the answer, Vijay. And again, now this command was executed inside a self-invoking anonymous function. One reason I keep getting undefined. But when you actually run a file, that would not be the case, okay? Because here, every line will be treated as a separate command. Now here, the same thing, if I want to run in this terminal, now that I have Node.js installed, I can now say node and press enter. So now Node.js has started working for me. So I can do what? Read, evaluate, print, and loop. Okay, so let us now evaluate. I will assign some variable. I'll say var user equals Vijay. You can put your name, don't copy my name, okay? And it gives you undefined. Why? Because this was wrapped into a self-invoking anonymous function, and functions do give you undefined. Okay, that function was called and then you got undefined. And now I will say console.log user, and then it should give you the name back. That's easy, isn't it? So you saw that JavaScript is working for you, but you can't be doing a complicated program, or at least any sizable program in terminals. This is useful, but more often than not, you would want to go ahead and modify the variable that was declared and maybe create an array and create something really complicated, not these 1 or 2 lines of code. Correct? As a developer, you would want to graduate further, right? Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the next piece of code, guys. This is where the rubber meets the road. We're starting with some basics. Okay. So here I will go ahead and create a new file. I mean, instead of writing this program in the terminal, we can use a file that is already existing and then call it here. So I will now call this. I'll create a new file. Notice it is outside the script folder here, and in the terminal I can directly access it. I will say Control C to come out of it, Node.js. Okay, and notice the cursor is pointing to node-april, which is the name of the folder here. And now I'll right click here, create a new file. I'll call this as step2.js. Notice the extension .js here. And here I can go ahead and do the exact same thing that I did earlier. I'll go declare a variable, call it user, and assign my name to it. And this time it will not be treated as a function. I mean, it will not be wrapped into a function. Why? Because you have a file, and then you have the you can dictate how this file should be interpreted or executed. So I will now declare a variable, and then I would want to use console.log and call this user that I've declared. I'll save this, and now I want this file to be read by Node.js. So what I'll do is I'll say node, and I want to pass this file as a parameter to this node. Okay. So earlier, I simply pressed enter and then Node.js started without any instructions. But in this example, I want Node to run this file, step2.js file. So I know the context. I know where this file is. Okay. I will now say step2.js. The .js is optional. We'll talk about that. But when I press enter, it'll give you the output. So we're expecting console.log to log Vijay. I mean, you can also add some flavors to this. I mean, this user would be a string now, isn't it? I can ask what is the length of it. I can multiply it by 4 and then show you an output. So as of now, I have 5 characters here. The user.length will be 5. 5 multiplied by 4 should give me 20. Okay. You may have a different number because you will have a different username, isn't it? Okay, just let me know once you are done with this. Okay, so now moving forward, guys. So we have this file, but the question is, can I leverage from this? Can I use this file or the content of this file in another file? Okay, the answer is no, you cannot. Why? Because see, this variable is not exported so that I can't import it. Now the question is, how can I create a modular program that can be used by other files as well? Okay, so in order to do that, we'll create another example. Not that we can't use this, just that I want things to be separated. Okay, so I'll go create another file here. This is a new file, and this is going to be called as step3 .js file. So this is the first module that we are about to write. And let us go create a variable. You can use keyword var to create a variable. You can also use the keyword let or const to create a variable. Now, what is the difference? Does have a scope. I mean, it contains the scope of the object where you have written. Let and const, however, uses the block scope. Okay, maybe I'll show that with a different example if you are confused about that. But this is a minimum expectation. Many people already know about them. If not, just make a note of this and you can probably learn them on your own. Let and const and var and things like that. Okay, so I would want to create a hero. And I'm sure if you have attended any of my other workshops, I keep using Marvel and DC Comics heroes a lot. I mean, we can't be talking about potatoes and grapes and bananas a lot, isn't it? We need some example which is quite exciting. So I'll be using these heroes. So let us say we'll start with an Iron Man. And now I want this property hero to be available with other files as well. So we'll have to export it. So in order to export, you have a built-in keyword called module, which has an object called exports. And on that object, you can create a property, an arbitrary property, and then export something that you really want. Okay, watch. So I'll use the keyword module dot exports, and this exports is an object. I'll actually show you how we can use each one of them. I'll show you how you can override them as well moving forward. But for now, let's just stick to the flow. Exports, and I want to create a property called user, and I want to assign this variable hero to that. So what I have done here is I'm exporting this property called user, which has a value of the hero. Okay, so whenever I say hero, what do I get here? Iron Man, correct? So hero simply means Iron Man here. So the user will now get this value Iron Man, and that is what is exported from this file. Now it is exported to whom is the question. Whoever imports it will have the access to this property called user. Is that clear? And now you may ask, okay, Vijay, where did we get this module? Now I might ask you another question. Where did we add this console? Okay, so console is a reserved keyword. It's a global keyword which is available. You may ask, okay, Vijay, but we actually saw that in the browser, isn't it? See, what you should know is console is not a JavaScript command. Is it a JavaScript command? No, isn't it? It's a browser command in this case. Similarly, here, this is a node command. The purpose of this is to log something on the terminal. The purpose of this is to log something in the console. Okay, so I will show you all the keywords that are available. For now, I think we'll get started. So this module is also something that is available without having to import anything. It is by default available. It's a global keyword. I'll show you a list of global keywords moving forwards, and then you'll probably be convinced about it. So this has an object called exports. And on this exports, we can dynamically create a property. You can create a property by name potato if you want to, and it will have no problem. And you can assign anything that you really want to export. So what we are trying to do here is we are exporting a property called user, which will have this value here. Now that we have a module and we are exporting it, I'll now create an example that can be used to import this. So let's go ahead and create a new file. I'll call this as step4.js. And here the intention is to use that. So which file? The step3.js file. Where is it available? In the same folder as step 4. Okay. So in my slide, you recall that we had global, require, module, and process. So far, we have just used module. Now I'll show you how you can use the require keyword. So I want to require, not request animation frame, require. What do you require? I want to require this file, step3.js file. Now the question is, where is this file? It is in the current working directory itself, isn't it? So in order to denote the current working directory, we'd use this /. Okay, and then Node.js is quite smart. He doesn't have to be told that you should look for a .js file. He really looks for a file. If that exists, it'll actually use it. In fact, this itself is an alias. We'll talk about that moving forward. In fact, it is not the name of the file. In this case, it happens to be the name of the file, but it is an alias. We'll talk about that moving forward. But now when you import this, we need a variable that can hold whatever it is returning to us. So we'll go create a variable. You can use var, you can use let, or you can use const. Anything is fine. So I'll say let user name equals this. So what is username? Anything that is imported or exported from this file is now username. So in this example, what did we export? User. What is it now being called? Username. Okay. So now if I come here and do a console.log of what is this user name that we have, you will now be able to see the answer. Let us go give it a run. Now we are supposed to run step 4 here, isn't it? So I'll ask Node to churn out this file, step4.js. And it tells you that it has got an object, and that object has a property called user, and it has a value called Iron Man. So if you go back, you can actually relate to that. Module.exports was an object. On that, we created a property called user, and that was assigned a name, and that was assigned a property hero that evaluated to this property, this value, isn't it? So here, hero is nothing but Iron Man. That is assigned to user, and that user is now assigned to this, or that object that was exported will now be assigned to this username, and that's what we are trying to look here. So you can say username dot user Iron Man directly if you want to. So you understand what is require. Require is to import, and module.export is to export. And here in the node April, I already have the step 1, step 2, step 3. We'll make another example. Step 5 .js. Okay, so this is just a JavaScript file. Okay, so we are using this example or this exercise to understand the difference between var, let, and const. Okay, so in order to illustrate this, I'm creating an example. Okay, you can follow along. I'll go create a variable called hero, which is a very popular example in my my classes. I use heroes exercise almost in every other example. So this hero will have a title. Let's say we'll name this guy Iron Man, and we'll add a power property to this. Let's say 5, 6, whatever. And now we'll go create a method, check power. So what is the purpose of this check power? What we'll do is, we will use this exercise to check the power property of the hero, and if the power happens to be less than 5, we'll change. If it is more than 5, we'll change the title. If it is less than 5, we'll leave it as it is. Okay. So this check power will use a condition if, and inside this we'll say hero dot power. If it is greater than 5, that's when this code block gets executed, isn't it? So we'll now then say var temp name equals hero dot title. We will concatenate this with this message strong. Now the temp name has both of these, hero's title and is strong, concatenated, so that string is available. We'll then override this hero dot title equals temp name. And now we have this functionality. We'll have to call this function so that it does its job. Now if I come here and console log hero dot title, what do you expect? What do you think you can expect here? It would say Iron Man is strong, isn't it? Let's go give this a try. I'll say node, run this step 5 file. So it tells you Iron Man is strong. Something that was expected, isn't it? So now let's take this example a little further. See, we know that now this temp name is something that we can access where here. So I'll say console.log temp name. So now if I execute this program, what is expected? See, I got Iron Man is strong twice. That was expected because this temp name is something that we can access here. Now, but what if I move it here? What do you expect to happen? So what is expected is probably it should be undefined because this should not, this is not available. But what happens behind the scene is something different. Watch. So I still get the output. Why is this happening? Why is var globally declared? I can directly show you that it is not declared outside. It is actually declared here. But what's happening behind the scene is this, guys. So this is something that we as a developer write. But you should know that there is someone else who is reading your JavaScript. Who is it? The browser, right? Browser compiles this JavaScript. So JavaScript is a compiled language. It's not an interpreted language. So the way the the browser will read this program is like this. It actually hoists this variable. So any variable that is declared with the keyword var or let or const do get hoisted. They get hoisted to different objects. So something that we need to keep in mind is this. So whenever you are working with JavaScript, functions are the smallest code blocks that are available. So in this example, this variable actually is written like this in the compiler. And here it becomes defined. Now you understand why this is accessible outside. There is a feature called hoisting in JavaScript. It is like flag hoisting. Whenever you're declaring a variable, so if you declare a variable here, it gets hoisted to the top of this object. First it gets undefined and then it becomes defined in the line where you have assigned a value to it. So there are two compilations that are happening to your JavaScript code, something that you need to keep in mind. Because of this feature, make a note of it and probably you can Google around and you will probably get some resources. But the idea of hoisting is this. It just gets hoisted to the top of its object. So in this example, which is the topmost code block that we have, the function. Functions are objects in JavaScript, guys. So this will get hoisted here, and that's one reason why you'll be able to access it outside. Okay, so first it is assigned as undefined. And here it becomes defined. So now you know why we were able to access it. Okay, so now whenever you are using this var keyword, you should keep in mind that it is hoisting to the object. Now we can say, okay, now Vijay, this is something that I don't want because I don't want to utilize that feature of hoisting. Then what? Then you can use let. What let does is it actually hoists to another object called temporal dead zone, which is not this object. Okay, so you will not be able to access it at all if you call it outside. So in other words, this let will have a block level scope. So you will not be able to access it outside this, this condition block. So if I now run this example, you'll get an error which says that, I'm sorry, temp name is not defined. But if you try and access it inside this block, you'll be able to access it. Let's run this once again. Hoisting, so any variable that you declare with the keyword var gets hoisted to its object. In this example, the function is an object, so it gets hoisted here and it declares itself as undefined, and then it comes back to the line number 9 and gets defined. So there are two stages of a life cycle for a variable. The first one is declaration and then assignment. So it is declared as undefined and then it is assigned with whatever value that we assign. So even here in this case, this variable also gets hoisted. Okay, you might expect that this becomes undefined first, and then it comes to this line and then becomes an object. So whenever you are working with the keyword var, hoisting is a default feature that you are subscribing to. So keep this in mind. So now you understand what is the difference between var and let and const. So let and const do have a block level scope. It do get hoisted, but it gets hoisted to something called as temporal dead zone. Make a note of this keyword and search for it on the developers.mozilla.org and then you'll get your answer. Temporal dead zone. So, but when you're using the keyword var, it gets hoisted. Let and const also gets hoisted, but it gets hoisted to a temporal dead zone object. Var gets hoisted to the topmost object. And that is why you will be able to access it outside the block. So now if I were to write my program very strictly, I would use let and const instead of var. I mean, see, I'm not saying that var is wrong. Var has its own features, let const has its own features. One reason why you still have the keyword var to declare a variable, let to declare a variable, and const to declare a variable. All right, so now let's move on, guys. So now you have a difference between var, let, and const. Now the difference between let and const. What is the difference between let and const? I'll explain that with an example. So let's go to the next exercise. Create another one. This is going to be called a step 6. Let const.js file. So this time around, I will go ahead and create a variable using let. This is going to be an object, or maybe what I'll do is I'll go make this a property, Iron Man. So this is let. Okay. Now if say console.log hero, what do you think I will expect here? Iron Man, isn't it? Let's try that. So I do get Iron Man here. So now after this log, I will try and change this hero. Hero equals, let us say, Ironmonger. Ironmonger happens to be the villain in the first part of Iron Man's movie. Then I'll come and access it. What do you expect here? Ironmonger, right? Because we did overwrite the property. See, first it was Iron Man, then it became Ironmonger. This is what we expected. Why? Because let is bound to change. It can take an update. It can override itself. However, if I replace this let as const, then you're not authorized to update. Watch. See, you got an error immediately. You cannot make an assignment. Assignment to a constant variable is prohibited. You can't be doing it. So const is a constant. You cannot change it. Is this clear now? So what is the difference between let and const? Let can be modified. Const cannot be modified. That means to say the type cannot be modified. So what do I mean by that is this. If I assign an object here and assign a title property to it and assign this value Iron Man, I go ahead and ask hero dot title here, and I will say hero dot title equals Ironmonger, and I will ask for hero dot title.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I still get to modify it. You may say, wait a minute, Vijay, you said const cannot be changed. Why am I changing it here? That is because, see, const is now assigned to an object. You cannot change or you cannot replace this object with a string or a number. Okay, so you cannot do this. This is prohibited. But now if you are using a collection, the value of the collection can change. That's the flavor you get when you're working with constants. Okay. Yeah, so if I run this example, you get an error. But if I'm accessing the property, the collections value, and then assign a new value to it, collections property and assign a new value to that, that can be accepted. But the object itself cannot change. Okay. So now you have an idea of what is let, var, and const. Okay. So now let us go ahead and create a new file. This is going to be called as step 7. And perhaps I would probably be talking about using some inbuilt modules. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. Which statement executes the code of sample.js file? A. Node.js sample.js. B. Node sample.js. C. Sample.js. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
.js file. This is a lengthy long name, isn't it? So I'll probably shorten this, but you know the purpose of it. I will be using this to show you how you can work with some inbuilt modules. So before I do that, I would like you to be familiar with the documentation. NodeJS.org, and we have installed 14.16.1. I guess that's what many of us have. Now please click on this docs. Now you can see there is something called as API reference. So I can use this, and you can see that there are some modules. These are some inbuilt programs that are given to you by the Node community. There are tons of them, frankly. You have something called as buffers. When you deal with binary files and uploads, uploads and downloads, these will come handy. You also have some C++ add-ons. If you're familiar with C++, you can actually dig into this and then create your own API, frankly. There are so many of them. Okay, so we'll not be able to complete each one of them. I told you earlier as well, this program is not about making you an encyclopedia of Node. Trust me, each one of these APIs, for example, this itself has so many things to learn. But the point here is this: once you become familiar, you'll know which direction to dig in and then find a solution. So we will be using some of them in this workshop. Say, for example, I'll show you how you can handle errors. We'll be covering this in the workshop. I'll show you how you can deal with events, work with file system using some globals. We're working with HTTP definitely. I'll show you how you can configure HTTPS. HTTP2 is by default available with most of the browsers, so we should probably be referring it as HTTP2 instead of HTTP itself. And then I will also show you how you can work with some simple modules like OS, modules like the path module, process module, read, evaluate, print, and loop. This is something that we have been doing, working with streams, so on and so forth. Okay, so let me show you how you can get started with this. This is called step 7. I'll go create let OS equals required OS. There you go. So now I have successfully loaded this OS into this variable. Now you may ask, okay, Vijay, in the previous example here, That is, I had a file name and I loaded it. But here in this example, what is this? Is this a file name? It can be a file name. It can be a folder name. It can be a module name rather. So there are a couple of things that may match this criteria. So you're basically asking a question. So in this example, it will dig into your Node.js installation directory on your C colon, your user directory. You will have this module, which is inside a folder called node_modules. So I'll show you how that can be changed moving forward. Not changed, at least accessed, and what are the other ways to create modules moving forward when we create something a real use case module. So I'll show you how you do that. But for now, just to begin, this OS stands for the operating system module that is already pre-installed along with this node installation. So now what can we do out of this is we can call any of those methods. So now I'll come here and say console.log os dot. Now if you notice, os dot, I get a drop down of all the methods that we actually had in the help document. Let us say, moving forward, we will have lots of modules to work with. For example, Express is something that we will definitely work in this workshop. So if I click on it, Express itself is a module that has tons of methods. Seriously, there are so many things that you can learn with this Express module, and we won't be able to cover all of them for a simple reason that this has so many modules. In fact, this has so many methods and properties. Some of them may be useful for us, some of them may not be useful for us. So as a developer, when you start working with this module, it's important that at least I do that. Whenever I have a requirement to work on something, I get myself familiar with the documentation. Okay, that way I know the limitations. I know how much I can stretch with these modules, where I can find some help. Because see, we'll not be able to equip ourselves with all the modules, and we can't carry that every time. See, one thing about all these modules is that they keep changing, they keep themselves updated. This module was updated about a year ago, but not the case with many other modules. Let us say create React app.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
This was updated about 2 months back. So how much can you keep yourself updated with all of these modifications? There are hundreds of them that you'll be using. So how many of them can you keep yourself updated? It is not possible. So I suggest you know how to dig in the documentation whenever there is a need and get yourself familiar reading the documents. Okay, so now we are talking about assigning, accessing this method. So let us go see what will I get out of this. Basically, this will give me an, the architecture of the operating system that I'm using on my machine. So let us go ahead and run this. So this is called the step 7, node space step 7, and it tells me that I'm using a 64-bit architecture. I'm sure most of you will have 64-bit as of now, isn't it? So let us now go explore a few more properties, okay? Like the way we had architecture. You can also find out how many CPUs you have. I'm using a quad-core processor. I guess I should definitely have more than 4 or 5. Let us go check that out. Even you can try that on your machine and you probably will get a different answer, right? CPUs. This is again a method. So I'll probably log these with a spacer in between. There you go. Save and relaunch. So what do I get out of the CPUs is an array. In fact, you can see that array here. There is an array, the start of the array, and at the end of the array. So you want to find out, how many CPUs you have. So you can say this is an array. You can ask what is the length, how many CPUs you have here. So let's now run this example. It tells you that now I've got 12 CPUs inside my machine. Okay. If you want to say, no, Vijay, I want to know the very first one, and I want to get all the details of it. So I'll say square bracket 0, then you get all the details of it. Let's add a marker between this, save, run this. All right. So you may also want to know, okay, how much memory you have on the server side. Let's say you're doing some file writing operation, and you may want to find out how much free space I have on the server. On my machine, usually it will be all full because most of my folders are occupied with the training stuff. So let's go find out. Okay, so here I will find out what is, at least now I've cleaned up my C drive. Free mem. How much memory do I have? In this example, this would be talking about my RAM. How much free RAM do I have? What is the total RAM and things like that? So I'll say total memory and free memory. In fact, we can log both of them in one. Let's give this a try. Okay, what is the total memory available and what is the free memory available on my PC? You can try this on your own and you will get the answer. On this example, and you get to see I've got some whatever. Okay, and out of that, the free memory is about this much. Usually this value is in bytes. So if you want to convert it into MBs and GBs, you'll have to multiply this with 1000, divide this with 1000, then you'll get the answer. There are other, very useful modules here. So this was just to help you get started. Okay. So let us see, other modules. Maybe, I will show you the file system module. So we'll spend some time on the file system module. So what can I do with this? Now, what can I use this? Where can I use this file system? You can use this file system module to read a file, to write a file, to watch a file, to create a directory, to empty a directory, so on and so forth. There are tons of things that you can do with this, isn't it? There's lots that we can do with it. And can we sit and learn each one of those properties and methods? No, we may not have time to do that, isn't it? But we'll definitely get ourselves comfortable with this so that you have the confidence that, okay, Vijay has taught us this. And whenever there is a need, you can dig into the documentation and find out more about it. All right. So I'll show you how you can use this file module simply to write a file. See, there is loads of methods. And right in the documentation, you will actually find one working example for every single property. Isn't it? There's lots of them. So you don't need anything more than the documentation, frankly. Okay. So let us go ahead and use the file system module. So in this example, we'll create a file, and we'll create some content in the file, and then we will append some content to the file. And then what we'll do is let us go ahead and create a variable. Let fs equals require fs. So this module itself is called fs, file system. And again, this is a convention that you use the same name of the module as the name of the variable. I mean, if you call this potato here, and if you're talking about file system, it becomes confusing over a period of time, isn't it? So you'll have to keep a memory for what did you call what. So it's a good idea that you always give an appropriate name something that is identical to the name of the module that you're importing. That will help you in the long run. I mean, even when you guys start working as a team, that will definitely help you. So now moving forward, I have this FS module which is loaded, and I would want to use this FS module to write something. Now I'll say FS dot write. Now if you say write here, I can use this method write file to write a file. Now there are two different operations, synchronous and asynchronous. So we will do the synchronous way, and then I'll show you how you do this asynchronous way. Why? Because somewhere we'll have to start, right? We can't do both of them together. So I'm showing you the synchronous way first and then the asynchronous way. So this file sync will take several parameters. The first parameter is the path. It takes a fully qualified path where we have access to write. Don't use a path where you don't have access to write. Maybe, let's say if you want to write somewhere on your C drive, you need to be an administrator, let's say. Please don't use that kind of a path. In this example, we will be allowed to write onto a folder node-april because I can do it. So the step number one is I would want to write to a path. The second one is the second parameter is the data that I would want to write. So in this example, I would want to write to a file called temp.txt file. Notice, I have not given any other location here. It is exactly in the same location. It's called temp.txt file. The next parameter is what you really want to write. So you are expected to write some data. Sometimes, see, notice, this data is a string or an array buffer. And now what does this mean? So when I say string, it's probably very straightforward. I mean, you would want to write some message inside. But sometimes you may not be doing some simple operations like this. Let's say you want to create an image file on the fly. Okay. So can you do that? Yes, with Node.js, you can do it. Can you manipulate these images on the fly? Yes, you can do it. And all those binaries are treated as an array buffer. We'll be talking about buffer moving forward. And you can also write some optional parameters like, what is the MIME type of the string that I'm about to write, and so on and so forth. Okay, so in this example, I'll be writing temp.txt file. I mean, I'm creating a file by that name, and I want to write this text. Welcome to your life. And as a parameter, I would specify it is going to be written as UTF-8. Why? Because that's the keyboard that I'm using. I'm using an English US standard keyboard with which each keystroke will have an ASCII value, and that's what will be used to represent WELCOME and space and so on and so forth, and you will be able to write this onto this file. Now if I run this example, it should create a file called temp.txt file right here. So maybe take a screenshot of this, and then when I run this example, you'll actually expect temp.txt being created. So let's say node space step 8. Okay, so you saw plunk, the temp.txt file got created, and you got this welcome to your life text. It's pretty easy, right? Of course, this example was easy. So when you actually start working on a project, you'll find that, oh, Vijay, you actually taught us something which is very easy, but when you start working, it'll be very tough. See, as of now, I don't know what kind of projects you'll be involving yourself into, isn't it? So I can't mimic all of them. So I had, created some applications where we read data from different web pages and store them as PDF files on the server side, and we keep storing them. So since it is all JavaScript, I can run in loops. I can pass parameters and look for various data on different servers, make a request with different parameters with user and password credentials, get the data, store on the server, and load them as PDF files and store it. So you will definitely find requirements like that. Okay, so now we'll use the synchronous way of working. So how is it different here? We'll probably do the same job, and then you'll understand what is the difference between both of them. Okay, let's now create another example, this another command with which we will be able to do this operation asynchronously. So I'll now say fs dot write file write sync. Sorry, it's called write file. So this write file will take a couple of parameters. The first parameter is the path. Okay, I'll use the same path name, and again, probably all of these can still be borrowed here. So if you look at the other parameters that we have a path, we have the data that we would want to pass, and we can pass some options, and then we have a callback function that we can use. So which is what I will do here. So I can probably use all of them as it is, no big deal. And from the documentation, you know that whether with this dash or without this dash still will work. And the last parameter would be a callback function. So this callback function that we are about to write will take two parameters. The first parameter, maybe at times you may have that question, Vijay, how do I know that this will be passing two parameters? How will I know? You have inside this function, you have a property of a function which is called arguments. You can ask what is the length of it. Maybe in this example, I will say console.log arguments.length. So now we know how many parameters are passed. You may ask, okay, Vijay, we did not pass any parameter. I told you this will be called by the framework itself, isn't it? How many parameters the framework is passing? How do we know? So if we actually get into the documentation, we'll probably know about that. Write file, not sync, but write file. Yeah, this one. So we have a callback function. I don't think I have an example here. Write file, there is nothing. So let us go find out, okay? Here, how many arguments are passed? With what I know, I'll be getting about 2 arguments. Let's try. There is some error. Cannot find fs. Okay, I don't know where this came from. So it says that it is passing 1 argument. So what is that argument? We can probably find out that argument square bracket 0. So you'll know what was that argument. Semicolon. Okay. Okay, so this says null. What this means here, if we have an error, that error will be logged. So I can simply log that error. See, what did we ask him to do? What did we ask this FS module to do? We asked to create this file and write this text. Now what this write file will do is, if this file exists, it'll use that file to write. If that file does not exist, it'll write that file. It'll create that file. So in the process, if we get any errors, that error will be logged here. Simple. Let's go run this example and see if that would work. So I did not get any error, and temp.txt got created. Okay, but if you are trying to write onto a location where it is not possible, or probably this is a locked file. I mean, let us say this is a read-only file and it cannot be modified, and if you're trying to modify it, then you'll have a problem. Then you'll probably get the error. Then you cannot write to that file and things like that. So usually you would use this synchronous methods, and you can assign a callback function onto that. What if we don't want to mention option as third parameter? That's okay. Node.js is pretty smart. Even if you don't, and if you happen to pass a function, it will treat this function as a callback function.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Let's go write another example. So you have write file and write file sync. Write file and write file sync. So this write file sync is a synchronous operation where it doesn't have any callback function. The write file, which is a which is a synchronous operation, sorry, asynchronous operation, which does take a callback function. Okay, sometimes this is quite a tongue twister: synchronous, asynchronous. So moving forward, let us go do some other operations. So let us say I have a file that I've already written. I want to read the content of the file. So let us do that. So I've commented out. See, I know for a fact that this temp.txt exists and it has some text inside. Now I want to read the content of the file. So I'll say fs dot read file. Again, we have both read file and read file sync. I will use the read file sync first, and then we'll talk about the read file. The first question is, what is the file that you would want to read? So here I'll come back and tell that I want to read this file, temp.txt file. That's what I want to read. And once I read, what do I do with the data is the question. So what I'll do is I will log that here. I'll say console.log. Because this is a synchronous operation, isn't it? So it will wait for the entire file to be read, and then we will get to see that here in the log. Let us go run this. I think there is a colon and there is a quote. Run this example and let us see what would happen. See, you got an array buffer. This is because, see, when you wanted to read a file, you only said that I want to read the content. The default mechanism is to read the content as an array buffer. So what we can alternatively do is, send options as to how you would want to read the content of the file. Optionally, I'll show you some workarounds for this. Okay, not only this parameter, you can also say, I want to read it as UTF-8. And now if I run this example, you get this string, welcome to your life. This is definitely something that you can do, right? So I'll comment this out, but I'll show you some alternates as well. See, more the merrier, isn't it? If you know, different ways to get this done. So I know that, this content or this, will give you an array buffer. But if you convert it to a string, so you can say dot to string. If you convert it to string, notice, I'm attaching it directly to this method because I know that this would give me an array buffer and I'm calling the toString method on that array buffer. And this will give me that value converted to a string, and I'll still be able to do this. I'll show you one more way to do it. So you don't have to do something like this. You can simply concatenate to a string and it will implicitly convert it to a string, and then you'll be able to read it. I'll say console.log. So what do you expect? Will this console.log be read before this file content is read, or it will be written after, or will this console.log be logged after the content of the file is read?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Node.js by answering this question. The Node.js module can be exposed using which of the following? A. Module expose. B. Module. C. Module exports. D. All the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
after the file is read, isn't it? Why? Because you are doing a synchronous operation. It will not move the cursor to the next line until this operation is complete. Let's do that. See, hello there came after, isn't it? Because this was a, this was a synchronous operation. Now let us deal with an asynchronous operation. Okay. Console.log. Maybe in this case we'll do the console.log inside. So I'll say fs dot read file sync. Read file. Where is read file? Read file. We have already done the read file sync. This is an asynchronous operation. Now this read file will ask you a couple of questions. So it'll ask you the path, the options, and then finally it has a callback function. Okay. And here we say we would want to read this file, temp.txt file, and then we can attach a callback function. Inside this callback function, we will have two possible scenarios. We'll either get the error or we'll get the data. So we'll use that same technique that we did earlier. I will comment this out for now. Let's say console.log arguments.length. How many arguments will be passed? Let us see that. Okay, so I know it will be about 2 parameters. So it's 2 parameters. What are those? So argument square bracket 0 and argument square bracket 1. So the first argument will be the error, the second would be the data. So the first argument was the error, the second argument is the data, right? So here I can go give a name now, error, data. So what we'll now do is, this is my way of debugging, okay? And it's quite useful. I'll use if there is an error, I will log that error. Let's assume this file itself does not exist. Obviously there will be an error, isn't it? Else I know the response came back, and then we will log the console.log the data. And maybe we can convert it to a string if you want to, or you can pass that UTF-8. If you know what kind of MIME type would be useful in reading that particular data, you can use that. Let's run this example. Now this is going to be a asynchronous operation, right? So we are reading this file, but we don't essentially wait until the response comes. We go to this line and execute it, and then come back at the appropriate time. When the file is read completely, we'll execute this or this. Let's do this. See, you got this hello there first, and then the welcome to your life. Now you understand what is synchronous and asynchronous.
What is ReactJS? We'll try and demystify what ReactJS is and why is it important for us to understand what it actually means. Why ReactJS is so popular is something we'll take a look at afterwards, but firstly we'll have to understand what ReactJS is all about. So ReactJS is a UI library. UI stands for user interface. So it's a user interface library that allows developers to build small self-contained UI components which can be used to build a user interface. So whenever you take a look at a user interface of any application, whether it's a web application, mobile application, desktop application, you will see that it's built using some components. These components are repeated all over the platforms. So even on an Android mobile, these components may be repeated. So the components could be a button, it could be a text field, an editable text field, a table view, it could be an image carousel in which you can take a look at all the images that are available by swiping on them or clicking on the arrow buttons. It could also be some image gallery and all of that. And many of these components are built by grouping together smaller components. So a good example of this is a form. A form which is used to collect users' information is built by grouping smaller components together. Components such as text field, input field, submit button, and labels and things like that. So ReactJS allows us to write JavaScript code that allows us to build these components. These components can then be arranged in a hierarchy structure in which we define where does a particular component go declaratively, and using that we can build up the entire user interface. The user interface built using ReactJS is built completely using JavaScript. So we don't have to understand and define how you can use these components. We just need to define what these components look like, what their styles is going to be, and how they are going to interact with the events that the user dispatches. So when the user clicks on a particular component, what should happen, and should something happen or not, things like that. So React allows developers to write really declarative code in JavaScript to efficiently assemble together a user interface. So thing is that what React allows us to do is that it allows us to declare our user interface rather than imperatively dispatching commands that lets the browser know how to piece together the user interface. So React allows us to just declare, okay, I need a button, I need inside the button I need some text, and the text should be this, instead of us having to create a button from scratch and then assigning some text to the text field and stuff like that. If you have dealt with the old school DOM manipulation way, which we'll cover in a few moments, is how it works in DOM generally is you have to create these components or elements yourself. Then you have to edit their attributes and you have to add the children attributes. Once you have done all of that, you have to assemble them together in a tree-like structure, which is the DOM tree or document object model tree, in which you have all the child components and parent components efficiently rendered together. So you have to create like a form. Inside a form, you have to attach all the text fields and labels. You have to associate labels with the text fields. You have the input fields. You have to associate types with them. So for instance, some input fields can have passwords. Some input fields can have email. Some input fields can have numbers in a particular range, and so on and so forth. So that's how we're supposed to do that. Keeping that in mind, when we declare our code using ReactJS, it feels like we're writing HTML, but that's not what we're doing, which we'll cover in a later segment. But that was one of the major controversies with React when it released. So if you've seen some code in React, you can see it as being written HTML with CSS and JavaScript, which is not exactly how it's supposed to. So we'll cover that as well. So it allows us to create user interfaces using just JavaScript and writing the user interface code very declaratively. We do have to create the markup for our components so that our components understand what is it we're trying to display, fancying button or something like that. Also, ReactJS is maintained by Facebook and were released in 2013. Sorry. So as you can see, ReactJS has been out for quite a while, and there have been some massive advancements in the development of React. Currently, ReactJS is in its 16th version and 17th version is being released. ReactJS is by far one of the most popular user interface libraries. It has overtaken Angular and Vue in popularity and in job requirements as well. ReactJS is very popular because it's very simple. It's very easy to understand and it's very easy to learn and use as well. Now, when I say easy, I don't necessarily mean simple. There is a sufficient mental model shift that you need to understand. If you worked with the old school way of creating DOM elements and then updating those DOM elements and then inserting the data, that is going to be difficult in this scenario. So we'll have to take a look at that. But overall, it works fine. So in conclusion, what ReactJS is that it's a user interface library that allows us to build user interfaces by declaratively writing JavaScript code. The JavaScript code is maintained by React. So if any changes happen to the thing that we have rendered, all the components, React will take care of assembling those components, re-rendering the changes, and making sure everything is done as efficiently as possible. If React was not there, then we would have to write the code to figure out what are the things that we have to change. And once we do change, then we have to display it to the user, and that's about it. And that's how it's supposed to work. And now let's take a look at what else we have. What is DOM? We've been talking a lot about DOM and how ReactJS keeps everything in sync with the DOM, but we'll try and understand what DOM actually means. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it's the tree structure of our HTML components, but we'll try and get a bit deeper into it. So DOM actually stands for Document Object Model. That I think we all knew. It is a tree-like structure that is used to represent the structure of all the elements of an HTML document. So when we create an HTML document with all the markup, the tags, the attributes, and all of that, It creates a tree-like structure in which HTML tag is at the top. Then we have the body tag, which is its child node. Then we have the head tag, which is also the child node of HTML tag, and it has a lot of information about the content of our website, such as the SEO related stuff, the style sheets, and so on. So these are all arranged in a tree structure. Now, why in a tree structure? Because it makes it very easy for us to navigate from the top of our HTML tag to the particular element that we're interested in, and we can manipulate it in Java. We can manipulate it by getting a reference to it. We can manipulate it by, after getting a reference to it, we can manipulate it by changing its attributes, its content, its type. There could be a number of things that we can do, and that allows us to manipulate it on the fly. So when we click a button and we want to make some changes to our page's HTML content, we can do it using manipulating the DOM. So DOM creates a hierarchical structure. As a tree structure is a hierarchical structure that we have parent and child and sibling and grandparent and all that. And in that, what it does is that DOM can be used by programming languages like JavaScript to interact and manipulate. Now, it can be used by JavaScript, but that's not the only language that can use it. For instance, if you're into web scraping, then you can take a look at Python, Beautiful Soup, and they also understand the document object model. And you can just traverse the structure of the tree once you understand the structure. And with that structure, you can pinpoint to the content that you want to manipulate or save, and you can do that. Now, DOM is a standard interface for interacting with web pages using programming or scripting languages. So it's not that DOM is something that people haven't used yet. People use DOM all the time, and it's a standard programming interface. So anyone who interacts with the web page, who tries to get data from a web page, converts the HTML string into the DOM structure and then manipulates it the way they want to. The reason why JavaScript does it is because exactly the kind of thing that it was built to do. JavaScript was created so that it can manipulate and add functionality to web pages. As times grew, though, JavaScript's reach of what it could do became even more, and now JavaScript can do a whole lot more than just manipulate the DOM. But it's still one of its major features and one of the major reasons why we use DOM, right? So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now let's take a look at ReactDOM. We've taken a look at what DOM is, but when we're working with React in the browser, we need to also work with ReactDOM, which is one of the libraries that React uses underneath the hood. Let's take a look at what it is and why do we need to use it. So React is a user interface library, but it's built with the purpose of building user interfaces. It's not limited to web. It could also be extended to be used on mobile applications or virtual reality applications such as React VR or React Native, not in that order. But you can use React to build applications for the web, for the mobile platform, which could be cross-platform such as Android and iOS. And you can also use it to build applications for virtual reality apps. Now, that being said, how can you build such applications for such different platforms when you have a single library? Well, the answer is that they have separated the essential parts from the variable parts. So when we're using it on the web, that is when we're using it to build the front end of the web application that we are going to be building, then it needs to interact with the DOM. To make that interaction easy and make that integration seamless, we use ReactDOM. So what ReactDOM will do, it will take a look at our component tree and it will take care of converting that component tree into DOM elements and keep track of managing that component. So we can create the components using React, and then when it comes to integrating our components with the actual web DOM, we can basically just use ReactDOM and it will take care of it all for us. That's what ReactDOM actually is. ReactDOM is nothing more than just a library. Now, it's basically just a package that contains DOM specific methods used by React to enable itself to interact with the DOM. So if you're using React and you want to build applications for the web, then you use ReactDOM. Other libraries such as React Native and React VR have their own bridging system, so you don't have to worry about that at all. All you have to worry about is how you can build user interfaces using DOM or React DOM in that specific scenario. So all React DOM does is that it bridges the gap between the React user interface library and the web DOM platform. So if you want to build React applications by creating components that can then be translated into DOM elements and managed by React, we use React DOM specifically for that purpose. Now let's take a look at UI without ReactJS. So when you're building user interface without ReactJS, what are the kinds of things that you need to tackle? The first thing is decomposition. So we can quite easily build user interfaces without React.js. So if you want to build a user interface without React.js, you can do it. Especially for smaller applications, it's also a recommended way that you go without React.js. But for any reasonably sized application, it involves some really difficult challenges. One of those challenges is decomposition. So when you're using React.js, we can create small isolated individual components which can then be composed together to create the entire user interface. So if you have a user interface that you want to create using React.js, you can do so. But without React.js, creating smaller components, combining which you can create a larger user interface can be really difficult. Whereas with React.js, decomposition is really easy. So that's why React.js is much more preferred over other component libraries. So without React.js, we would need to create the HTML tags, then use the JavaScript to add event handling code and wire everything up. So without React.js, what we do in plain JavaScript is firstly we create the HTML code for our user interface, style it using CSS. Then we get a handle to each of the components that we're interested in, such as if we are interested in knowing when a button is clicked and all of that. We get those user interface elements, and then we add some user interface elements, add some event handling code to it. So if we have a button that we want to respond to when it's clicked on, what we can do is we can just create an on-click handler, which will run when the button is clicked on. Now the browser takes care of it all. When the user clicks on the button, the event code that we have associated with the event handling code will run. This is quite easy in theory, but in practice, it's really difficult because when we have multiple user interface elements and their interaction needs to be configured simultaneously, separating these concerns can be really difficult. How do you separate the event handling code of a button from an event handling code of another button, which are two different buttons, such as the submit and the reset buttons of a form? So that could be really difficult. And when that difficulty is something that we need to manage on medium to large size applications, it could be really difficult as well. So that is why decomposition comes into play, where we can just create self-contained isolated components, and those components will take care of their own logic. They don't need to worry about how other components are working, and we don't have to go through the entire DOM hunting for each element and then assigning the behavior that needs to happen when the user clicks on a button or some other aspect of the application happens. Then comes state management. State management is one of the most important aspects in any application, not just front-end applications. But it is especially important when we are dealing with front-end applications or applications that the users can see. The reason being that state refers to the data that our application stores in the memory. So that data can be used to display things later. For instance, when we are building a chat application, the messages that you have sent so far and the messages that you are going to send right now that you have typed into the chat box, all of these are part of the state of the application. This is managed by your application. And now your application needs to take that data, save it to the database, send it to the user. The user needs to be able to see it. When the user sees it, that notification needs to be sent out to all the other users who are associated with the messages as well. And that could be a really complicated task. With that in mind, what we can do as developers is we need to firstly understand how to use state. So state management is really difficult. Mainly because if you have an application that has some data that is useful for one component and some data that's useful for other component, and then there's some data that needs to be shared between those components, that is really difficult because now we have to figure out where to put that data so that it can be easily shared by child components and so on. So that's really difficult, especially in an event-driven design such as the one that we saw earlier with plain JavaScript and HTML. Because if you're doing things like this, then what's going to happen is we're going to be able to just do state management. We're going to be able to do state management based on user interfaces event system. So when we get a click, then we are going to update something. When we're going to make some changes to the state. But all the data that we need is going to be stored eventually in a larger global context, in a global object. All the variables that live on a global object, that's going to be really difficult to manage because some part of our application not knows what are the different names of the variables that are saving the information that we need, will end up overriding those variables, and all the other parts of our application will start breaking. And that will be really difficult for us to figure out how that is happening. So that's why state management is really important. Now, sometimes when data is being displayed, it gets changed or updated. So if you have data Let's say you have chat application. The data that you have is all the messages that you have so far when you load the application, and new data will be when the user sends a new message, updates previous messages if they have the ability to do so, and so on and so forth. So the total price that is shown on a shopping cart when another item is added also changes the total price of the entire cart. So when you add new elements, the total price needs to change as well, and many different aspects of the application need to update the data, and that is all very difficult. So this is where state management comes into play, where we can specify local state. Local state basically means just the piece of information that only one of our components is interested in, and they only need to know. So for instance, if we have an application that fetches data from the external web APIs and displays images, well, the individual components are only responsible for fetching data from each of the user interface elements and getting the images from the web server and then displaying it into the user interface element. So this is why state management is important, and simpler user interfaces without ReactJS, managing state, defining local state so that if we define some other state variable with the same name doesn't get overridden, can be really complicated, which is why we use ReactJS instead of plain user interface without React. Now, React takes care of keeping all the data and the display in sync with each other. So if the data is changed, all components being displayed are updated automatically. So if you are not using React, then you have to take care of where all the state that we are using is being referenced, and then we need to update it one by one, and that could be difficult. So adding and removing elements from a DOM tree is very performance intensive task. Now, this is what causes a lot of performance hit in a lot of our applications that we build. Whenever we add and remove or completely delete the entire DOM tree structure and then rebuild all the components that haven't even changed, that could be difficult. Unless we are very smart about it and we keep a track of what is being rendered. If that is the case, then it's not really difficult. So in situations like this, we end up using ReactJS because it gives us a massive performance boost. What React does is that it takes care of rendering the user interface without us having to muddle through the entire user interface's code, without us having to figure out what are the things that need to be removed and what are the things that need to be added and what is the best way to do it. React will just do it automatically for us. That's why ReactJS is so popular. Now, React solves this problem by something called a virtual DOM, which we'll discuss later on. Now, virtual DOM allows us to make updates to the components, and then the React will take care of matching the updated virtual DOM with the current actual DOM and figure out what are the things that need to be changed. It basically diffs the entire DOM and figures out what are the differences. The differences that are found are updated, and only the differences are updated. Other things are just left as they are, and that's the way it works. Finally, it comes to debugging. Whenever we're building an application that is using the user interface, it could be really difficult to us to debug this application. Debugging basically means if you run into an error, how are we going to solve it? The way we solve it usually is by going through console log statements, figuring out where the error has come from, taking a look through stack traces, but they are not really reliable ways of debugging an application. There are advanced ways as well, and you can use IDEs for that, but the tools for debugging JavaScript applications are not that good. Keeping that in mind, in React, we have React developer tools. And what they allow us to do is they allow us to, once we're in development mode and we have installed the React developer tools extension, greatly simplifies our component debugging. We can display components, we can take a look at the internal state, we can take a look at the props, where they are being passed from, at what level are the changes to state are being dispatched. There are many things that we can do, and all of that is very useful. So as you can see, React is so popular because it allows us to do these many things. Now let's take a look at some of the ES6 features that are necessary for us to use in ReactJS, or in order to learn ReactJS we need to know. So let's take a look at that. So ReactJS recommends using ES6 features to create more readable and more concise code. Now a few of the most important ES6 features are the ones that we are going to discuss now. ES6 basically refers to ES 2015. ES stands for ECMAScript. It is basically JavaScript, but it has been standardized. So new recommendations are proposed, and then browsers implement those recommendations, and that keeps evolving. And those recommendations are given by the ECMAScript Recommendation Society. So that's how we do that. So this is why we use the ES6 features, because new recommendations were proposed in 2015. Those have been implemented and are now widely supported, and they let us write really clean and concise code. So the first thing is variable declaration. Now in ES6 we can use let or const variables and to describe variables and constant values in JavaScript. Before ES6 we would have to use the var keyword, var, which allows us to describe variables, but there were certain issues with var. If we were to define a variable inside a loop, it would still leak out to and be available outside the loop inside functions. That was really difficult for us to understand, and that led to a lot of issues. This was called variable hoisting, and that led to a lot of undesirable effects. This is why we ended up using let and const, and that's why they are most important. Then comes arrow functions. So arrow functions are used to write anonymous functions in a very concise way without using the function keyword. So when we're using arrow functions, all we have to do is we have to use the simple syntax instead of writing anonymous function with the function keyword and just not giving it a name but the whole single brackets, all the element names, and then double brackets, double curly brackets. What we would have to do is we would for arrow functions, all we have to do is create arrow like syntax and that will work. And we'll take a look at the syntax just in a moment.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of ReactJS by answering this question. What is ReactJS? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then came classes. Now, classes are the fundamental construct of an object-oriented programming language, such as Python, Ruby, Java, C Sharp, C++. All of them have the keyword class associated there. But in JavaScript, the keyword was not present. In order to create a class, you would have to firstly create a function, which is called the constructor function, then create a new object out of that function and add things to its prototype. That was really difficult for people to understand. So what they have done is they have created, instead of creating functions, we now can use class keyword and just use classes the regular way. And that works just fine. And then comes array destructuring. So what destructuring allows us to do is it allows us to get the variables out of objects and arrays. So if we have an array with three elements that we know are going to be three, and we want to get these three variables out into three variables, instead of assigning them one by one, we can do it all in one line using this destructuring. Same with objects. So if we have objects that are key value pairs, we can do the same thing with objects as well. So that's why we do restructuring, and it's a concept that's available in many other languages as well. We'll take a look at the advantages that you can use to use ReactJS, the advantages that you get when you're using ReactJS. What are the advantages that you should be looking for when you're using ReactJS? So when we're using ReactJS, it provides us with several advantages. The first one is scalability. So ReactJS works well with applications of all sizes. If you've built ReactJS applications, you've built simple small applications like to-do list applications to really giant e-commerce applications. A really good example of this is going to be Flipkart, because they have built their entire front end using ReactJS, and it's scalable because we can see that their front end is working quite well. So you can build applications using ReactJS for smaller applications to applications that are of giant size. Another example of disadvantage would be Facebook. The company that has created ReactJS has built more than 100,000 of UI components that are being used in Facebook. Instagram also uses ReactJS, and many other front ends of the online websites that are of giant scale use ReactJS. So it's quite scalable in that regard. When it comes to compositional UI, compositional UI basically means that it allows us to combine our user interface elements or smaller user interface elements that are reusable into other user interfaces, and then we can modify the things that can be modified and replace the user interface elements if needed. So we can just pick and choose the user interface elements that we want to combine in our front end, and we can easily do it by importing the component, then rendering it, and then changing its behavior if it's possible and if necessary. So that's why we use compositional UI as one of the advantages. Then comes portability. Portability is one of the major advantages of ReactJS, mainly because a component can be ported from one project to other project without much hassle. If I have a project in which I have created a button component and I want it to be used in my other project as well.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
All I have to do is just import the button component and then display it on the screen. Declaratively creating the markup, nothing more than that I have to do. If I want to configure it, then there's a bit more work to be done, obviously.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
But for simple usages, it's very easy to do. So that's why portability is one of the major advantages of using ReactJS, and that's why many people use ReactJS because it's very, very portable. Portability also helps across devices. So if you're using ReactJS on the web and you want to use it for your native mobile application, there are some components that you can carry over. Not all, because the environments are so different and the platforms are so different. But if you want to, you can just create the styles for one component and then at least can share the styles for those components across different user interfaces. So that's usable. And then comes performant. So ReactJS is very performant. What it allows us to do is it allows us to, instead of accessing real browser DOM, allows us to use virtual DOM. That virtual DOM can then be used in order to boost the performance when it comes to DOM manipulation. If we were doing it with the virtual DOM, then there would be a lot of issues. The performance would be really cumbersome, it would be really clunky, the user interface would lag at certain points, and that would be really difficult for us to get started with. So we don't have to worry about that. That will work just fine. And now we are done with the advantages. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the disadvantages of using ReactJS. So ReactJS is a library, but it's not free. So there are going to be some consequences of using it. So it's better to be advised of what the disadvantages might be. The first thing is its learning curve. Although it's quite easy to pick up the learning curve, the number of things that you have to learn in order to become a ReactJS developer are going to be quite a large number. Also, there's a steep or there's a big mental shift in the way you look at applications. So earlier we used to build applications by creating the markup, then getting the user interface elements, and then attaching event handlers to perform some tasks on it. Now we need to change that kind of thinking to applications being a function of our markup and our state. So the markup will be what our application should look like, and state would be the data that our application holds. So if the user logs out of the application, what are the things that need to change? If the user deletes a particular message, what are the number of things that need to change? That's the kind of thinking we need to adopt when we're building applications, and that could be a little difficult to understand right at the beginning. So a lot of practice is needed in order to get understanding how to build applications like that. When comes documentation. So ReactJS rolls out updates and new features quite fast. So every now and then new features, new updates, new experimental features are available as well, and old features are removed, new features are added with different syntax than the experimental one. Lots of changes are happening quite fast. So because of this, online documentation, tutorials might not be up to date. Some new ways of doing things that are much more efficient might have come out. Maybe there are patterns that allow us to build our applications in a much more robust way, but we can't use those patterns right now because we don't know those patterns because they have been discovered recently and we're not aware of those. So documentation isn't always up to date. The tutorials aren't always up to date. There are new things that are happening every now and then. So it could be really difficult and frustrating, especially for a beginner. Then comes JSX. So JSX is the extension to the JavaScript language that allows us to write HTML text, which allows us to declaratively describe our user interface, and React will take care of creating that user interface and displaying it to the user. So what happens is, to work with React, we need to learn how to use JSX. JSX is not the easiest thing to learn, especially when you come from plain JavaScript background where you're supposed to separate JavaScript into a separate file and HTML to a separate file. When you look at JSX code, it looks a bit funny. It looks a bit difficult to understand. It looks like we're breaking some commonly used good patterns, like not mixing your JavaScript and HTML. That could be tough. Then comes state management. Now, depending on how your application is structured, managing the state of your application is among one of the most difficult aspects of React applications. If you want to manage state, you need to understand where does a particular piece of information needs to go in your component tree. So if you, for instance, if you have some list of users that need to be displayed and they have certain properties, but those properties are needed by other components as well, you need to find the lowest possible common ancestor and put the data there. It's called lifting up the state. So these are the kind of things that we need to understand. We need to be very cognizant of where a particular piece of information is going to live in our application component tree and how we are going to be able to use it. So that could be a little tough. Again, it's also a shift in the mental model, which could be very difficult to understand right at the beginning. But overall, it's quite easy to understand once you get the hang of it. And now let's take a look at how we can create our own applications that performs DOM manipulation. So I have an empty folder here. What I will do is I will open it up in my code editor. You can use any code editor that you want. I'll create two files. Let's close this one. First one is called index.html. All right. So this is an HTML file. All right. And inside the file, the first thing I want to do is I want to right, and there's a button with the ID of add button, and finally an unordered list. Yeah, and it should have an ID of list. So I save it, and after saving it, I have it saved and created in my application or in my Explorer. Now all I have to do is I want to open it up, and this is what it looks like. So I need to add some text in the button. So this is what it looks like. Now if I want to create a new file, I can just create it, name it script.js, and finally I have to add it in my HTML code. So now that is done and we have our script. Now I need to get all the things, right? Firstly I need the list. So I just use document.get element by ID, and the ID that we gave to the list is list. Alright, that's done. Now I need the button, so I need to do the same thing. Now what I want to do is I want to create an variable named index. I'll show you why. Now button, which is the button on our page, dot add event listener. So when I click on the event, what I want to happen is I want to create an element. So I'll just create equals to document dot create element. That element needs what kind of element I want to create. It's just an li, which is a list item. Now element dot text content is going to be task hashtag plus index plus plus. So it will be task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth. And now all I have to do is I have to append it as a child element to my list. So I save it, go back, fresh, click on add, and as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the DOM. And to make sure that this is what's happening, I open the source code. As you can see, there are no list items inside the list. I can open my developer tools here as well. Click here. This is the body tag. This is the list. It's empty. Click on add. Something's added to the list. This is the task with the new tag, add new, and as you can see, I can add them one by one, and it's working completely fine. So that's how you can do that. Now let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides ReactJS online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We will now build a user interface without React. So this would be us performing DOM queries on ourselves, and we'll be using plain JavaScript, and you can see how tedious it is. So this is what we have right now. And if I open the folder that I have created things in, this is what it looks like. I have a simple ReactJS application or a simple front-end application without ReactJS. All it has is a script file, and an index.html file with the main tag. And now we want to build the user interface inside it. So we will be using the code that we write inside our script tag. So for that, we'll need to create a few functions. We want to display an h1 tag with the text UI without React as being displayed. So that you can understand how difficult it might be, let's take a look at that. So what we'll do is we'll create a function, render. Render will take children, and what we will do is we'll create our app, and for that we need document.getElementById, and the ID is main. The main is basically a div inside which our entire application will live. App.append child children. That's all we need to do here. Now we need to create a few functions that we can compose with each other. First function I'll create is for creating an h1. It will also take children, and what it will do is it will firstly create an element. H1 is what we want to create, so we do that element dot, and what we want to do is we want to append the child and then return element. Finally, we want some text content to be displayed, so for that we need to create function named text. This will also take some content that we need to display. So now all we have to do is we need to return document.create text node with the content that we have provided. And now all we have to do is we need to compose these functions with each other. We need to call the render function. We want to create an h1. Inside the h1 we need to pass in the text. The text would be UI without React. Save it. After manually writing all those functions and creating everything, if we rerun our app, I think we've run into some issues. We run into the console and everything is working fine. Inside the body tag, we have forgotten to link our script file as far as I can see. So all I have to do now is just type script src script.js, and since it's the same file, and now it's working completely fine. So as you can see, if we don't include our JavaScript, then it won't work. And we have a div tag with an h1 tag, and the h1 tag contains the text content UI without React. So that's how you can build a user interface, a really simple one without using React. However, as you can see that we have to plumb together all these components and figure out how to get things done. That could be really cumbersome. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the new ES6 features that we have discussed thus far. We'll try and understand what these features are and what they look like and how they compare to the old syntax. So for that, all I've done, I've created an HTML page. I have created this is the HTML page. It has nothing but a reference to a script file and a console that I have opened. This is the HTML page. It has nothing, just the basic HTML skeleton and the script.js reference, and every code that we write will be written here. So let's first understand our variables using let and const. So the things that we have to understand are let and const are the first one. So what we do is if I create a block, so if I create variables inside a block, inside an if statement, let's say, so x is equals to 1, y is equals to 2, and z is equals to 3. So if I try to console log them outside my if statement, although I've declared them inside the if statement, they should not be available outside. Look what happens. As you can see, they are available. In fact, I can put them inside my console as well. So the reason why that happens is because of a feature in JavaScript called hoisting. What hoisting does is that it takes all of the variables and the function declarations that we have created, no matter how deeply nested they are, and it gets bubbled up to the top. So now it's available everywhere we want to use it. The reason that happens is because if we declare a function, let's say I declare a function named function a app, right? And inside it I have written whatever I want to do. and I call it before I have declared it. Now that would have been an error because my application knows nothing about it. But if I have done it using hoisting, then it knows that, okay, this is a function, I'm going to bring it when it tries to interpret it, brings everything at the top, and then tries doing things. But it doesn't make sense with the variables, and that causes a lot of issues. So to solve this scoping issue, developers of these languages came up with an idea. Variable is going to be there. We can create one for let, and we can create one for const. Now, if I run this, as you can see, y is not defined. If I remove x and y here, sorry, y and z, just use x, it's available. Now, what is the difference between let and const? Both of them are scoped to a particular scope, but what the difference is this dot log and let x is equals to 10, const y is equals to 11, right? And now if I print x plus plus, it works. So now the value of x is 11 after I printed it. I can also do it the other way, plus plus x, and that works. Now if I want to do it this way, it's going to give me an error. Assignment to a constant variable. So I can't change the value assigned to a constant variable. That is the only difference. So which one should you use? I recommend that you choose const as much as you can, because if you use const, then there's no way that someone who is using your code can end up changing it and changing variables that your application depends on if they are not allowed. Only when you explicitly need to change a variable, use let. So with that, we have come to the other part of it, which is us creating arrow functions. This is done. I'm going to delete it all. Now comes arrow. Arrow function basically allows us to create functions in a single line. So if I want to create a function, right, and what that function is supposed to do is it's supposed to print something. So let's say that I'm creating a function, perform, okay, and then we have milliseconds, and then we have a callback function, right? This is pretty standard so far. Set timeout. I'm going to simulate a delay for the milliseconds and then execute callback. So handler and then timeout. So callback and then millisecond. Now what will happen is if I call the perform task function, pass in 1000 milliseconds, and I pass in the function, I have to create a new function with all the syntax, and then I have to write console dot log done. Run this, wait for a second, and then everything's done. But I can also do it in one other way, which is I can use arrow functions. Inside arrow functions, I can keep the function body to be the same, and I can remove these things. So now all I have to do is create an arrow. As you can see, I can do it in a single line, run it, and then it's done. So what's happening is I'm just defining the list of parameters that I want. If I have some parameters, I can pass it here as well. But since I don't, I'm not going to be passing it. And then a single line of function, I can do it this way. If, for instance, it's a multiple line function, then I can wrap it in curly braces and do it whatever I want to do with it. As you can see, it still looks more concise than using the whole function syntax. So that's why we use arrow functions. Arrow functions are more concise way of writing code. Right. Now we move on to classes. So classes are, these are the classes. In old school JavaScript, we had to firstly create a function. Let me call it app. This would be my class. Inside my function, I would console log constructor. So this is the constructor function. And now I have to add things to the prototype. Prototype dot say hello is going to be equal to a function. And that function is going to log hello. Right? So I can create a function. Const object is equals to app. But since it's a class, I have to use new keyword. So I create a new class, which is an object. Now after creating the object, all I have to do is say hello. Now if I run this, first the constructor function gets called, then hello function gets called. Now same thing I can write by using class. The changes I have to make is just class app constructor and instead of doing it this way, all I have to do is wrap all of this, and this should work similarly. Refresh it, as you can see constructor and hello, so everything's working completely fine. This is just syntactic sugar. And now if I want to create subclasses and superclasses, all I have to do is I can just since base app. If I had a class named base app, I don't, but this is how you would do it. On the other hand, on old school syntax where we used function, we would have to do assigning the prototype, extending the prototype, and there would be a lot of tricky situations. We don't do that. Finally, we have destructuring, which is one of the newest and one of the most used features. Destructuring, and what it allows us to do. So let's say that I have a variable names A, B, and C. Now I want A to be assigned to a variable named X, B to be assigned to a variable named Y, C to be assigned to a variable named Z. To do this, I would have to then go const X is equals to names of 0, Y is equals to names of 1, and finally Z is equals to names of 2. Now if I press console log X, Y, and Z, and I run this, ABC is there. But as you can see, this is just a lot of code for something so simple. So instead what I can do is I can use the destructuring syntax. And now if I run this, it's working just the same. So what's happening is it's saying, okay, this is a variable. The variable at the first index goes in X. Second index goes in Y. Third index goes in Z. If there are other variables as well, they will be ignored. So that's how you can destructure an array. What about objects? So let's say that I have person, right? And they have name as John and country as England. Now, if I want to create two variables named name and country to be assigned with the variables with the keys of names and countries, what I want to do is earlier I would have to create const name is equals to person.name, that, and similarly for country. But here all I can do is I can just use name, country, and now if I want to log name and country, I can do so quite easily. Fresh, everything's working as expected. That's how you destructure things. These are called syntactic sugars, basically because they just do things in a different way. They're not changing the performance, they're not changing anything underneath the hood. They just allow that with a more convenient way of describing the things that we want the language to perform. So that's why we do that. So with that in mind, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at Virtual DOM, or VDOM as it's called. Virtual DOM or VDOM is one of the fundamental concepts that React uses to keep the application performing. How does it work and what does it actually mean to use a virtual DOM? So let's take a look at that. In ReactJS, virtual DOM is just an ideal. So it's just an idea or virtual representation of the user interface. So to give you an idea, this is just basically how your DOM should look like. This is just an ideal or a virtual representation of what the UI is supposed to look like. That is kept in memory and synced with the real DOM. So the real DOM is the browser DOM or the tree structure that we have discussed earlier in module 1. That structure is what it is then mapped onto. The real advantage of using virtual DOM is something that we'll see in a moment, but the real reason why we use a virtual DOM is because the actual DOM is quite expensive to work with. Whenever you make changes to it, there are going to be a lot of changes that you have to make here and there, and that leads to a lot of performance degradation. A good idea of getting over it is to use virtual DOM. In virtual DOMs, what we do is we create inline similar structure, and what we do is we use that structure in order to make sure that what we're doing is taking effect and then mapping those changes over to the real DOM.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So a virtual DOM is used to encapsulate things, and it is encapsulated in the ReactDOM packages. So if you've taken a look at the module previously, what that taught us was that React was supposed to be, it's something that is supposed to be used with multiple platforms, ranging from the web to native mobile applications to virtual reality applications. So in order to abstract away all the DOM related functionalities from ReactJS, we use ReactDOM, and the virtual DOM is a concept that has been encapsulated in ReactDOM so that it can only be used on the web. Virtual DOM is not a concept that gets carried over to React Native or React VR, because these are different environments. They don't have the concept of DOM. So React uses virtual DOM to improve performance, as we've heard many times. But the real question is, how does it do it? Well, React uses a virtual DOM as in to improve the performance, so that the real DOM is updated only when it's needed, and all the necessary updates and the transitions are made in the virtual DOM, which is in memory and it's really fast. This process of updating the real DOM from the virtual DOM is called reconciliation. It's a concept that basically means that once we are done making changes with the React DOM, we try and figure out what are the changes that need to be persisted to the actual DOM, what is the current state of the actual DOM, and how are we going to do those changes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of ReactJS by answering this question. What is ReactJS? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So for instance, if I have 3 nodes in my actual DOM and 3 nodes in my virtual DOM, and only one of those nodes in my virtual DOM change, we'll go and look through all the DOM nodes that are available, figure out what are the DOM nodes that have changed, and update those only, so that we do the minimum work required for DOM. This is mainly because DOM is very expensive. The document object model, it has a lot of issues in itself, which is why we don't like to use simple plain JavaScript. Because if we do use it, then it's going to lead to a lot of problems in terms of performance. And the performance issues really degrade the user experience, which is why React is so popular, because it takes care of managing the performance behind the scenes. So we don't have to worry about how to manage the performance. React will take care of all of that. And the way it does it is using virtual DOM. So you don't have to actually deal with the virtual DOM yourself. React does it itself. But this is a concept that is used throughout the React community, and we have to understand what it actually means and how React does the actual performance optimizations that it needs to. And now that we have done that, let's see what else we have to learn. Now that we have taken a look at virtual DOM, next is we have to understand JSX. JSX is the syntax extension that allows us to use ReactJS much more declaratively and efficiently. So under the hood, React uses the create element method to create a new DOM node that need to be attached to the nodes. So React at the end of the day is creating DOM nodes, but for us to tell React that we want to create a DOM node of this type, we can use plain React, which will involve us writing react.createElement, and inside the function will pass in 3 parameters, and that is going to be really cumbersome. The main reason why React was not really that popular at the beginning was because it was really verbose. So as you can see that it's very difficult to use, especially when we have components nested into each other. So this can make our code really unreadable. So if you have react.createElement calls going from start to end of your code, it's going to make your code really unreadable. It might be fine for smaller applications, for smaller elements when you only have 3 or 4 DOM nodes that you need to add and manipulate. But it could be really difficult for the other parts of the application when you have like multiple applications or multiple DOM nodes interacting with each other, keeping the data in sync with the DOM nodes. It could be really problematic. So to solve this in React, we use a special syntax. That syntax is called JSX. So what JSX allows us to do is that it ultimately compiles to React.createElement calls, but it makes our code easier to read. So underneath the hood, once you've written your code in JSX, you just run your application, and JSX's compiler will take care of everything else. It will take your code, compile it to React.createElement calls, and it will be interpreted by the browser, which in turn will use the React library and build the DOM nodes, or so that you can build applications much more easily and much more effectively, and you don't have to worry about making the calls that need to be made in order to create DOM nodes. Now, React does not mandate the use of JSX, which is to say that React doesn't need you to use JSX. You can reuse plain React in order to build your applications, and if you choose to do so, that's fine. But do understand that once you use the JSX, it makes your code easier to read and understand, and it is thus far the recommended way of doing it, unless they come up with a new way. But so far, this is the recommended way, mainly because it makes your code more readable, more concise, more understandable. So because of these features that React JSX provides, we use JSX throughout our React code. Most of the developers currently using React will use JSX as their primary syntax. In case you wish to use some other syntax, you're more than welcome to, but JSX is by far the most popular way. If you don't want to use JSX, then you would have to use the plain React.createElement calls, which are going to make your code much more unreadable and really not that concise. Could be difficult to part through a large DOM structure. So that's all about JSX. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at props. Props is an important concept in React.js. It's one of the two ways through which you can store data for a component. So props stands for properties. Props is the short form of properties, and they are arguments passed to a component by a parent component for it to use. So one of the differences between the other ways of using internal data and props is that props is not internal. This is data that is passed from a parent component. So if I have a component that is rendering other components, I can pass in some data for those components to render. And that's how the data should flow in a React app, from a parent application, from a parent component to a child component, and props allow us to do that. Props are read-only and should not be modified by a component on its own. So if you have a component that has some data being passed into it via props, you should not modify it. They can only be modified by the parent passing those props. So if you are a parent component that are rendering a few child components and you're passing some data, you have the ability to modify that data. But the component that is receiving that data as props cannot change the data. This is one of the concepts in React in which you cannot change the data that is being passed to you. The reason for that is because if all the components that are being passed the data, some components pass data downstream. So anywhere down the stream, if some component ends up changing some data, then it's very difficult to reason about, and it's very difficult to debug. So in order to overcome these are the few guidelines that we have to follow in order to make better decisions about the code that we write. And change in prompts from the parent component will lead the child components being updated and re-rendered till DOM. So if you have some data in your parent component, since that is the only place where you can change it, and that is the only place where you're supposed to change it. When you do change it, it will lead to a re-render, which means updated data will be merged with the current representation in our DOM node, and the reconciliation process will happen, and anything that needs to be updated will be updated in the child components. And nothing in the child components could actually change the props, so that would not lead to a re-render. So this is why when you get something from props, make sure that you know how to change it, and the only way to change it, or the access to change these things, or the code that needs to change it, needs to exist in the parent component. If for instance you have some reason to make your data be changed by your child components, or you need some way to access the code that changes the props in your child component, then you can pass in functions that do the same, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. So that's how you're supposed to do it. Alright, so now we're done with props. Let's take a look at what else we have. Now we come to state. State is the other way that we can change data in a component. So props were passed from parents to child component. State is the internal data. So if you have some component that needs to have data that's only localized to itself, and the parent component doesn't know about it, doesn't care about it, and doesn't have access to it, that's state. So let's take a look at that. State is similar to props, but it is private and fully controlled by the components. So if I have a component and it needs some internal data in order to display something, that data is something that needs to be stored as state. If it's something that the component that is the rendering my component needs to be able to pass in, for instance, the color of the border or something like that, then that is something that needs to be turned as props. But if it's something like a behavior when the person clicks on the button and I want it to be just one thing, then I use state. So this is where state and props come into play. State holds data that is internal to the component, that is required by the component, and the parent components need not know about it. The state is used by components to determine what is to display on the screen and has been managed by the component itself, as other components do not have access to the state. As we have discussed earlier, that once we're building a component, we need to be able to understand that that component, if it has a state, that state is not visible to outside components. That's its state only. So that could be passed down to child components as props, but still, so you are the one who is able to manage it. You're the ones who are able to figure out how to manage the data and how to change the data. The other components don't have access to it. So that's why we use that. So what exactly is child components and parent components? We have all taken a look at that. That's just the hierarchy, and that's how we create components. So in React, a component state should not be changed directly. It should be done via a special setter method, because React keeps track of the state. So if you want to change the state, you don't just go and fiddle with the variables and mutate it, which is to change it. So if you have a state that's containing the name of the currently logged in user, if that needs to change, then you don't just reassign the variable to the new name. What you do is you call a special setter method. Depending on what kind of component it is, usually the method is called set state. So inside set state, you pass in an object. That object contains the key and the value. Key is the variable you want to change, variable is and the value is the value that you want to assign to it. In React, the state is kept as a JavaScript object. So that's how you can do that. In functional components, which we'll take a look at in a moment, we use hooks, and we'll also take a look at that in a moment. So that is a little different from the set state function, but the idea is the same. You have a variable and you have a setter function. The function's only job is to set the data and let React know that something has changed, re-render the thing that needs to be updated, or at least be aware that things have changed, and the next time you re-render, make sure that you change these things. So that's how state works. State are quite the opposite of props, in the sense that you don't have to get it passed from parent components. You derive the data yourself and you take care of the data itself. So those are state and props. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods allow us to hook into important events in our React component lifecycle. Let's take a look at what that means and how you can use it to your advantage. React manages the lifecycle of the components. So tasks such as adding or removing the component from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. So you just need to declare the component, and when the component is mounted, when the component mounted basically means added to the DOM, when the component is removed from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. Now that presents some challenges to us, because there are tasks as web developers that we need to perform when the components are being added and when they're being removed from the HTML page. So some of these tasks may include fetching some data and displaying it to the user. So only after the component is displayed on the screen, then do we want to update the data onto it. If it's not on the screen and we're updating the data, we're wasting time. Also, with that, another issue is that event handling is...
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Something that we need to take care of. If we are on a page where a component is mounted and it has an event handler attached to it, once we move away from that component, when that component is removed from the screen, we need to disassociate those event handlers. The reason being that that could cause a memory leak. These are the kind of things that we need to be aware of when we're using React components. And this is why lifecycle methods are such important aspect. There are many other things that you can do with lifecycle methods. but these are some of the things. Let's take a look at a few lifecycle methods. So to allow developers to execute code during these life cycles, React provides them with lifecycle methods, which you can override. So these are component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. There are many other lifecycle methods available, and sadly we can't cover all of them, but these are the most important ones. So the component did mount lifecycle method is something that you can override when you want to execute some code after a component is added to the DOM. So you want to, let's say you want to propagate an event that the component is available on the screen, and so that other components can manipulate it. It could also be that after the component is mounted, you want to make sure that it has a particular style. You can only do that once it's been mounted. Whether or not it's being displayed, that's a completely different thing. Now, this is ideal for when data is fetched and we want to add it to the DOM. So if we have a component such as an unordered list, and we have a lot of list items in our components, and we want to add them to our unordered list, that can only happen when the list is added. So to do that, what we do is create list items. We wait for the component mounted. When the component does mount, we write the code in component did mount, which will get executed. And that's the code that will add all the things into the components, and our code will work just fine. Then comes component did update. This is a lifecycle method that allows developers to execute code after a component gets updated. So these components may get updated due to props or state change. And if that's the case, if the props of your component change and you want to propagate those changes elsewhere depending on the props, then you can use this lifecycle method. You can also do this for state as well. If you want to pass some data down to child components as props, you can use the state components or use state, and that will work just fine as well. And then comes component will unmount. This is a lifecycle method that gets executed before the component is going to be removed from the DOM. So right before the component is going to be removed from the DOM, if a developer wants to execute some code that can be run at that point specifically, then we use component will unmount. This is ideal for removing event listeners from components to stop memory leak. So if you have an event listener attached to all the DOM nodes of your component, and that component is going to be removed, you want to make sure that all of those event listeners are being removed as well, so that your component don't leak things to memory. And if we have removed it, then the JavaScript garbage collector will execute, take everything away, and we can move on and with a clear of memory. So with that, we have come to the end of lifecycle method. Let's see what else we have.
Let's open that folder. So you see there's nothing. We had not created anything in here. And I've shared the list of extensions that you should have on your computer. All right. And in the day one folder, I'll go create a new file. Create a new file. I call this as step1.html. Easy. And inside this step1.html, we want to write some HTML. So we'll write HTML:5. Now this HTML:5, this one is an emit keyword. So when we type this keyword, sometimes it may happen that I'm pressing enter and nothing is really happening. If that happens, that probably is because you do not have emit installed yet, or emit is not recognizing this command. It can also happen because if you have not named your file with the extension. So I have my file step1 and it has an extension .html, correct? So since it has the extension .html, this keyword will be recognized. If it is still not being recognized, you press Control space. Put your cursor at the end of this syntax and press Control space on your keyboard. And then you will see the Visual Studio now recognized this command. Okay, now you press enter and it will expand it to this file. There you go. Create a new file, call it step1.html and type HTML:5. Document here. Now there's one more shortcut. I'm sure this HTML5 was a shortcut, but you can also use an exclamation and press enter. That would also work. Yes, exclamation will also work. That will also give the same output. Yes, cool. So you have a choice. You can use HTML:5 or you can also say exclamation and that would work. So if you notice, we have a simple HTML file right in front of you, which has all the basic requirements to be considering this as an HTML file. And now inside this, I will write this text. welcome to your life. Okay, instead of saying hello world, I prefer to use this. So now I want to run this application or run this page in the browser. So I can right click here and choose open in other browsers, open in default browser. Now this context menu is appearing because we installed a module, we installed an extension called open in browser. Okay, I shared that link, right? So I can choose other browser and select from the drop down, I can select Chrome. Now I can select Chrome because Chrome was installed on my machine. If you have not installed Chrome, don't expect these links to work. There will be links, but they may not work. For example, I don't have Opera on my machine. So if I click on this, nothing's going to work. All right, so now I can click on Google Chrome. Yes. So Saul, your question is after you create step 1.html. Yeah, after you create step 1.html, what is your question? I didn't quite get that. And press enter. You got it? Okay. And then I just wrote this one line, an h1 tag here. All right. Now, if I run this in the browser, I do see my message. Okay, so now, so let's spend some time to understand the basics of that. Okay. So now, before we start, the ground zero would be here, guys. This is the level 0 of this program. So if you notice in the HTML tag, we have head and the body. You don't have to do this. This is for me to explain things to you. Okay. You still can hold on to the example that you have created on your screen. Just stick to that and just wait for me to complete my explanation, and then I'll come back and join you with the code that we had written. So if you notice, we have the HTML tag, and the HTML tag has the head and the body tag, correct? Any HTML document will have this, correct? It'll have a HTML tag at the root, and then it has the head tag and the body tag. Now, if you look at this, what can you tell? You can tell that, the HTML tag has head as the first child and body as the second child, correct? These are two children. You agree? And we have added these spaces, white spaces, because it is our convenience. Ideally, this also could have worked, isn't it? I mean, I can put all of them in one line and this would still work for me, isn't it? Yes. So because we humans wanted to read, so we have put some conveniences there. And then we have, so if I just undo all of this, and so as of now, this is how the document should look. And the browser will start rendering it sequentially. It'll first see, okay, there is this HTML tag, and who's the first tag? Okay, it'll come and say, okay, HTML was the first tag, and then the body is the second tag. So it'll first parse and understand the content of the head, and then it'll come and understand the content of the body tag. So if you have written anything in the body tag, you will be able to reach that only after the body tag is complete. Easy. And the way these tags are written by this guy called Tim Berners-Lee, who wrote HTML. In fact, he wrote HTML version 1. Later on, things have been rewritten a lot of times. Okay, sometimes, in between, this also had become an XML tag. So then they started calling it as an XHTML version 1. And then, they came up with another version called XHTML 2.0. That's when, everybody revolted against them. I'm sure, you might be curious to know why will someone revolt? Because their approach towards the entire web technology was not in favor with all the browser manufacturers. So browser manufacturers kind of revolted. Who? Safari, Chrome, Firefox, and Opera. Which other browser is left? IE, correct? IE did not follow the HTML5 standards for a long time. So that's just a theory part, so that you can keep in mind. Not every browser understands JavaScript or HTML the way one browser does. Say for example, Chrome approaches understanding HTML file differently, Opera approaches it differently, Firefox approaches differently, IE approaches it differently. They all want to be the best and they have their own ways to do that. Okay, so now coming back to the context. So you will write any processing information for the document in the head tag, and you will write anything that the user wants to see or you would want the user to interact with your application in the body tag. Okay, so now that explains, if I undo all of this, okay, if I undo all of this and I bring my application back here, you can realize that there is this head tag and there is this body tag, and inside this body tag I have written some text which actually was displayed here, and there were some processing information. Okay, I'm basically telling that the document that I'm displaying was actually written using this character set UTF-8. So this is the Unicode text format that I'm using on my machine, so that I've generated this file. And when it comes to you, if you're using a Chinese keyboard or Arabic keyboard or something else other than the standard English US keyboard, those ASCII values that I've used will have the same values, and your browser will also display the content in exactly same way that I've written it. And there are some browser specific information that is being written here. See, because we are now battling with between many different types of devices. Some do have retina displays, some have 4K displays and things like that. So in order to cater to those devices, there are some very specific styles and syntaxes have been written. If you are quite curious about this, I suggest you can make a note of this. It will be on your screen as well, and look out for it. Okay, and again, this is meant for Apple devices and this is meant for IE browser, not other browsers. Other browsers frankly would not need anything. It is not even required. And now we have this lang here, language set to English, because we would want the screen readers to come and read this document in English. Easy. So that sums up the basics of how a web page should be and how it can be written. Now coming back to the context, let us say my intention is to be able to access this h1 tag. How do I do that? How do I access this h1 tag? There are popular methods. I'm sure as a developer, if you work with HTML, there is one way, document.get element by ID. You can access it. Easy. It's pretty easy, isn't it? Yes, but there are more methods to do that. Okay, so let me start with by saying this. I will have this. Let me just not delete. I'll use a UL tag, and inside the UL tag, I'll have some li tags. I'll put some content, list item 1. I'll probably clone this 3-4 times, maybe 5 times. Now, if I ask you, how many children does the UL tag have? See, I did mention, I actually kind of gave you a hint as well. See, this tag is like this because we as developers want to see it like that. The browser is completely okay if it sees it like this, isn't it? The output will not change if I do this. You all agree with this? If I say and run this example, if I save and run this example, the output is still the same, correct? Now what I'll do is this, okay? Watch. It's quite interesting, and that's where it becomes a little complicated than what meets your eyes. So I'll go write a script block. You don't have to do this. So I'm waiting for the window to load. Again, I'll give you some shortcuts for this as well. Window on load, that is when the document is loaded. I want to run this function, and inside this function I want to look for this UL tag. Now how do I look for the UL tag? I can say document dot get elements by tag name. So I'm looking for an element with its tag name UL, and notice the expression says get elements. Correct? It's not saying the element, it is saying elements. Okay, so from the elements there can be more than one UL tag, right? So I want to get a list of all of them. So in fact, whenever you use this get elements by tag name, it returns a collection back. From the collection, I select the first one. That indicates that I'm looking for this, the first UL tag that I got. I mean, obviously there is only one. Now if I ask how many elements are inside, okay, so I will console log this child nodes dot length. So what this will tell you is how many children are there. Okay, so now if I come back and console dot log this one, so if I go back to the browser and run this, and if I expand this further, and if I refresh, so you got a message and it tells you what? 5. But this is not how I displayed it, isn't it? I displayed it to you like this, correct? Now how many children do we have is the question. You'll have 11 children here. And so how is 11 an answer now? Okay, let me help you read them. See, this UL has a white space here. This is the first child. That's 1, 2. This is 3. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. You agree? White spaces are also children. Now, with that theory, if I ask you how many children does the li tag have? 1, isn't it? So if I go back and say document.getElements by tag name li, first one, child nodes dot length, it'll tell you that it has 1 child. Who's the child for this li tag? This text element that we have written here. So the text content that you write is also a child, something that you should keep in mind, because each browser works differently. Now with the example that I have displayed here, I'll copy this and open IE. I'm using an older version of IE because I want to prove a point. So if I come here and allow block content, and if I press F12 in the console, see I'm getting 1. That is because I'm using the latest engine here, which is 11. If I go back, it's still saying 1. Okay, still saying 1. But now let me just change the question a bit here. Instead of using something called as child nodes, if your intention is to just ignore the white space and just track the element children only, so you don't want to access or use these white spaces, you just want to access only the elements inside, then you'd use something called as children. If I ask children dot length, now you get a different answer. This time it would be a UL tag. Run this example and then it tells you 5. There are 5 element children, but 11 text children and element children put together, there are 11. So we need to know how the browser is actually trying to understand. I mean, if I go back to an older browser, so it tells you 5. Frankly, these child nodes on older browsers would not work. I think this is working because anyhow the engine that is driving this browser is 8. However, you can also choose an emulator here and choose 8 and then see if this would still work. Still working, so probably if you had an older browser you can probably try that out. But the idea here is this: there is a difference between different types of children an element can have. Okay, text children and the element children. And if you want to access the text child, you have a selector called text node or text content. So if I want to read out the content, okay, if I want to read out the value of this first li tag, I can do something like this: console.log document.getElements by tag name li, get hold of the first one, and if I say children dot, or maybe I just want to get the first one and say dot inner text. Notice I have inner text and inner HTML both. So what does the word inner text mean? It actually gives me the text value. If this li tag had another span inside, let's say, oops, so there is a span tag as well, right? This is an element child, and this list here is a text child. So if I now save and run this example, I still get the same output. What was my command here? The inner text. Get me the inner text. But if I choose to ask get me the inner HTML of it, then you'll get a different response here. Check. So you got to see the span tag as well now. So you understand what is the difference between inner text and inner HTML, right? Many people will be they actually use one over the other without even knowing what is the difference between both of them. The inner HTML gives you access to this element as element children as well. On the other hand, you can use the inner text to access only the text children. There's one more vocabulary to access it. You can also use something called as text content, this one. So this will access only the text content of this li tag, not the element content. So if I run this example, you'll get the same output. This is similar to the inner text. So you have a choice. You can either use inner text or text content. The difference between inner text and inner HTML is that inner HTML has a larger memory print compared to the inner text, because that guy will not look for, this inner text will not look for all the elements inside. It'll simply extract only the text children of this li tag and then give you the output. On the other hand, inner HTML is quite, slightly expensive. It's not that you will have to pay a price for it. No, the computer, when it is processing, it'll take slightly longer to use.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The inner HTML, sorry. It might be in few nanoseconds. Okay. So now you know how to distinguish between different types of children that these elements can have. Now coming to the question, how do we access it? And I've shown you one way to do it. And the most popular ones, if I want to select this UL tag, many people will go and add a ID or a class to it. No problems with that. You can still do it. But see, adding an attribute unnecessarily to access that element is not a good idea. If your expectation is just to select that element, why do you want to add something onto it? Okay. Can we do that without? The answer is yes. Now, if I ask you a question, I want you to select this UL tag. Even if you don't know the name of the tag, you should be able to do it. Now, how do I do that? I will now go and select body. For the body tag, how many children do we have now? 2 element children. But how many child nodes do we have? Child nodes do we have? So we have 1, we have 2, and then we have 3, and then we have 4, then we have 5. These are 5. Which one is 2 children elements? The h1 is one child element child, that is, and the ul is the second element child, isn't it? Yes, h1 and ul, these are element children. But if I ask how many child nodes do we have, then your answer will be 5. You agree? Why 5? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Correct? There are 5 child nodes. You agree? You don't agree? Just log this. Document.getElements by tag name, body, square bracket 0 dot child nodes dot length is what I want. What would be the answer? 5 is what I told you. Correct? 5 is the answer. But how many elements do we have? So if I say children dot length, it will give you only the element children. 2 would be the answer. Now, if I ask you without knowing the name of this UL tag, can you select it? The answer is yes, you can. But there's one more caveat here. You can say document.body directly and access the body tag. You don't need all of this. Document.body.children.length will give you the same output. Still gives you the same output, right? You can only access the body tag, like, without accessing the tag name and things like that. Get elements by tag name or whatever. So if I want to access second one, I simply can say square bracket 2, 1 in this case, because the child count will start with 0, and I want to access the name of it. I'll say tag name. What is the tag name? Please give me the tag name. What is the tag name of the second child? What would be the answer, guys? Why do you think you will get H1 tag? Because see, I'm saying children, right? Not child node. Easy. So you should be very careful, when you're making, using these APIs. It comes to you with practice. Okay, maybe after this training, spend some time around accessing all of these, and then you'll get it. If you have an ID, you can access. You can have if you have a class, you can access. You can access it in many ways. And now, to add on to the flexibility that we have, you also have something called as query selector, which was introduced around the same time when HTML5 got introduced, which was in 2004, 2005. Okay, so here you can say document dot query selector, and this will take CSS selection as an option inside. So query selector, I'll say I want to select a UL tag. Okay, and I want to select the children or child nodes dot length. I want to get all of that. So if I now wrap this inside a console.log, this would work. Let's refresh. See, I get 11. We know that this UL has 11 children, 11 child nodes. If I ask what is the number of children, that is element children, it will give you 5. So you're able to access. There is a new way of selecting. If you don't have to assign an ID or a class, just because you have to select it. Keep that in mind. Okay. See, here we have this HTML tag, and inside the HTML tag we have the head tag, and then we have the body tag. Easy. Now, what is this HTML tag referred to? It is referred as something called as document. The document has HTML tag. So this entire document, this is a document, right? Step1.html is a document. And this document has an H1 tag, HTML tag. And that HTML has a head tag. And that HTML or the document also has access to the body tag. So now when I run this in the browser, there is a window object here, correct? This is a window object. You may call it, no, Vijay, this is a tab, correct? As of now, the browser is referring it as tab, but this is a window object for all practical purposes. We can have as many tabs as we want. Each tab is a window, technically, correct? Now, if you think about it, the document has a parent called window. Is that easy to digest? So you have a window as the this object here, and this window has a document step1.html. That document has HTML as the first child, and the HTML has the head and the body. And the JavaScript API, that is the interface, refers this HTML itself as a document tag. And it can say document.head to access it and document.body to access it. and that is what we had actually done. So now you understand what is window now, correct? When the window is loaded. Now when will the window load? When the body is created. The body is created into this window object, the document object. The document is rendered in the window object. That is when the window will dispatch on load event. Is that easy? So when by the time window on load is fired, the body tag is created, the head tag is created, and it knows exactly what function should I call, and it will call that function. Okay. So you have something called, I mean, in this case, there is one problem. Let me show you that. I think, you'll understand it better that way. See, this function was attached to this event, correct? Now you may also get one question behind the scene, behind your mind. Vijay is attaching this init on load. Is there a way to detach this function? Is there a way to remove this function when this event happens? See, this event is happening only once in the life cycle of this browser. But imagine we are trying to figure out a load event that may happen on the UL tag. When the UL tag loads, even on the UL tag load, we can call this init function, right? The window on load you can call, on the UL also you can call. If there was a button, on the click of the button, you can call this init function, isn't it? So you have the ability to attach an event listener here. But is there a way to detach that event listener if there is a need? The answer is no. With this way of programming, you have no scope to do something like that. So which is one reason why I would recommend you use the ECMAScript way of working. That is the JavaScript way of working. The JavaScript recommends that you use this method called add event listener. So the same thing, I mean, if I want to show you, I'll uncomment this. Instead of doing this window on load, I will now say window dot add event listener. Listen to this event called load, and when the load happens, you call this init function. This is an alternate to do this. So I would recommend you use this over this. Now you may ask, Vijay, why are you recommending this? This looks lot slim, very few syntax, and then this will also work, right? I mean, it is getting the job done. Then why should you be doing this? See, in this example, this is a very small, tiny, puny example. This is not appropriate for me to illustrate. But however, as a responsible developer, I usually refer that as a responsible developer, you should clean your own mess. So if you can add window.add event listener, you can call this load, and you call this init function. You also have the ability to window.remove event listener, and you can stop listening to the load and stop calling this init function. I mean, see, as of now, if I interchange this line, this program will not work. It's working. See here, if I save, maybe I will close, copy this, inspect, and actually no, this should not work because remove event listener should remove maybe this is happening much before this could even exist, so it's immediately attached. So ideally this should remove the event listener. Okay, so maybe I don't think this would work like this. Maybe in order to illustrate this, I will create a better example. Okay, I told you this is a very small example, so it's pretty difficult for me to illustrate the purpose of it. So you can use window add event listener, but I would show you something even better. So now in the sequence of these elements that are being created, which one will be created first? The body will be created first. But when the body is created, it has its own sequence of telling its parent that it is created. See, first it will tell that I am loading, I have created all the elements, and then I have loaded on the parent. I'll probably show you some slides which will help you understand. But as of now, let us see another way of working with this. We can use something called as document. So document is the child of the window object, correct? So this guy will be the first one to know if all the components are created. Okay, so you can attach an event listener onto that. And there is a new type of event. I mean, this was popularized by this guy called John Resig, who created jQuery. He came up with this expression, DOM content loaded. And then we call the init function. I'm sure you will definitely hate this because, see, Vijay, this was shorter. You made it longer and justified, but now you're making it even longer and then saying, no, you should be using something like this. Okay, I'm sure I can validate it and I can give you an answer. So when you come up with an experiment and then you tell me, Vijay, this is what is working, you'll definitely be convinced, isn't it? Okay, it does work. Now all three are working. Now the question is, which one is the recommended way of working? See, I told you I'm not an advocate to suggest you something like that, but you should justify. I'm sure as a developer you should definitely know which one should I be using moving forward. What is the advantage that I get with this over the the remaining one? Which is the best practice to use? Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. I want you to create three functions. Create a function by name fun1, fun2, and fun3. I want you to create three functions like the way I've created init. I want you to create three functions: fun1, fun2, and fun3. Call fun1 on the body onload. Call fun2 on the window onload. I mean, doing this or this would still mean the same. So you do this window onload. And fun3 will be called on the DOM content loaded. And you tell me which one executed first. And let's go to the next step. So what we have learned in this example is how to access the DOM. I've shown you different ways to do that. Now I'll go to select the second example, create another example, call this step2.html. Again, I will write some content. So in this example, I want to show you how you can create DOM elements. Okay, I'll go create one tag called container. Anything is fine. And now I'll go create a button. It's called click me. Okay, create another one called stop clicking me. Stop clicking the button. Okay, and then we have a container here. So now I want to add an event listener to this button, like the way we added an event listener onto the load of the object. We can also add an event listener onto the load of the on the click of the button. Okay, so we'll do that here. I will use window.onload. Sorry, I need to use a script block before that. What is wrong? Script block window.onload equals a function. This is an anonymous function that I'm writing, and I would want to select this button. How do I select the first button, guys? I want to select this button, so I will say document dot get elements by tag name button. Now how many buttons will I get here, guys? If I run this tag, I'll get two buttons, correct? I want to select the first one. Does this make sense? I'm selecting the first one, and then I'll say dot add event listener. I will assign the click event. I mean, I'm listening for the click event here. So I'll just break it to multiple lines so you know what's happening. And when that happens, I will call a function called click handler. Is that easy? So we now have to have a click handler function, and we would want to put something in this container. How do I select this container? Now you know there is a class that this div has. So we can use a class selector. So I will say document dot. So now you guys wanted to know how to use the query selector, right? So you can say query selector. I can select this div like this, query selector div dot inner text plus equals button was clicked and a new line. Okay, see, this query selector can select this div tag. You may ask, okay, Vijay, but what if, I mean, how come, when I did this, I had to pass an array, correct? But when I'm doing this, I'm not getting an array. So even if you have more than one div with the same class, it'll select the first one. How? Because this query selector will use a switch condition implicitly. As long as it gets the first matched element, it'll come out of it. Easy? So even if there are many div tags, it'll only select the first one. Is that easy? Now if you say, no, Vijay, but I want to select this class. I mean, I want to select this div with its class selection. Then what do I do? Then you would say the name of the class preceding with a dot. This is how you would select this in CSS, isn't it? So this query selector asks all the CSS selection. I mean, you'll have to pass all the CSS selection, and then that would select. Go back and relaunch. This is not the file. Let's launch this file in Chrome. Inspect to check if there are any errors. So if I click on this button, it is saying button was clicked, and so on and so forth. Correct? And why the escape sequence is not working though? The one more way to do it, in fact, we could use. So if I now go back, relaunch, every time I click, I get a new line. It's working. Now I will attach an event listener to the second button. How do I do that? I will have to say 1 here so that I can select the second one. Now this is one way to do it. What if I wanted to select these buttons using query selector? Correct? You could also select these buttons using query selector, correct? So I come here and say document dot query selector, select this button. I mean, this button doesn't have any tag class or an ID, so we'll use the tag name to select, and say dot add event listener, listen to the click event, and call this click handler function. So this would be a lot shorter compared to what we did here. Now run this example, this also should work. But now the challenge is, Vijay, how do I select the second button? Because this uses a switch, you said, and it will select only the first matched element. What if I wanted to select the second one? So you have the cousin of this query selector, which is called the query selector all. This doesn't use a switch statement. I mean, it will actually get all the elements. And now I can say, select the first one here and select the second one here. So you are selecting the first button, you're selecting the second button, and I'm adding an event listener click handler. And this one, let us say this is click handler 1 and this is click handler 2. Both of them don't exist. I will rename this as click handler 1 and I will call this one as click handler 2. Oops, click handler 2. This click handler 1 and click handler 2. I'm passing this container, and maybe now in this example I would want to put the second button was clicked. Save, run this example. This works, this also works. You got it? So now guys, you know how to use query selector and query selector all. Okay, and both of them are capable of using CSS selection inside. And here we are calling click handler 1 and here we are calling click handler 2. So now what I want to do here is this. On the click of the second button, I don't want to say this. What I will do is repeat the same process that we did here, but we will reverse it. Document.querySelector all button square bracket 0. Instead of adding an event listener, I will remove the event listener. And I will remove listening to the click event. And I will also remove this click handler from the memory. So what happens now is this. If I run this example, the button click will happen. If I click on it, this guy will no longer be clickable. So you know what happens when add event listener happens, and you also know how to remove an event listener. Okay.
Creating a full stack application like Netflix, we will be going through the system design architecture of Netflix, and also helping you know how you can create APIs, which probably Netflix is also using these days for their website. right? So I am going to explain you the system design architecture of Netflix, right? And this is how basically, applications are also designed when, it is basically on the sketchbook. So for example, let's say you want to open an application like Netflix, or you want to open your own website. The first thing that you do is you write down the features that you want to have on your application, right? And then that application is then designed for resiliency. It is designed for failovers. And then once the plan is laid out, the architecture is deployed, and then and the parallel, your development team also starts to work. So guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres. And all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay. Now, having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtime time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address, or basically take into account, the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service. And we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages, low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So, guys, low latency is nothing but, when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So, how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say, when we, as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well, but most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay, now when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So but that is something which was causing us a problem. Why? Because uh, if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right, and when you have to basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now obviously the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is as far as this particular circle over here. Okay, so how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically route every user to that particular server, so that let's say if you are in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you will be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing the service, and based on that you're connected to the respective server. Now this sounds good, but it is a very expensive operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup which is again a video streaming service, or which say, let's say, is an internet company, right, which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service in cloud which is called a content delivery network. Now what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers, and it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency. I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up then one by one. Okay, so when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay, whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's, everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when, you talk about a service like Netflix? Now, let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right, those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys. There is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page which in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie. Let's say I play a movie like, let's say, Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say so, and also notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right?
So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix, that the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now, since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs, except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers. And when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network. And this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay. So this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now obviously if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. if somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay. So first thing is I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now, how do I deal with that? So what I do is every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay. So if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. So let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay. If I am dealing with a MacBook, again, the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie. So on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay. Now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K, somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p, then you have 360, then you have 240, then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now the part over here which is interesting to know is these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay. Then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using OpenConnect. So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay, so what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay. And now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to uh, your device, and that's how you see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay, so before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage. So let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then, distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on a streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on that, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that, it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create,
it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay. Now what happens is, when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, um, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it. And then that by that, Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth, so probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay, so next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about, she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy, he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movies that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests, but the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay, so similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is, in a gist, what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is the correct HTML element for inserting a link break? A. BR, B. LB, C. Break, D. UL. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so now we'll begin with the coding part. I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API based application. We'll be using the technologies of NodeJS, and for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the backend, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built or how things happen in Netflix code wise.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically, the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button. Everything is a component, and these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying that these are the components. Now, this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the time I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database or a DB, as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there. Or so for instance, in Netflix you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it, that's called authorization part. Essentially the flow happens like this. The front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file, we want to do these things. So here what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug, or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, it could be an Android app, it could also be an iOS app, could be a Fire TV app, Amazon OS, or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies, and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other, Black Delilah, or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend, or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created, /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL. We want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix had something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part.
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT, that we don't have the entire server set up and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things, such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that we want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2 and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, they could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video player will take a look at that URL, embed it in the source, and it will show us. So in case it didn't make much sense, don't worry, we'll take a look at some code and it will show you. Okay, this is what the specification is. We have got the database. Now for those of you, I just like to show you, this is my MongoDB shell. Shell is basically how you interact with a database by passing commands. So let me just show you the databases. Now I have a Netflix database. This is the database that I have created so far. There are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix. And now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code, but before we do, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. Now what we will do is, firstly we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and --y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is NodeMon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. For dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use Express.js, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and MongoDB content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code and the MongoDB content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install NodeMon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter. And since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it'll take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the Mongoose and Express package, so I type Express and Mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them, like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the Mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be numbered. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string. Release date should be date. And if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime, or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language, Node.js is the runtime, or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And Express.js is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost :27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology are some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed MongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that MongoDB lives on your local system. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. And then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically, all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder. In the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB of our disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay. The media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data, and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings: Return of the King, which is the third one, or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. and we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files, and instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of NodeJS, and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now, if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files, or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the script stack, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember, I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search/content/video or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. The webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query, or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for, and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function, and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data. And you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is darkness beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this, this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and Q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in Q, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I would write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file, and it's doing the same thing, but here we're finding by genre instead of the name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah. So we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Now, since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a very interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D, or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to the view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends me this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the Dark Knight URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data, and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that we're better. Yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully it gives you a good idea.
So let's begin this top web development interview questions by starting with the first question. It states, what is the difference between SOAP and REST? Well, this is a very important question that is very much asked in all of the web development interviews, so let's check it out. Well, to begin with, there's a lot of differences between SOAP and REST because SOAP is actually a web development protocol while REST is an architectural platform. And then when you have to talk about what languages and what kind of markups it works with, SOAP works well with XML while REST gives you the ability to work with XML, HTML and plain text as well. There's one very important distinction that you do have to mention in this comparison is that SOAP does not have the ability to use REST while REST can completely make use of SOAP. So even though this might not feel like a vital difference, but in its application and in its usage, it is very vital that you actually say it out loud. So make sure to convey these 3 points to the interviewer when you ask this question. Now with this, we can check out the second question. The second question states, what is the use of a namespace in web development? Now, well, a namespace is actually a global object whenever we talk about web development terms, and this object, just like any other object in the world of programming, has the ability to hold on to methods, has the ability to use properties to actually define the object and its characteristics, and in fact, a namespace can also have other objects in them as well. So they hold 3 things: methods, properties and other objects too. So When we talk about why we require namespaces, one of the main reason is that it will provide very good amount of reusability in terms of code, and we do not have to type out the entire syntax all the time. This will avoid a lot of name conflicts, and more than this, it will add to the ease of use whenever we talk about modularity as well. So with these three being the primary role of namespace, it just makes your ability to write code very effective, and eventually if your code is very efficient and you do not have to put in much more effort, you can use the same time to concentrate on the logic as well. So this is a win-win in terms of making use of namespace in web development. Now coming to the next question, it states, what are the newly introduced input types in HTML5? Well, HTML5 has had multiple iterations, multiple revisits, multiple updates from the past couple of years, and it's growing to be very nice markup language for all of us to work with as well. So whenever we talk about the types that have been introduced newly, there's so many types that have been coming on as per the update versions keep coming out. But then at least take this opportunity to name at least 3 to 4 HTML input types whenever you ask this question. There's so many on your screen. Everything from color, date time, local. You have email, you have month, number range, and more. So mention 3 to 5, and that should be more than sufficient. Now, coming to the next question, it states, what are the form elements that support media content in HTML5? Well, there's actually 5 very important elements in HTML5 whenever we talk about engaging or using any media, be it any audio visual media or images as well. So the 5 main elements are these: audio, video, source, embed, and track. So whenever you think about naming these, it will also be a little impressive if you add a sentence to each of these while explaining. For example, you can talk about the audio element on how it helps to import a piece of audio or use a piece of video as well. And then when you talk about source and embed, where you can embed links, and of course even track as well. So make sure to mention 1 or 2 sentences each whenever you're mentioning, so you add a little bit of concreteness to the answer. Now with this, we can come to question number 5, that states, what is SVG and why is it used? SVG actually stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's actually a file, whenever we talk about moving and making use of vector-based graphics anywhere over the internet. So the graphical content that is present in these SVG images, right? So they are rendered, which is based upon an XML format. So you can make use of PNG, JPG, and all of those, of course. But then when you make use of SVG, the graphical quality of the content is actually high. The image quality is really high, and it does not play a big impact in terms of website loading or any of those performance metrics that's involved in web development as well. So for one of those reasons, SVG files, SVG images, and other vector-based graphics are preferred in this field. Now, coming to the 6th question, it states, what is the use of canvas in HTML? Well, as the name suggests, canvas is in fact a piece of canvas, as it suggests, just like in real life, it's in fact a tag in HTML where it will allow the user to draw anything he or she chooses to. You can draw circles, boxes, images, paths, and a lot more. So canvas is actually added into HTML5 to make sure that users have this ability to manually go on to create circles, boxes, images, and all of these easily. And of course, it is done by making use of JavaScript. So that is canvas, and with this we can come to a quick difference that might pop up in case the question about canvas or SVG is asked. It is, what is the difference between canvas and SVG? Well, an SVG image is actually resolution independent if you talk about it. So you can scale it on multiple devices, and it does not have a dependency on the native resolution of the device that it's being viewed from. But then canvas is a little different. With canvas, the images are actually resolution dependent, so you have to be careful with that. And in terms of events and event handling, SVG actually supports event handlers, while Canvas does not offer any sort of support for event handlers. And then when you think about rendering for large scale applications, well, as you can already think of it, SVG is the format that's actually preferred whenever you have to talk about large scale rendering applications. But then you do not have to make use of SVG always. If the call is for a small scale rendering application, or let's say the images which do not take up a lot of time to create, and which do not have a large impact on the surroundings of it, then well, of course, yes, Canvas is the tool Well, then of course, Canvas is used a lot there as well. So this forms to be, the basic differences that lie in between Canvas and SVG. Now on to the next. We'll check out the eighth question. The eighth question states, how can page loading time be reduced? Page loading time is one of the very, very important things that can either make or break your website, right? So if someone's on your website and if your page is loading way longer than it's supposed to, that person could be a customer who could drive a lot of sales for you, and he might be uninterested. He or she might be uninterested, and the person might leave. So understanding that you have to keep the page loading time to as minimum as possible is important. Now, if we're talking about how we can actually reduce this, there is multiple factors that affect a page loading time. See, I've mentioned about 5 or 6 on your screen, but then you can name about 20-25 factors if you go in depth to a very complex convoluted level where you can understand of how you can reduce the page loading time. But then these are the 5 very important things and some methodologies that you can implement to actually reduce the loading time. See, for example, reduction in the image sizes will actually have a lot of impact, as in images are large size files, right? So they have to be loaded every time the page is refreshed and whatnot. So reduction in that will help. Then if you have any widgets that you feel that are unnecessary, then of course removal of it. Then we can use HTML compression techniques, and when we're talking about lookups as well, the reduction in lookups are going to have a really big impact on the page loading time. And when you think about page caching and making use of minimal redirection, where you're not redirecting the users multiple time across the websites to get everything reloaded up again and again, well, that of course will help in reducing the load time in between the web pages in your website as well. So these are some of the very, very important factors that we talk about to bring down the page loading time drastically. Now with this, we can check out the ninth question that states, what is the use of CORS or CORS? Well, CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross Origin Resource Sharing. So it is one of the very simple mechanisms that actually provides the users with the ability to have access for a variety of resources, let's say from one domain to another domain which is outside the current request domain, right? So if there is the current working domain that you have and there is another request domain which is outside the current workspace, then of course this mechanism will act as the binding bridge where resources can be shared across these two domains without putting much effort out there. So to do this easily, we make use of CORS or cross origin resource sharing.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
Well, with this we come to the 10th question that states, what is the difference between local storage and session storage objects? Well, as you can tell, both of these are actually objects when we talk about web development, and objects have lifetimes, right? So the one thing you have to talk about storage is of course the expiry time, and if you're talking about local storage, there is no expiry set for the objects that are stored here because there is data present and the data does not expire. And then when we talk about objects in session storage, well, the object here is actually valid only until one single session, and after the session the object expires, and of course the session object will be recreated again and used again. But then it is very vital that you understand the basic difference between having an object that does not expire versus having an object that does expire for every single session. Now what happens after expiry, right? So data is actually not deleted whenever we have local storage methodologies in place, because even after closing the window, the data does exist. But then if you're talking about a session storage object, as soon as you close the particular session, particular window or whatever it is, the object immediately gets deleted because that session is done. This is complementary to the first point. And then of course if you want the objects to be back up again, you open the website again, or in fact reloading the site again will bring back the objects for that particular session, and it similarly goes on and on. So this is the basic difference that lies between local storage and session storage. Now with this we can come to the 11th question that states, what are some of the new features that are introduced in CSS 3? Well, cascading style sheets has been around for a while, and with every version it gets more impressive than ever. With CSS 3, I think the very most important thing that you have to talk about is how the entire framework is now made more user friendly, more easier to use, yet at the same time very powerful enough. So you will do a small amount of things and that will have a big amount in terms of styling as well. So There's a lot of new features that were added, but then if you have to talk about the most popular ones, the ones that have made the charts, the ones that are really popularly used among developers, then of course it's the ability to add rounded corners to images or any other parts of the objects as well, then adding animations, having custom layouts and working with that, making use of media queries, and a lot more. So these four features wind up on the top of the table whenever we talk about how CSS3 and its new features are playing out in today's market. So make sure to mention at least three of these. Now, with this, we can come to the next question that says, what is RWD in HTML and CSS? RWD is also called as responsive web design, and in fact, it is one of these amazing concepts that is used to create web pages where, where we have clients or users across multiple resolutions. So you might have clients who are using the particular website you're designing on their mobile phones, on their iPads, or on their laptops, or let's say even on a very big, let's say a 150-inch projector screen as well. So in that particular case, making sure that your web design is responsive, as the name suggests, where you're not tying up the native resolution and having dependencies with the machine as well. So your website will have the capability of automatically adjusting itself, changing the structure as and when it requires, to provide the best possible viewing experience for the user, to make sure that they don't miss out on any data, or that they do not have to scroll a lot from one particular design to another. So it's all about making sure that your website fits all the screens, and RWD is all about that. Now, after understanding this, we need to check out what are some of the types of CSS that are available today. So when we talk about cascading style sheets, the first very important thing that we always discuss is how are we going to implement CSS in our particular design, right? So there are actually three types of CSS that are present, in fact, that are very widely used. One's the inline CSS, we have external CSS, and we have embedded CSS. And as the name suggests itself, so whenever we're working with HTML elements, right? So if you add the CSS code in line with the HTML elements, then we call it as inline CSS. And then if we actually have to import a file, an external file which contains all of the CSS programming, which contains all of the CSS data, then we call it as external CSS, because we are actually using our HTML to import this particular CSS file, hence the name external CSS.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What does CSS stands for? A. Current style sheets. B. Current sheet style. C. Cascading style sheets. D. Cascading sheet style. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then we have the embedded CSS. Embedded CSS are added by making use of the style tag that's available in HTML. So using this, we can add all of the required CSS style as per desire and as per requirement as well. So these three are the very important types of CSS that are present, and all three of them are very widely used as well. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that says, what is the use of a selector in CSS? So whenever we have, let's say, any elements, any inline elements that require styling, a CSS selector is always used there. So it's used with a rule in all of the inline statements. And with this, the most important thing is that it makes it easy for the users to, let's say, find and select HTML elements. It can be on a lot of factors, right? You might have to select HTML elements based on its attributes, based on IDs, based on names, and a variety of other factors as well. So to make sure that you can select all of these easier, as the name suggests, a CSS selector is very much in use. Now, moving on to the 15th question. It states, can you give an example of making use of an ID selector in CSS? Making use of an ID selector is very simple and it is very straightforward.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Forward as well. So check out the example, on your screen. So we have the paragraph tag where PID is equal to selector example, and here the selector example is actually name of the identification that we provide to that particular point of reference as well. So it's as simple as that. It does not have to be selector example. It can be anything. Just for the sake of this, to denote this example, let's put as selector example. But of course, you can name the ID anything as well. So as you can already tell, so if you have an element that has to point to a target element for any sort of usage, then it is as simple as shown on your screen. So with this understanding, we can check out another question about CSS, which states, what is the use of grouping in CSS3? Grouping, again, all of these are very readable concepts, as you can see, and again, grouping, as the name suggests, is one very important concept where CSS is providing the users with the ability to actually apply one single CSS style elements to multiple HTML entities without having to type it multiple times. So if you have like more than 4 or 5 HTML entities where you need some styling to be added, you do not have to type it 5 times manually or 6 times manually, right? So 5 or 6 is a very small number. If you have a very complex website, you might have thousands of lines of HTML. So, copying it for thousands of lines and styling it manually is not possible and is very inefficient. So what we do is, in terms of grouping, so whenever we group all of the CSS tags, as you can see in that small example shown, you can have that particular styling added to any number of HTML entities that you wanted. So all it takes is one single declaration of that statement, and the styling can be matched to multiple HTML entities. So with this, we can check out another question about selectors, which states, what is the use of a class selector in CSS? So this is a very important question, so make sure to pay attention. Well, a class selector in CSS was actually an entity that is used to select a statement in HTML, modify the style of it, and make sure that you do it for the correct tag at the same time as well. So if there is a requirement of selecting a statement, modifying the style of that particular element in that statement, and making sure that it is on the correct HTML tag, we make use of selectors. And all of these selectors, right? So whenever we talk about class selectors especially, they start with a period, they start with a full stop to begin with as part of the syntax, and then we have the name of the class for that particular selector. For example, you can see on the screen in the below example shown, you can see dot example class, right? So that dot example class indicates that it's a class selector with the name example class, and of course the styling is followed by that, and then we can make use of it later in the particular tags as well. But then it makes it very, very simple and very elegant to use when we do this. So with this, we can come to check out the 18th question that states, what is the use of WebKit in CSS3? If I have to talk about web development, then WebKit has to be a very important aspect of it, because so WebKit is a very, very important concept of CSS3, which will provide the users the ability to have their HTML files and CSS elements rendered easily across a span of browsers, right? So it is not browser dependent, to make sure that you get this compatibility where you can run the same CSS HTML elements across a variety of browsers, be it Mozilla Firefox, be it Safari, be it Google Chrome, or be it Microsoft Edge, or whatever it is. So but then to use these WebKits, we have something called as engines that have to be supported by the browsers. For example, we have an engine called as Gecko for easy use of HTML and CSS in Mozilla. We have Presto for Opera, the other browser, and then we have Edge for the now retired Internet Explorer as well. So when you think about it, these engines form to be very important components that allow the usage of styling and rendering of all of these HTML and CSS elements as well. So with this, we can check out the 19th question that says, what are the use of another type of selectors called as child selectors in CSS? Child selectors, again, you might have guessed it, is actually used to look up a child element in the case of CSS. So what happens is that, let's think about it as an example. So if there is an example where, let's say, where you use the UL tag to create a paragraph, right? So what happens is that the paragraph tag is the parent tag, and then under it, if you've made use of the UL tag, then that becomes the child tag, right? So how can we implement this child parent pattern by making use of CSS, you ask? Well, check out the last line. It is as simple as that. So P2 UL and the font size, the styling that we have given manually is supposed to be 20 pixels, and it just takes one single line, in fact half a line, and it's very simply done, and it's very easily done like this. Now with this, after understanding child selectors, we need to understand that the new feature about how rounded borders can be implemented in CSS3 and how can they be implemented in a very simple way. To make use of the rounded borders, right? So CSS has this border radius property that will allow all the users to make sure that they can make use of elements and give them a very nice looking rounded corner as well. So instead of having sharp, squarey or boxy corners, having rounded corners is always aesthetic. To add this, there are four very important attributes of the border radius property that you have to check out for four corners, as the name suggests. You will be rounding the top left border. So you have the ability to separately round out the top left corner, the top right corner, bottom left corner, or the bottom right corner by making use of these attributes that are shown on your screen. So you do not have to round all of them compulsorily at the same time, but then you can make use of these individual attributes to round as and when required. So after understanding this, we can check out a concept which is very simple called as pagination. So the question might be, what is pagination? Well, pagination is actually a very simple sequence of pages whenever we talk about a website, and all of these pages will have so there is a situation where most of the websites might not have many things that changes, right? So a web page will not differ a web page will not differ a web page will not differ a lot from another web page in terms of all of the concepts. So there are certain concepts, where things remain to be the same. So to give you an example, think about an e-commerce site, right? So when you're browsing through all of the products, you have multiple pages where you can scroll through. You have multiple items on the same page, and then you have multiple pages which have exactly the same layout, but then the products are different, right? Page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. So if you're wondering how this is done, well, the concept of pagination is used, and this in fact is very easily done by making use of CSS3 as well. So that elegance, that bit of making sure that your website looks structured and the web page does not differ much from the other web pages, but then the products differ, of course, this can be easily implemented by making use of pagination. With this, we can check out the 22nd question that says, what are the components of the CSS box model? Well, the CSS has very important components, and the box model is the foundation. And the box model is the foundational aspect of CSS. So it is very vital that you understand the box model, because that is the very important entity that encloses all of the HTML content, either as a box element or a button element as well. And to do this, it has been governed by four very important it has been governed by four very important components. One is border, we have content, margin, and padding. Make sure to mention all four of these components, as each of them have their own usages. For example, border will actually denote the padding and the content around the border. Then content refers to the actual content, of course, and then you have the margin. Margin refers to all the top layer of the box element and the designs associated with that. And then we have padding. Padding is a concept where we talk about the empty spaces or the negative spaces in between the elements that are present that have to be styled as well. So make sure to mention all four components. With this, we come to the 23rd question that states, what are some of the properties of transitions in CSS3? Well, transitions in CSS3 are very simple to use, and they will give you the ability to rapidly do a lot of things with a small amount of code. Let's say, for example, if you have to add animation effects or anything of that sort, you can make use of transitions to do it in a very simple way. Whenever we talk about the properties of transitions, there's four main properties that you have to mention. One is the transition delay, the transition duration, the transition property, and the timing function. And each of these, as the name suggests, have their own niche usages, where delay will control the actual delay of movement of an entity, the duration will talk about the duration of display, the property will talk about the effect that you want to achieve, and of course we have the timing function as well. So these four properties have their own unique aspects whenever we have to think about making use of transitions, let's say to add very simple animations in CSS3. Now with this, we can check out the 24th question that says, what is the use of pseudo classes in CSS? Pseudo classes, again, even though it's sounds like a class, it is actually a technique that we have to talk about in CSS. And pseudo classes are used to change the style of all of the elements. Whenever we have one element that has to change its state. So whenever there is an element that changes its state, and if we have to change the styling after this element changes state, pseudo classes are very widely used. So there's a good chance you've already come across this. For example, there is a style change when you move the mouse over an element. The mouse color might change, the button color might change. You might have animations when you move out of focus, or let's say if you have external links, then you can add a styling to that. You can change the color of it as soon as the mouse moves on it, and there is so many things, right? So the application of pseudo classes, especially in CSS, is immeasurable, because there's a lot of things, and your imagination is the only barrier here. And then pseudo classes are of course widely used just for their aesthetic abilities as well. Now, after understanding this, we can check out the 25th question that states, what is the use of media queries? Well, media queries, again, as the name suggests, will give you the ability in which you can design an RWD, a responsive web design, where you can adjust a lot of entities which have been styled based on their shapes, sizes, and a lot of things. So they are mostly used to adjust a lot of entities such as the height of viewing, then you have the width, then you have the viewport. The viewport is very important for rendering and showing to the users. Then you have the resolution, you have the orientation, and so many things, right? So to adjust all of these and to define styles for these in CSS, well, media queries are made use of this. And the good thing is that they help a lot whenever you're talking about responsive web designing as well. So that's a win-win for both efficiency and looks. Now with this, we can come to the 26th question that says, why is float used in CSS? Float is again a very important property. In fact, it's a property that's used a lot in CSS because it gives you the ability to easily control the positioning of an element, or let's say even if you have to change the layout and control the layout, it can be done in a very simple way by making use of float. So if you're talking about placing any element on a web page, then think about this. The simple example shown on your screen, we have the div, and then we're talking about float to the right. So whatever the content that you're styling out here, right? So all of the content of that particular div class will be made sure to placed on the right side of the screen, because you have specifically mentioned in the floating attribute that you want it towards the right. You can have it to the left, you can have it to the center, and a lot of other options as well. So based on this, you can easily move around objects in screen by making use of float in CSS. So moving on to the next question, it says, what is a z-index in CSS or z-index? Well, z-index, again, if you can already think about it, it's actually a property in CSS where we try to define an order of elements using this particular index as a measure in any sort of web page designing, because the working of z-index is very simple. It works on the basis of ordered indices. So let's say if there is a higher ordered element that has to be so let's say if there's a higher ordered element that has to be shown and that has to render before a lower ordered element, then z-index will give that element the property where it will denote the order of execution as well. And then one very important thing that you have to mention to the interviewer about making use of z-index is that z-index will only apply if your elements are positioned. What does this mean? Well, this means that these elements must have the position attribute compulsorily if you have to make use of z-index. So without the position attribute, z-index will not work for that particular styling entity there. So make sure to mention that as well. So with this, we can check out the 28th question that says, why are external style sheets preferred, right? So we saw inline, external, and embedded in a previous question. So why are external style sheets the most popular ones out there right now? It provides many benefits, and I've mentioned the top 3 benefits that they offer. With an external style sheet, you can make use of the classes any number of times that you desire, be it 1 times, 10 times, 100 times. You can make use of it without much effort as well. This has to be the biggest benefit of making use of external style sheets. And then with an external style sheet, and with an external style sheets, what's actually happening is that it will give you the style control of multiple documents, right? So you can have one CSS file and map it across multiple documents for styling requirement as well. So it simplifies the plethora of files that goes into building a good website as well. Be it the use of groupings, be the use of groupings or selectors. All of these can be used in a very simple fashion in a single file, in fact, to apply styles across a variety of files across a variety of HTML elements in the entire website. So external style sheets are a win-win in terms of efficiency, win-win in terms of ease of use, and a win in terms of making use of reusable concepts as well. So with this, we can check out the 29th question that says, what is the meaning of long polling in web development? So when you have to talk about long polling, you have to understand one thing is that long polling is actually a developmental pattern that we make use whenever we have to, let's say, simulate a data push operation from a server to a client machine. So let's say if there is some data that has to be moved from the server to a client machine, long polling is actually the development pattern that is used. So what happens when long polling is used, right? So when long polling is actually operational, the client will send in a request to the server saying, hey, I am available, I am polling to you, so now you can send the data. So what happens is server accepts the poll, and then it can push all the data from the server to the client. And once the data is actually transferred, there will be a timeout attribute that denotes the connection end, and of course the connection will end based upon that. And after so the connection will end based upon after the data has been sent to the client, or if there is a manual timeout that is provided. So whatever occurs first, either the completion of data sending or the occurrence of the timeout criteria, the entire connection will drop out as is. So long polling is a very simple concept to emulate data push operations from servers and clients, as you just saw. So make sure to mention all these points. Now with this, we can check out the 30th question that says, what are some of the web development technologies that you know? Well, you might not have to wait until the 30th question actually to get to this point in an actual interview, but then an interviewer can start out with this being your first question as well. So it's an extremely common question, and there's a very good chance that it is always asked too. So one very important thing that you have to remember here is that answer this based on your learning, your experience, whatever you have taken in terms of knowledge, be it in a certification program, be it self-learning, or whatever you have done. Make sure to answer it based on that. But then, of course, to give you a good clarity about what a good web developer will have, what skills the web developers will have, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, Python, PHP, frameworks of PHP such as Laravel, Cake PHP. There's a lot of things. The list can go on and on if you're talking about what a good web developer should know. But then at this point of time, if you do not have all of the skills that are shown on your screen, well, fear not, because most of the time you will be concentrating on at least 3 or 4 of these maximum. So you really do not have to worry about it unless you're looking at full stack development. In that particular case, a good amount of proficiency is required in all of these. So with this, we can check out the 31st question. So the 31st question states, what is the difference between cookies and local storage? In terms of web development terminologies, cookies are actually data that is accessible both to the client and the server, while local storage is only available when we talk about the client side machine as well. And as you already might know, cookies have what we call as an expiry time, and all of the data that's stored in that cookie will get deleted after expiry. And there is no local, and there is no concept of expiry when we talk about local storage, and how the data can be manually deleted rather than having it automatically drop as well, because of the presence of no expiration too. So this very subtle difference that lies in between cookies and local storage are very important in the entire working in the field of web development. So make sure to mention these 2 points to the interviewer as well. Now, coming to the 32nd question, it says, what is the difference between XHTML and HTML? Well, there are many differences we can talk about XHTML and HTML, and we can have another separate video just for this. But then to make sure that you optimally answer this question, here are the 3 very important differences that you should mention. HTML, first of all, is not a case-sensitive language, while XHTML is a case-sensitive language. So whenever you make use of HTML tags, in the case of XHTML, all the tags must compulsorily be in the lowercase, and that is not the case when we talk about HTML. And in XHTML, the tags should be compulsorily closed. There should be no open-ended tags. It is not allowed as per the syntax. But then HTML can have open-ended tags, and it'll work fine if there are no other ambiguities as well. And then when we talk about attributes, attributes always have to be put in double quotes in HTML, and attributes in regular HTML does not require the compulsory use of quotation marks as well. So even without that, it will perform well. So this forms to be the very simple difference that lies in between how strict the syntax is when we talk about XHTML versus the regular HTML. So make sure to mention these to the interviewer. So with this, we can come to the 33rd question that states, what are the various data types that are present in JavaScript? JavaScript has 7 main types of data that we talk about. It is very important to mention, and it is very important that you mention all of these as well. So we have Boolean, which talks about true or false, and we have the number data type, we have the object itself is a data type, then we have undefined, we have null, yes, null is a data type, and then we have string, we have functions, and much more. So it is very vital that you know at least the basic functioning of each of these data types, and instead of just mentioning it out, just like any other answer with which has a list attached to it, make sure to explain 1 or 2 sentences about each of these. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature, and it will impress the interviewer, giving them an aspect of knowing that you have an idea about all of these concepts in depth as well. So mention 1 or 2 sentences and it will help you a lot. Now with this, we can come to the 34th question that states, how can styles or classes be changed in elements when we're making use of JavaScript? So how can styles be changed or classes be changed, right? So to do this, we make use of two very important to do this, we can actually use two very So this can be done in JavaScript in a very simple way. So modifying classes or modifying styles of any element is not much of a task at all. To modify the styles, we're going to make use of style.font size. If you have to add in, the font size, then if you have to modify the classes, we just give the class name instead of dot style. So instead of dot style, we have the dot class name, and then of course we do have to, provide the name of the class there. But then when you
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of web development by answering this question. What is WordPress? A. It is a software used to press text. B. It is a text formatting software. C. It is a content management system. D. It is a mail service. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
think about it, there is no much difference between the syntax. It's just very subtle, but then both of these easily will allow you to change styles or classes based on the requirement by making use of JavaScript in an easy way. With this, we can check out the 35th question that states, what are the types of pop-up boxes that are present in JavaScript? So, we've all seen very good looking dialog boxes whenever we go onto a website. So there are actually types of dialog boxes that you're supposed to know. There's 3 main types of dialog boxes. In fact, whenever we work with JavaScript, one is the alert box, one is the confirm box, and there's another box called as the prompt box. So with an alert box, a message is displayed on the screen. There'll be a message and an OK button. It's like telling you, hey, here is something, which can either be going right or going wrong, and it's displaying it to you. It's conveying it in a sentence. Now, when we talk about the confirm dialog box, here the users will have the ability to either say OK or cancel it, and you can make a decision based on this. So a decision can be easily made by making use of the confirm box. Then we have something called as a prompt box. A prompt box is where you will have to input something, say such as your user ID, your email ID, or password, and then you'll have the OK buttons, the cancel buttons, or the login button. That's very simple. So that's it. So that's a very simple example of making use of a prompt button. So make sure to mention all these 3 types of dialog boxes when you ask this question. It's the alert box, it's the confirm box, and it's the prompt box. And this concept, in fact, as you've already seen, is very simple to remember as well. So being confounded or being confused is not an option here in terms of web development, because all these concepts are highly readable and they offer easy to look at and work with syntax as well. Now with this, we can come to the 36th question that says, what is the difference between window on load and on document ready? Well, both of these are very widely used events when we talk about CSS and the usage of images as well. So what happens in window.onload is that this is an event that is not called until the page is completely loaded, right? So all of your images, all of your CSS styling, everything has to be loaded. Only then the window.onload event is called, and what that event does is it will add a little bit of a delay whenever there is a rendering of a web page that's required. So if you have to manually have a delay, you're going to make use of this. But then if you have to remove a delay, we make use of something called as on document ready. So when we're making use of on document ready, this particular event will wait only till your DOM is initialized. It will not wait until your entire website is initialized. And as soon as your DOM is ready, it will begin all of the things that is required to be done under that particular event action. So this will reduce the delay, while window.onload will add a tiny bit of delay while rendering as well. So this forms to be the basic difference that lies between window.onload and onDocumentReady. And now, when we're talking about the type conversion and how type conversion is handled in JavaScript as well, there could be a question, that's very important that can be asked in terms of JavaScript, which is how is type conversion handled here?
Hey guys, if you're looking for an end-to-end training on web development, Intellipaat provides full stack web developer mean stack certification training, and you can check those details in the description.
Well, this could be a slightly tricky question in case if you're thinking about taking the manual approach, because JavaScript is a weakly typed language. With a weakly typed language and its ability to handle automatic type conversion, you can just pass any function as an argument to any other function without having to do anything else. So with this simple usage, there's no errors, there is no data associated warnings or anything else that might pop up, as all the values will directly get converted into the data type without you having to do anything. So it all gets converted automatically, and with the ability of JavaScript being weakly typed, the automatic type conversion is one of the things that will help a lot whenever you're programming in JavaScript as well. So make sure to mention how type conversion is handled in JavaScript. So with this, we move on to the 38th question that states, what is the meaning of scope of a variable in JavaScript, right? So I'm sure you already know this, but then explain the types as well. So scope will refer to the access of functions and variables in a running environment. So, you can have multiple variables, but then not all the concepts in your program can have access to these variables. So you can change these programming scopes where you're providing variables or other entities certain access but then you can stop other entities having access to these variables as well. So this is the important part. Make sure to talk about the two types of scope. One is the local scope and the other one is the global scope. If you're talking about a variable or a function or a value or anything that's in the local scope, that means that all the values are actually in the same function. The values can be accessed, the values, everything can be done within that particular function just because of its local scope, and all the values cannot be accessed outside it. So it's like think about a plastic cover. So think about a cover where you've put in certain clothes or anything, right? So you cannot have access to this unless you have access to the cover itself. That's a very good example of local scope. And then when you talk about global scope is like global scope is a very simple concept, exact opposite to that of local scope. So instead of having a cover, just have it have your clothes on an open basket, so anyone can have access to it, right? So exactly the same concept here as well. So variables, if they are declared as global, they can be accessed from anywhere in the application throughout without having limited scope or limited access as well. So this is one very important concept, and these have their own niche use cases, either local scope or global scope. They have their own use cases, and most of the time it is only spoken in terms of security, access methodologies, and a lot more. So make sure to mention all of these when you ask this question. Now with this, we can move on to the 39th question that states, how are comments used in JavaScript? So again, this is again a very simple question. When we talk about comments in JavaScript, there are actually two types of comments. We have the single line comment, where your comment is just one line, and then we have multi-line comments where your comment is a multi-line comment, where your comment actually lasts for more than one line with a line break in between. So to make use of the single line comment, we make use of double slashes and just we type whatever comment we require. But then if you are making use of a multi-line comment, we make use of a slash and an asterisk to begin the comment. Then of course we type the actual comment in multiple lines, and then we close it in the exact opposite order, which is the asterisk and the the asterisk and the slash. So make sure to take a quick note of the syntax in terms of using single line comments and making use of multi-line comments, as well as it is very vital that you know this subtle difference that exists. Now, after understanding comments, we're going to check out a quick concept with the 40th question that is called as undefined and undeclared variables. So what are these variables that are undefined? What are these variables that are undeclared when we talk about JavaScript? You know, as the name suggests, if you have to talk about undefined variables, these are variables that are already declared. These are variables that are already specifically mentioned to the compiler to understand, but then we have not initialized it. We have not provided it with any value. We're just told that the variable exists, but then we have not provided it any value or instantiated it or initialized it anyway. So that is an undefined variable. But then if you have to talk about the variables called as undeclared variables are variables say that are already being used in the program without it being declared. So in that case, if you have not declared a variable but then you're still making use of it, that becomes an undeclared variable. Check out the example on your screen. We have the alert.undef where we're talking about the undefined variable. You can see the use of a comment as well. And then we're talking about not declared. This is an alert that can be set to act in case if there is an access for an undeclared variable in that particular program. So the subtle difference that lies between having a variable which is undefined or having a variable which is undeclared is very important for you to understand as well as convey it to the interviewer too. So with this, we can move on to the 41st question that states, what is the method used to submit forms in JavaScript? Well, this is a very simple question, very straightforward question, but then sometimes you might get it wrong. So make sure to concentrate. Forms can forms can very easily be submitted in case of JavaScript, and all you have to do is use one single method, and that method is forms.submit. So document.forms of 0.submit that you see on your screen right now, in case if you're wondering what the 0 stands for, the 0 actually talks about the index of that particular form as well. If there's multiple indices, then of course multiple indices are used apart from 0 here as well. So document.forms of 0.submit will help you submit any form in JavaScript in a very simple and an easy fashion. With this, we can come to the 42nd question that says, why is this keyword used a lot in JavaScript? I'm sure you've come across the keyword this, and in fact, you might have used it a lot as well. So do you know why it is used a lot? Well, one very important thing is that it is primarily used to access the current object that is present in the program. So whenever you're working with the program, it will let you access the current object. So this object might be residing inside a method, and the keyword that is used, whenever we're talking about that particular variable or whenever we're talking about that particular object, makes it very easy to access as well. So this keyword will provide us access inside a method, and it'll help us in referencing all of the variables or the objects that exist in that particular methodology too. So after understanding this, we can check out the 43rd question that says, what is the use of the differ attribute in JavaScript? Again, the differ attribute is widely used because it is primarily used as a Boolean type attribute, right? So you already know Boolean. Boolean is 1 or 0 or true or false. So but then why do we use it as differ, right? So differ is primarily used to delay the execution of any sort of JavaScript code on the web page. We will manually halt the execution of JavaScript code until everything else initializes. For example, your HTML entities can completely initialize, your CSS element can completely initialize, your parser can be ready, your DOM can be ready, and after all of this is done, then we can make sure that your JavaScript code executes after all of this. So to add that tiny point of delay to wait for all the other components to be done, well, differ is used just for that. A simple example is shown on your screen just to use this. One very important thing is that whenever you're talking about attributes and concepts in JavaScript, wherever possible, please do use an example while explaining as well. So that will add a lot of value to your candidature. Now, when we talk about their particular firm or a question that's related to them, it can be like, how can you prioritize SEO, manageability, maintainability, performance, security, etc. in a web application? So what gets priority, right? So this can be a very confusing question to begin with, because you might not know what you have to prioritize for that company, but then there is a certain standard that is set. The interviewer is asking you this tricky question to check if you have the ability to understand the working environment that you're applying for, right? So in case if it's a small startup, then you have to answer it in a different way. But then if it's a very large corporation or a mid-sized firm, you have to answer this in a very different way. See, if it's a very large firm that you're applying for, of course, data security will get the highest priority over SEO. So this is one common practice that has been used for the last couple of years. But then if you're talking about, let's say, a publication firm, let's say, or a small size firm that's into publication a lot, then of course SEO will get the preference over security. So to answer this question very well, you can do one simple task beforehand. Even before attending the interview, just read a little bit about the company that you're applying for. This way you can have a clear understanding of what priority you would like to talk about when you ask this question, because this is again a very important question. It's very frequently asked, and if you can answer this without taking a lot of time or without putting an effort while being asked, then the interviewer will get a clear picture of how you've put in your effort to understand about the firm as well, and not just prepared for the interview. That will help you immensely. So make sure to prepare for this question very well. Now with this, we can check out the 45th question that states, what is the result if a jQuery handler or a jQuery event handler returns a false? Well, what happens when a jQuery event handler returns false? It's very simple. If your jQuery event handler returns a false, which is a boolean value, it means that the event will not execute any further. Your event is halted at that particular point of time, and whatever actions were given after that will be skipped. But then whatever actions were there before that, of course, would have executed. Only then the event handler will return the boolean false. Whatever is after the boolean false, just as I stated, will be omitted. So this is again a very straightforward question with a very simple example. So again, this is a very straightforward question with a very simple answer. Now, we can move on to the 46th question that states, what is the use of the each function in jQuery, right? So the each function is again a very important function. In fact, it is the most used function whenever you're working with jQuery. So what this each function does is that it provides the users with the ability to move across all of these elements in an iterative pattern. So if you have a set of elements, if you have multiple elements that you have to work with, you can move across them one after the other by making use of each element. So, there's a simple function that gets passed onto the each element, and then this will result in the execution of each of the events for which the object have been called. So make sure you read that last line again, because we're stating that whenever a function is passed to the each method, right, this will result in the execution of all of the events for which the actual object has been called. So to iterate over it, we have to call it first, a function has to be passed, and then eventually we can have access to all the data that's present there as well. So again, a simple question and a straightforward answer. So moving on, 47th question states, what is pair programming? Pair programming is one very, very important thing that you have to understand, especially in web development, because not all of the time you are working on a solo project, right? If your project is very big, you will of course have lots of colleagues in your web development team that you'll be working with to solve whatever problem that you have at hand. So pair programming, as the name suggests, in fact, will check your ability to see if you can work very easily with other colleagues. So how easily is your interpersonal skills, and how effectively can you collaborate with other people in a fast-paced environment, be it an agile development platform, whatever it is. But then if the scenario is actually about fast-paced development, then most of the time agile will not fit that particular situation clearly. So pair programming is something that is used for fast-paced development and collaborative development. So it is very vital that you know this. So after this, we can check out the 48th question that says, what is the use of the dollar function in jQuery? So the dollar function is again a very simple function. It's again very widely used. It is used basically as a wrapper to wrap around every other object, if we are talking about their jQuery counterparts as well. But then why do we have to wrap around objects, right? So this function is used to wrap because this will give the users the ability to call any method of their choice. If it is defined as a jQuery object previously, you can call it and you can work with it without having to put much effort there as well. So that's very important. And here is one more thing that you have to understand, is that selectors can be also passed to the dollar function. So what happens if we pass a selector to a dollar function is that the result is the output of the jQuery object where this is the important part, where it contains the matched DOM element. So if you want the output of the jQuery object to be a matched DOM element, or to output you that particular requirement, then of course selectors are passed on to the dollar function to do just this. Now with this, we can check out the 49th question that states, what are the types of CDNs that are supported in jQuery? CDNs, I'm sure you already know about it. It's content delivery networks. And primarily when we talk about making use of jQuery, there are two types of CDNs. One's from Microsoft and one's the Google CDN. So the Microsoft CDN is to use So the Microsoft CDN is used to load all the jQuery, Ajax CDN libraries and files and whatever is required for that. But then when we talk about Google, we use Google to load the jQuery from the native APIs, what we call as the Google Libraries APIs that are already present, and work with them at the same time as well. So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. There are Google and they are Microsoft. One talks about Ajax CDN when we talk about Microsoft, and then when we talk about Google, we'll be loading the jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Now with this, we come to the last question that says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, this is a very important question, and as you might have already known, a certification program will add a lot of value to your candidature in any sort of technological company job role that you're applying for. Be it if you're a fresher, be it if you're an intermediate user, or if you're an advanced user moving from one programming language or concept to another, a certification program will help you a lot. Because apart from the usual concept where you have a lot of knowledge in you, you would have been proficient in a lot of concept, you would have been expert in using it, you would have had let's say real life project use cases and whatnot to work with. But then what the other thing you have to talk about here is how you're impressing the interviewer, because the interviewer will be looking at your ability to learn new things, you showing aspiration to actually learn it, or in fact you making use of web development as a career path in a very serious way. And this shows that you're an effective learner as well. If you've learned it on your own, or if you've learned it on a certification program, whatever it is, you're just showing a lot of girth and potential to the interviewer as well. So my suggestion to answer this question is to make sure that you answer about how you've made use of the certification program rather than the actual program itself. Because you might have one or more certification programs, but what will add value to the interviewer is if you convey to them what you have done. So what is the result of you picking up that certification program? What have you learned there? What have you implemented there? And what problems have you solved there? That is what they are after, and that is what they are looking for in this question as well. So make sure to answer about that. Explain about what you learned, how you implemented new things, how you learned it, how it's helpful to you so far as well. Here's a small bonus you can use as well. Apart from all of these, talk about how you plan to use this learning to their firm's advantage as well. So state one or two points where you can talk about how you will bring the upper hand to the table, and how you would want to implement your learning with their company, and that will impress the interviewer as well. So with this, you have come to the end of the top 50 web development questions, interview questions and answers. So I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best for all of the upcoming interviews, and I'm sure you've got a very clear picture now on how to approach questions and how to attack these answers in a concise and a precise manner.
Okay guys, a quick info: if you're looking for an end-to-end training in JavaScript, Intellipaat provides a full stack web developer course which covers JavaScript and all the JavaScript frameworks you need to know. For more details, check out the description box.
So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thank you so much for watching.